W.F. Howes presents an unabridged recording of Face to Face, Finding Justice for My Murdered Twin Brother by Nick Dawson, narrated by Nicholas Cam. Prologue. For a long time, I thought this story had only one end. My twin brother gone, and me left wandering a desert of sorrow, anger, and despair. Simon was my identical twin. We looked the same, sounded the same, moved the same. When we looked in a mirror, I looked at him, and he looked at me. And then one day the mirror shattered. Simon was murdered. He was beaten, robbed, and thrown in a pond to drown. The reflection in the mirror was gone. Instead, all I saw was brutality and ugliness. When the world turns grey, colour becomes impossible to imagine, as if it never existed. Over time, as you rebuild, a few faint pastel shades start to appear, and then something a little more vivid. The palette slowly returns. Eventually you can paint a picture. Actually, two pictures. One of what you lost, and one of what you have now. And that is what I am doing here, honestly, accurately, and with Simon at their centre. In both these paintings, Simon is alive. That's how he feels to me, and by telling you about him here, that's how I want him to feel to you. I refuse to portray my beautiful twin brother in charcoal shades, when to everyone he met, he was, and is, a rainbow. I'll be honest, there have been times when my view of that rainbow has been obscured. That's what happens when you look at life through a cloud of hatred and rage. It took me a while to understand that to find something resembling inner peace, I might need to open my mind to a different way of thinking. That realization came in the most unlikely of settings. I wasn't on a psychiatrist's sofa or meditating in a mountain hideaway. I was in a prison, sitting opposite Craig, one of Simon's murderers. From the exact moment of Simon's death, Craig and I had both been travelling our own very different paths. Initially, they had diverged wildly. I was a lone twin. He was a killer. But we did have one thing in common. We were both serving life sentences. And it was that which would eventually create a desire in us both for our paths to cross. Restorative justice, the idea that both the perpetrator of a crime and a victim can benefit from meeting one another, was the medium that would bring us together. It was a remarkable transformation. For many years, the only reason I wanted to be near Craig was to kill him. Now we were sitting a matter of a few feet from one another, talking. Together we unpacked the horrific events that led to Simon's death. I revealed the long-lasting and catastrophic effects of the murder. He talked about his own life and how on release he hoped in some small way to try to make amends. If you think this was a moment of great personal liberation for me, celebration even, you'd be wrong. It could never have been that. The meeting was incredibly hard. There were times when I believed myself to be incredibly disloyal. I felt Simon looking down from above, wondering how I could possibly talk to his murderer. But at the same time, I knew Craig was no longer the evil monster I remembered from court 16 years previously. A second chance wasn't undeserved. Since that time, as an advocate of restorative justice, I have spent many hours in UK prisons. I have met hundreds of criminals, many of them violent, despicably so. I have looked them in the eye and told them my story, Simon's story, in the hope that they too will understand the impact of their crimes. Hopefully they will go on to live a different kind of life, perhaps even consider restorative justice themselves. More recently, I have even become a prison visitor, a voluntary role ensuring that the conditions inmates live in are decent, and that they receive the help they need. I totally understand how this appears to run completely counter to my experience. As someone who lost his twin to the most awful of crimes, why would I ever want to help those who so disrespect civilized society? But if we don't step onto the other side of the tracks, how can we ever hope to understand those who dwell there? How can we help them not to make the same mistakes again and again? How can we stop other people hurting like I am? Prisoners are, like it or not, human beings like the rest of us. There is, though, one thing I'd like to make clear. Forgiveness is a line I have yet fully to cross. Where Simon was once my companion, now I have emptiness. And I am far from alone. My family have all suffered intensely down the years, not only through the pain of loss, but through breakdown and mental illness. For all of us, demons lurk around every corner. It doesn't stop there. In the course of writing this book, I vowed to explore just how far the ripples of Simon's murder extend. To hear the stories of Simon's friends, their lives turned upside down, their guilt, their disintegration, has been as upsetting as it's been illuminating. Those ripples will sadly continue for many decades, potentially on through the generations, something I have seen with my own children. More positively, meeting so many incredible people who knew and loved Simon has also filled me up in a way that for so long seemed unimaginable. While sometimes difficult to hear, their words have allowed me to better understand the person he was when he died. Lack of information is a torture for those who lose loved ones in tragic situations. Death is a jigsaw thrown on the floor. I thank them sincerely for helping me rebuild my brother's life. I needed to touch him, feel him, capture the memories before it's too late. Whatever the circumstances of someone's passing, it's incumbent on those left behind to ensure they're remembered. In the weeks following Simon's death, I found a letter I wrote to Mum and Dad. Looking at it now reminds me why I have written this book. Maintaining Simon's memory is the most important thing, I tell them. And it's true. There was something else I wanted my parents to know. Simon's heart and soul lives on in me. As Simon's identical twin, I've always felt I speak for him. His voice was taken away in such a cruel and heartless way. This book is a way not just for me, but for Simon to tell his story. For Simon to be heard. For Simon to be at peace. Simon is dead. He was murdered by 2 attackers in the early hours of the 29th of August, 1998. But he lives on in me. And now he lives on in this book. Face to face again. At last. Chapter 1. Eye to Eye. It was the first prison I'd ever set foot in, and my preconceptions were depressingly accurate. Cold and clinical, constant jangling of keys, incessant locking and unlocking, the thud of each door matching that of my heart as we were led to a waiting room, Mum, Dad and me, all determined to be there for Simon, to face his killer and have our say. The sound of our pain, never ending, would finally be heard, something I felt particularly keenly as Simon's identical twin. The probation service had kept our family informed as Craig and his co-murderer passed through the prison system. Eventually, in 2012, we were told we'd be able to attend their parole hearings and read out victim impact statements, personal reflections on how the murder had affected us over the years. There was never any doubt in my mind. I would do it. Right from the off, I wanted to be part of the process. Preparing and reading a statement provided a sense of purpose, of involvement, in a scenario from which I and Therefore Simon had been separate for so long. Simon was my twin, and I wanted him to be heard. My voice is his voice, and always will be. But if I'm honest with myself, there was another element to attending the hearing. I was genuinely curious to see what Simon's killers, Craig Roberts and Carl Harrison, were like after all this time. More than a decade had passed since the murder. Craig in particular intrigued me. He was 16, little more than a kid really, when he killed Simon, when he beat and kicked him to a pulp and threw him unconscious into a pond. Now he'd be a man. What did he look like? And how would he react to seeing Simon's identical twin face to face? Would he be ashamed, emotional, detached? What would he be? So many questions. So much curiosity. I craved the contact that would bring the answers. I had a definite and deep desire to connect, to meet the two men who had so cruelly taken away my twin brother's life. Could they look me, a living, breathing version of Simon, in the eye and take in what I'd say to them? Were they monsters still? Would there even be an ounce of humanity in them? I readied my statement with several weeks to go, discussing all kinds of feelings and thoughts with my wife Jules. She had travelled with me every step of this torturous journey, from the exact second I found out that Simon had been murdered, through press appeals where she had sat close and clutched my hand, onto the arrests and trial, and into an often deeply challenging aftermath. While I was keen to be listened to, I was under no illusion that the hearing was not going to be anything other than a hugely difficult and deeply affecting experience. This wasn't a matter of getting up one day, taking a leisurely drive to a prison, wandering into a room, sitting down and saying a few words to a stranger. I wanted to tell this man, this murderer, him, in unsparing detail, about the wonderful brother he had so senselessly taken away, and the ugly burden of hurt with which he had replaced him. Every sentence, every description, every emotion mattered. These weren't sentences on a piece of paper. They were barbs buried deep in the skin of myself and my family. And we had carried them for years. I wanted my statement, my delivery, my demeanour to stand up to the extreme emotional rigour of the exercise. I had to make sure I was mentally ready. The day came. Mum, Dad and I would all be giving statements to the parole board. It was an odd situation. A desire for the whole thing to be over mixed with a wish for it never to start. But it had to be done. We needed it to be done, for Simon and for us. I felt immensely proud of Mum and Dad. They were going to the very depths of their emotions to ensure Simon's voice was heard. That is true strength, so far removed from the cowardice of the murderous attack that had taken their son. We stood, paced, shuffled, so much nervous energy in that waiting room for what seemed like an eternity. Time is one thing nobody's short of in prison. Eventually a warder entered. It was going first. So swept up were we in the emotion of the day that we'd never given such a basic element of the exercise a second thought. Instinctively, Dad got up. By now he was in his mid-70s and becoming increasingly frail, but it would take a lot more than age and a few aches and pains to prevent him taking the lead and saying his piece for his son. The three of us stood and hugged. Good luck, I had to say something. Mum and I watched him exit the room, accompanied by the officer. We sat and looked at our feet. Some minutes later he returned. We barely exchanged words. We didn't need to. The tears welled in his eyes, the choked expression, the sadness said everything. Just the briefest of nods. I'm okay. He had to say something. Mum was next. I could barely imagine what she was thinking as she was taken to a seat opposite one of the two men who had stamped on her son's head before leaving him to drown. I had no idea what she was going to say. Each of us was very private about our statements. They hadn't been shared. We respected one another's need for the procedure to be personal. Something we were doing for Simon, yes, but for ourselves too. Mum returned. She'd aged 10 years in 15 minutes. Again, a glance, an acknowledgement of something that had to be done. And then it was me. I was walked along a long blank corridor by the prison officer, a million thoughts ricocheting off the walls. How Craig might react, how I might react, how desperately I wanted to get my words out without collapsing into tears and breaking down. My legs were jelly by the time I reached the small flight of stairs that led to the meeting room, to the extent that I could barely manage to climb them. The officer noticed my struggle. "Would you like to sit down for a minute before we go in?" It wasn't an option. I'd come this far. No, I just needed to get in there. I was ready. The warder opened the door, and I walked in. I didn't need a second look. It was unmistakably him. When you've spent hours staring at someone in a courtroom, someone who has violated your family in the most stark and shocking manner, you don't forget. Craig might not have been a kid anymore. Indeed, he was a man in his 30s. But his features, the shape of his face, those eyes, were easily recognizable. Adrenaline surged through me as I was beckoned to take a seat. In front of me was the parole board chair and two members. Craig, in classic prison attire, t-shirt, tracksuit bottoms and trainers, was flanked by his parole officer and solicitor. I could see straight away he was in tears, shaken no doubt by the sight of Mum and Dad and what they had told him. I could imagine in particular the emotional power of my mum's statement, its thudding impact. There was only one thing I wanted to do: tell my story. I could feel inside me a pressure wanting release, anger, upset, grief, a huge need to cry. I drew a deep breath and told myself this was about being strong, representing Simon, empowering him. I felt deeply that Simon wanted to speak from inside me. I became aware of the parole chair talking, no doubt delivering the same preamble my mum and dad had been given. White noise, nothing more. I didn't care what she was saying. I just wanted it to end so I could say my piece. And then it came. The silence. I looked Craig straight in the eye and began. It is very hard to describe the impact of the brutal murder of your twin brother to someone outside your family. Words read out by an advocate, I feel, really don't portray the pain and hurt that the victim's family go through. That's why, as Simon's identical twin brother, I had to come to the hearing today out of a sense of purpose for Simon, my mum, my dad and my brother Richard, and to try and portray the permanent hurt inside my family. The murder of a loved one is so very, very hard to bear. For me, as Simon's identical twin, it has been especially hard so far and painful in many unique ways. I'll never forget seeing him in the mortuary on that pouring wet day in early September 1998. He was lying there, black, blue, massive black eyes, cuts all over him, freezing cold and hard as a board. It was Simon, my dead, badly beaten-up twin brother. It was like looking at myself dead. It really was. I looked up. Craig was staring straight at me. I carried on. Simon's murder took a huge chunk out of me. I'm a changed personality in many ways, some of which I don't actually realise myself. I am more withdrawn, more insular, and much less confident as a person generally. I have flashes of rage born out of anger towards the two people who killed my brother. Simon's murder continues to have an impact every day of every week. His death profoundly impacted my marriage and my relationship with my wife. We had only been married 6 months when Simon was murdered, and hence it had such a devastating impact so early on in our relationship. Our marriage has survived, but continues to be impacted. Although we have 2 lovely children now, Simon's death is always in the air. And now my children are growing up, they want to know about what happened to the uncle they were never able to meet. How do I explain the senseless murder of my twin brother to my children? I think of Simon's death every single day. I dream about his loss frequently. I continue to receive counselling. I often visualise the beating that he took that night in my mind until I cry. A murder is a bereavement that is so very hard to move on from. I often describe it as a brutal, ugly cloud that drags along with you wherever you are, exercising its demons and reminders just whenever it decides to. The potential release of Craig Roberts, coming on top of Carl Harrison at the same time, is another massive hurdle that the family needs to face. It will be painful knowing that they have a chance to rebuild their lives again, to see family and friends and to enjoy living a normal existence. I still have a great sense of anger towards both prisoners for what they did to Simon on that night. I know that this anger will never subside. I would never, ever accept an apology or any kind of message from either of the prisoners. The release is a devastating prospect in every sense. I'll need to be particularly supportive of my mum and dad, who I know will suffer particularly badly around the time of the release. I don't really yet fully know how I feel about the whole release. Certainly tremendous anger and bitterness that they have a life to rebuild, while my brother looks down from heaven, crying at the life he has lost. I'd always imagined Craig's face as that of a murdering evil monster. I'd also suspected a slightly cynical, clinical even, edge to him. Although he was the younger of the 2 killers, we always perceived him, from what we saw and heard in court, as the more intelligent, and felt he was the ringleader. Now, however, as I saw his reaction to my revelation of the desperate and everlasting grief he had caused, it was as if a veil was being lifted. There, instead of a thing of savagery, I saw a person, someone who was deeply ashamed of what he'd done. A parole hearing doesn't allow an offender to speak to a victim or their relatives, but while Craig may not have been allowed to talk, seeing the remorse etched on his face made me think he was beginning to understand the true extent of what he'd done. It seemed like he no longer wished to live a life in blinkers, as if avoidance, hiding from reality, would eat him alive and stop him moving on. If there was to be a second chapter to his life, then the narrative had to be penned by his own guiding hand. At that moment, in that prison, that narrative was one of a grown man trying to recover from the person he used to be. Where I had always imagined a beast who should never be released, here was someone different, someone who had sat and listened in a respectful way. I walked out of the prison that day with an odd and unexpected feeling of achievement, a contentment that we had shown courage in attending the hearing, that we had been in control, able to see the offender and read our statements. I realised then that what I really wanted, needed even, was for this to be more than a one-way process. I had a connection with Craig. I wanted to meet him. I was ready to talk. What I didn't know was that Craig was on his own journey to exactly the same conclusion. In prison, he'd heard a talk by the father of a murder victim about restorative justice, where those who have suffered from criminal activity have the chance of discourse with the perpetrator. The impact of the talk had been significant, to the extent that he followed it up by putting in a request for his own victim's family to meet with him. It was a natural progression. In prison, he'd studied courses which had introduced him to the concept of social justice. The core dynamic of restorative justice is that it comes from both sides, a synchronization of a desire to address the past. Relatives may attend parole hearings, as we had, and maybe even find some satisfaction, but the prisoner's silence is deafening. You read out a statement, and that's the end of the process. The inmate has no opportunity to verbalize their own regret or sorrow. If there is contrition, it cannot be spoken. Parole hearings wholly ignore, for both sides, the healing power of conversation. Restorative justice, on the other hand, allows for exactly that scenario, but is a system rarely used, especially in a case like mine where what's being addressed is a crime of murder. In fact, in all the time the prisoners had been in jail, I'd never heard of restorative justice. I get why. Violent death is raw and forever continues to be. Would you like to meet the offender? Isn't a question many relatives of murder victims have any desire to be asked. But in my head, I felt ready to talk to Craig. Forgiveness wasn't in my mind. The journey I was on was one of acceptance, and talking to Craig would have to happen if ever I was to reach that stage. There was another element, however unpalatable, that had been nudging its way forward in my mind. As Craig and his co-killer Carl began the procedure of being moved towards release, I was being forced more and more to wrestle with the question of whether they deserved a second chance. Potential freedom for my brother's killers was extremely hard to reconcile. How could they be allowed a possible return to normal life when our wounds remained so open, so deep? And yet, maybe, despite my instincts forged in the cauldron of bleak experience, Craig had been released from a custodial sentence the same day he took Simon's life. It could be that anyone can make a serious mistake and be given a new start. Even murderers. Even the murderers of my twin brother. I'd always thought I wanted something positive to come out of Simon's death. Perhaps Craig could be a starting point. Perhaps he could be someone whose reflections on his past might seep into the consciences of others like him and prevent more families going through what we'd been through. Even if that was just one family spared our horror, it would be a success. Strange to think that I'd gone from a hate-fueled desire never to see Craig released to a recognition that maybe there was another way. But I could not deny I was ready to talk to him. My victim liaison officer Stella called to let me know of Craig's request. Not that I was going to rush into anything. I did have some caution. For every part of me that wanted to connect with Craig, another part was nervous. I knew from experience how easily revisiting the attack could upset me, make me angry. It still does, and I suspect always will. Recently I sat down with my daughter Kira and watched a video of my and Jules' wedding taken by a guest with a camcorder. I'd never seen it before and wanted to recall various elements of the day, but more than anything to see moving images of Simon. I was deeply distressed, able to internalize the pain while my daughter was there, but the tears came afterwards, for the same reason I am so often overcome. The sheer unfairness of it all. I can be overwhelmed by tears very easily if I let myself. It happens when I look at newspaper cuttings surrounding Simon's death, particularly upsetting, especially the details of the murder itself. Not just the violence, the element of taking advantage of a misplaced trust. Simon, confused after leaving a nightclub in an unfamiliar area, had simply asked two people if they could help him find his way to a friend's house. Sickens me. Naively, he looked at those young men as two people who could give him a hand. They looked at him as someone they could assault, rob, and ultimately kill. Simon was like that, unquestioning, happy-go-lucky. And where, ultimately, did that get him? Any dip into the past is likely to make me remember things I have forgotten. A newspaper report is an impersonal matter to most people, a factual report. You're meant to read it, flip the page, and go on to something else. When it concerns yourself, you are unable to do anything so simple. You are reading it in stereo. In one sense, it's a factual account of something that has happened. In another, you are heavily entwined in every paragraph, every sentence, every word. One report I found not long ago told how Simon, according to Carl, had become increasingly concerned for his own safety, getting paranoid, as Carl put it. At one point, Simon had crouched down, possibly to sort his laces out, which was when the attack was launched. The report stated that Carl punched him on the chin and then started putting the boot in. Simon went to grab Carl's legs, which was when Craig also dived in, kicking him. I'd never read that detail before, and it had me imagining all sorts of things about Simon struggling on the ground, trying to protect himself. Another report detailed evidence from the pathologist, describing Simon's injuries and the nature of the attack, short, sharp and brutal, most likely to have caused them. It revealed that Simon was, at best, semi-conscious when Craig and Carl threw him into the pond after subjecting him to a totally unnecessary frenzy of violence. I recall the pathologist's evidence at the trial only too easily, as he described the trauma from sustained kicks and blows to Simon's head. My mum had to run from the courtroom. Before I could truly accept a move towards restorative justice, I wanted to fully understand what it entailed, what it might do to me and, by extension, those around me. How would Mum and Dad react if I told them I was meeting Craig? Might the emotional pressure affect my mood, my demeanour at home? Could it wreck the equilibrium I had battled so hard to build? And then there was Simon. I felt disloyal to him. What would he think if he saw me doing this? Sitting down to chat with one of his killers, a person who had inflicted such violence upon him and left him for dead. These were huge matters which had to be reconciled in my mind. I talked it over with Jules. My parents, meanwhile, assured me that while restorative justice was never something they could countenance, they were okay with me accessing it. Eventually, after many months of debate and counter-debate, I made my decision. The session was meticulously planned. We had two restorative justice facilitators, Mandy and Jenny, from the Victim Support Organisation. They came to my house and we had 6 meetings, a series of preparation exercises over several months. The idea was to explore what I wanted to get out of the conference, as a restorative justice meeting is called. What was I hoping for? Why now? And would I be able to deal with the consequences? There was, for example, every possibility I would come out of the conference having heard things that were deeply upsetting. Some of what unravelled I would likely not be able to share with my parents because it would simply be too distressing. Having made me ask questions of myself, then they liaised with Craig in prison. Why did he want to do this? What questions did he want to ask? How would he react if I asked certain questions of him? There's a loose framework of questions in a conference, but I was far from beholden to sticking to it. Eventually, after a year of planning and preparation, and with the reasons for going ahead with restorative justice settled in my mind, and presumably Craig's, the session was confirmed. Even then, however, after all the meetings and explanations, the late nights talking it through with Jules, there was a big part of me that felt totally lost as to what was to come. What would it really be like in that room opposite the man who had murdered my brother? I was fortunate to meet Ray Donovan, who had been through restorative justice with the 3 killers of his son, Christopher, again a mindless attack on an innocent young man. A week before his 19th birthday, Christopher was kicked unconscious in the street after being set upon by 9 thugs. Left unconscious in the middle of a 4-lane road, he was then hit by a car and dragged 40 feet. Ray, who along with his wife Vi has shown immense mental fortitude and is someone I deeply admire, became a mentor to me. Having the support of a person who understood what I was about to go through was incredibly valuable. Ray talked about what to do and what not to do in the meeting. More pertinently, he reinforced something I already knew. It would be a very powerful and emotional day. With a date set, Jules and I drove to the jail, HMP Woodhill near Milton Keynes. Craig's environment. It's another, albeit inevitable, oddity of the justice system that the victims are the ones constantly asked to step into alien and deeply unsettling surroundings. My nerves had been on edge from the minute I walked that morning, not improved any when I reached the gates of the high-security facility, only to find they didn't have me down as being a visitor. The mix-up sorted, Mandy took me through to the meeting place, the chapel, an eerie setting made even more so by the nature of what was about to happen. She showed me the setup, essentially a circle of chairs, close, no physical barrier. To one side was a small screened-off area in case I needed time out. Everything had been designed to be as natural, as comfortable as possible, but the way a few chairs were set out could never disguise the weight of what was about to happen. In that moment, I was very nearly overcome. I walked round the circle and started to cry. I seriously questioned whether this was the right thing to do, a thought which had come and gone a few times in the past few months. I could have pulled out at any stage if I'd had a wobble, and those doubts did rise to the surface on occasions. In fact, the initial date for my meeting with Craig had been 2 months earlier. I convinced myself again that this was the right thing to do. I'd travelled too far down this track to walk away at the last hurdle. Mandy and Jenny sat down beside me and Jules, and Mandy asked if I was ready. With tears again welling up, I signalled that I was good to go. Craig walked in. Where once had been a 16-year-old kid, now there was a man, well-built, muscular, with a strong, filled-out face. Flanked by his probation officer and a prison warder, he took his place. And so here he was, one of the 2 killers who had brought a savage end to the life of a young man adored by all he met. Except for those 2, of course. They had snuffed out Simon's life, his light for a watch and a bank card. They had stamped on his head with both feet, beaten him unconscious, and laughed as they poured water over him to bring him round to get his PIN number. Their snarling, twisted faces, distorted in a frenzy of drink and drug-fueled violence, was the last example of humanity Simon ever saw. Craig and Carl beat him up and killed him. He died with that rank, vicious cruelty imprinted, quite literally, on his brain. While I had seen a different, better side to Craig in the parole meetings, I still carried those images with me. They weren't going to disappear into the ether now. Craig had always been portrayed in the media as being at the forefront of the assault, always in denial, always trying to get off. At that time, he was simply a nasty individual. According to newspaper reports, he had actually been wearing Simon's watch when he was arrested. No matter how much I tried to neutralise my feelings, I would never be able to comprehend how someone could look at something so personal, torn from the wrist of the person they've just violently murdered, and coldly and calculatedly attach it to themselves. Even with the distance of time, it's something that always made me very angry. At the trial, I had actually harboured fantasies of revenge. You know the scene from Reservoir Dogs where a man is tied to a chair and his tormentor cuts off his ears? I honestly had the same thoughts about Craig and Carl. I used to dream about torturing them, inflicting pain on them and eventually killing them. I went through levels of anger that I never knew I was capable of. If I get my hands on them, I would say, I will kill them. And now, here was one of them sat not 5 feet away from me. I had requested his presence, as he had requested mine. I looked Craig in the eye, something he'd studiously avoided doing when I'd first laid eyes on him in the courtroom. Never once, then, had he met my gaze, or that of my family. Perhaps it would have made too real what he had done. There was so much I wanted to ask him. New questions arose with every retelling of the story in my head. I needed to fill and complete the story. As Simon's twin, I needed to know everything, every wincing detail, however distressing. Where did you meet Simon? What did you say to him? What did he say? Did you pretend to be helping him? How did the attack start? How badly was he hurt? Why did you kill him? How did you kill him? Was he crying? Who put him in the pond? Was he still conscious at that point? What were his last words? What did you spend his money on? Did you think you would get away with it? What did you think when you saw his picture in the papers? Did you see my TV appeal? Do you want to say sorry? So many questions, and one unalterable fact. You destroyed our family. 17 years on from Simon's murder, I was going to talk to Craig. He was going to talk to me. Chapter 2. Twins. Our cockerel Harry would wake us up in the morning. As kids we had bantams at the bottom of the garden, and the first job of the day was to go down to get the eggs. For the uninitiated, cockerels can be quite vicious, very protective, and it wasn't unknown for 2 or 3, Harry especially, to fly at us, trying to peck our heads. You two think you're getting near our hens? Forget it. We'd come sprinting back up to the house. Mom! Risk of attack aside, those birds were a big part of our life. We always had to get them in before dusk, otherwise the foxes would come for them. One evening we forgotten, and one of Simon's hens was killed. He was devastated, but it was all part of the natural world in which we were immersed. We were definitely the sort of kids who knew the names of birds and trees. As young as 12, we'd go off cycling or camping in the Lake District. We'd put a tent on the back of our bikes and stay on the banks of Ullswater or Buttermere. Mum thought nothing of it, and she was right. It was a great way growing up. Innocence personified. Our village was Branthwaite, only 5 miles from the West Cumbria coastal town of Workington, but still with a truly isolated feel, the sort of tiny place where the buses passed through once a week. Our life was countrified, idyllic. At the back of our house, named Harlow, was a massive garden to play in, or sometimes we'd go out into the fields, take a picnic, have little adventures. It was a case of, see you later, Mum, and then we'd be off, walking for miles, messing about in the woods, paddling in rivers. In the summer holidays, we'd have picnics at Wastwater, famed for being England's deepest lake, overlooked by Scawfell Pike, the country's highest mountain. Sometimes Richard, Simon and I would stay with Dad's uncle, Bobby, who had several farms a few miles away in the remote northern fells. Our speciality was helping out with the sheep dipping, directing the flock down a narrow channel where Bobby would wait at the end with a big hook to force them down into the chemical mix that protected them from parasites. Bobby kept cattle as well, many bred from Texan bulls. He'd go out to America, buy bull semen and bring it back to inseminate his stock. One way or another, staying with Bobby was always an eye-opening experience. As we got a bit older, Simon began to exhibit a slightly more maverick side than me, more, let's see what happens if. He loved having bonfires in the garden, for instance, and being kids we'd put all sorts of things on the fire, tins of paint and a lot. Simon was definitely a bit of a pyromaniac as a kid. He liked blowing stuff up. More than a few aerosols ended up on those back garden blazes. But it wasn't like I was sat inside with a library book while he was causing havoc. We both enjoyed that thrill of adventure. Early in our teens, we bought a motorcycle. Richard already had one, and so Simon and I saved up our pocket money and shared a little 50cc bike, which we'd ride around the garden, no helmets or anything. Other times we'd break through the fence into a nearby scrapyard, climb to the top of the teetering piles of old bashed-up vehicles, the exact sort of thing they told you not to do in the public information films that were so prevalent at the time, and dare each other to nick a badge off a car. It was good fun. Until, eventually, the guy who owned it decided enough was enough and got a big Alsatian. At the same time, neither of us had ever been the type of lads to get into trouble. There was one occasion where we'd fallen out with a couple of mates, had a big row, and one of them took a swing at Simon, but it was just kids being kids, and soon forgotten. We'd never had to step in to protect each other. Growing up in such an insular environment might well be most modern children's idea of a nightmare. Had I been an only child, maybe I'd have felt the same. But Simon and I were with each other virtually every second of the day. In fact, to ourselves and everyone else around Branthwaite, we were effectively a unit, not so much Simon and Nick as the twins. And we suited that singularity. From the start, we had always been those classical identical twins. We dressed in the same clothes, had the same haircut, were in the same class at school, and had the same friends. In our early years, even though we hadn't needed to, we even shared a bedroom. Aside from the everyday similarities, there were those which were a little less easy to describe, the main one being an uncanny ability to know what the other one was thinking. We had an innate understanding of one another. That's how similar we were in personality, and that's how we liked it. That began to change as we went further into our teenage years, at which point we both increasingly wanted to be independent, to be people in our own right, to seek out our own identity. As a twin, you see the world in a slightly different way, and the world sees you in a slightly different way, especially if you're identical. For a long time, you're seen as being part of a pod, two halves of one person. But the older you get, the more you start to get fed up with being seen as just a single entity. At school, the teachers wouldn't even try to tell us apart. They'd just ask, "Which one are you?" While, as with all identical twins, there were subtle differences in appearance, to them we were simply twin 1 and twin 2. When we got older, it was time to break free of that monochrome depiction. We wanted to display our true colours. We remained incredibly close, but different. You can see the change in family photos. Early on, we're pretty much identical. But as we go into secondary school, there's signs of a fraternal rebellion as we begin to display differing looks to match diverging lives. At that school, we developed different friendship groups, accentuated when, after year 10, we found ourselves in different classes. Wanting our own space and privacy, by then we'd also had a few years of separate bedrooms. At this point, the main ingredient in our glue was our isolation, which dictated that we remained very reliant on each other. It meant, for instance, that we didn't have much of a social life until we were 16 or 17, which is quite late for a lot of teenagers. With no way of getting anywhere and friends based mainly in Cockermouth, the small market town a few miles away where we went to school, it was inevitable we were still going to be spending a lot of time together. If we did go into Cockermouth, it would be as a pair, relying on a lift from Mum. We did, though, manage to tick off a few teenage experiences. Cockermouth was where we'd have our first taste of alcohol. While Branthwaite had 2 pubs, there was no point trying to get served underage in a village where everyone knows you. In Cockermouth, on the other hand, we could give it a try, although it was never easy as we both looked incredibly young for our age. More likely that we'd be drinking and very possibly being sick at a party at a friend's house whose parents weren't around. If we were going to achieve any kind of real independence from Branthwaite, then we were going to need cars. We passed our driving tests at the earliest opportunity and soon both had minis. We were definitely starting to spread our wings. Academically, we had both left school at 16. I worked for a chemical company while studying for a BTEC and then went on to study chemistry at Manchester University. Simon, meanwhile, went to technical college in Carlisle before studying computer science at Coventry University. We both had an interest in computing, having owned ZX Spectrums, the pioneering early home computers, when we were kids. We tried our hands at writing code to create games, another factor in having to make our own entertainment. Simon actually devised a game called Alien Alert, showing his early programming skills by selling several copies through a software company. Simon left home aged 18, a year before me, which I found quite hard. Not only was it the first time we'd been apart, but I couldn't help contrasting my continued quiet village life with the rather more ribald time he was enjoying at university. Coventry offered that explosion of independence Simon had been looking for. He turned up at home one day with his ear pierced. Dad went berserk, but for Simon it was just something he and a few friends had done after a few drinks. Coventry, for him, was a whole new world of fun and escapism. His going to live there came at the time when Coventry City won the FA Cup. I remember him telling me how mad it was, with street parties, people having the time of their lives, and it seemed like his own everyday experience was pretty much the same. In fact, while I was already working full-time in a chemicals factory, with day release for study and evening classes, it was hearing about his university experience that made me want to go off and do the same. I saw it as a way to see a bit of life, be independent and find out a bit about myself. I had a good life in Cumbria, but it was definitely restrictive compared to what it could be elsewhere. Going to university offered me that experience of city life. Manchester was busy, vibrant, and on the way up. I met some incredible people there, and the nightlife was definitely a little more lively than Cockermouth. At the same time, however, I never lost my love for Cumbria and where I grew up. The Lakes was who I was. It defined me, and still does. Those later youthful years, first in Cumbria and then at university, were the start of a divergence, which, while our underlying bond was always there, saw our paths separate, perhaps more than other identical twins. In the end, Simon never got his degree. Failing his second year, he was unable to complete the course and instead found employment at Wix, the building suppliers, as a computer programmer before going on to work for Lexicraft, the company Dad had bought in Birkenhead. Always harbouring a desire to own his own business, and with a golden handshake from his previous job, Dad had taken on the business which made nameplates, labels and signs for clients such as Virgin Trains, Bentley and Otis Elevators. It was an inauspicious start. Dad had only owned the factory for 2 months when some idiot put a firework through a vent in the brickwork. The explosion went straight into a tub of solvent and the place went up in flames. It says everything about Dad's resolve that he could overcome such a disheartening setback and make a success of the venture. I, on the other hand, finished my degree and headed down to the southeast to work for BP. At first, Mum and Dad kept our house in Cumbria, and Dad bought a flat near his business on the Wirral, staying during the week and heading home at the weekends. Later, Mum and Dad purchased a flat in the rejuvenated Docklands in Liverpool, before selling up for good in Cumbria and moving down to Chester. As we settled into new roles, Simon and I were getting more and more used to having independent lives and becoming people in our own right. I would actually move to America for 2 years with BP in the mid-90s, and he never came out to see me, something which would have seemed unimaginable in our younger days, although I was travelling home at regular intervals, so we'd still catch up. Equally, he'd found a new life on the Wirral, where he made a good bunch of mates and embarked on a few serious relationships. But there was one thing that always brought Simon and me back together. Carlisle United. Dad first took us to a game at Brunton Park during Christmas week in 1983, our expectations soaring with a thrilling 3-1 derby victory over the big boys down the road, Newcastle United in the old Division 2. It's been downhill ever since. But we were hooked, and from then on had season tickets and would get the train from Workington to home games on our own. We were Carlisle through and through, and as soon as we were old enough started driving all over the country to away games. It didn't matter where they were, hence one epic trip to Torquay and back in a Mini. It was about being together and making great memories. When we got older and Simon remained in the north while I lived down south, we would still meet up at games. In fact, the last time I saw him, 2 weeks before his death, was for a cup tie at Tranmere Rovers, just down the road from his flat. 3 months later, the Carlisle United Union Jack which we took to away games was placed on his coffin as it was lowered into the grave. I still have Simon's Carlisle United replica shirts, and still occasionally wear them, same as I have the little Carlisle United sticker that he put in his car. Holding on to such things, using them, keeps him alive. When death is sudden, no one can ever know they've just said their last goodbye. At the point that Tranmere versus Carlisle tie was drawn out the hat, we'd both been delighted. Its proximity to Simon's flat made it the perfect match. A 15-minute walk there and back, and afterwards we chatted for 10 minutes in his front room. I distinctly remember him sitting on the window having a smoke and a vodka. By now it was getting late, and with work the next day I still had the drive back south. And so there it was, the goodbye. Chances are with a hug or a quick hand on the shoulder. I'll see you at the next game. Outside, I looked up at his window. There was Simon. We waved. I got in my car and drove back down to Surrey. I tried so hard to remember every detail of what happened that night, but at the time I never thought anything more of it. Why would I? We'd said goodbye 1,000 times before, and we'd say goodbye 1,000 times more. I never saw Simon alive again. Chapter 3. Murder. That's where we were born. The words had literally just left my mouth when my mobile rang. It was 3 o'clock on the Sunday afternoon of the most magnificently sunny August bank holiday weekend, and I was driving past Whitehaven Hospital as part of a short break, camping in Cumbria with Jules while showing her my and Simon's old haunts. I wanted to give her a feel for who I was, because at that point we'd only been together 14 months. We went to my schools, places I used to work, the houses I'd lived in, even where my gran had lived until she died the previous year. And then finally the hospital where Simon and I were born, as I reminisced about our early life in Branthwaite and beyond. The screen showed the phone number for Simon's flat. Ignore it, smiled Jules. We're on our weekend away. She was right. This was precious time together. 2 newlyweds still getting to know one another. We'd only been married for 6 months. I could talk to Simon any time. But then it rang again. And again. Eventually I pulled over and answered. I was expecting Simon's voice, but instead, weirdly, it was Dad. "Nicholas?" "Yeah?" "Ring me back from a call box, please. Make sure Jules is with you." I began to worry. "Dad, what's wrong?" He wouldn't say. "What's wrong? Just tell me." "No. I want you to find a phone box and call me back." There was clearly no changing his mind, and so the minute I saw a box, I stopped and rang. "Is Jules with you?" he asked. "Yes, she's standing next to me." I was getting very nervous. And then he said it. "Simon has been murdered." I can still visualize everything about that phone box. I could drive you straight to it now, show you my exact position as I started kicking out at it. Kicking and punching. Down the receiver I heard Dad, "You need to get here as soon as you can." We drove back to the campsite. Our shock was such that we literally picked the tent up as it was and threw it, and everything else inside it, pots, pans, the lot, into the back of the car. This was deep shock. Total shock. So much so that I hadn't even thought to ask Dad any questions. I just wanted to get to my parents' home as fast as I could, Jules trying to keep me calm as she drove. I was in no fit state to be behind the wheel. About half an hour into the journey, the fog of disbelief cleared just enough for me to start wondering what might have happened. My first thought was that it must have been someone Simon knew. After all, most murders are committed by people known to the victim. In my mind's eye, I imagined that he'd been stabbed, that there'd been some kind of altercation, the result of an ongoing dispute I didn't know about. I had what I now know were intrusive, silly thoughts, some even involving Simon's friends, as I grasped for some sort of explanation. Of course, I was operating on the most limited information. I had no idea Simon had actually gone missing before his body was found by strangers in a park. We had to stop for fuel on the M6 at Killington Lake Services. I needed to know more. Dad had been trying to protect me by telling me as little as possible, but in fact the lack of knowledge was sending my brain out of control. "I'm going to call him back and ask some questions," I told Jules. I rang the number. "Dad," I said, "I just need you to tell me what happened. What do you know?" He didn't try to dress the situation up as anything it wasn't. He told me Simon had been found floating in a pond, that he'd been badly beaten, and that was all anyone knew at this point. It was blunt and brutal to hear, but I needed to know. "The police are here right now," he informed me. "Just get here as quickly as you can." I got back in the car and we sped on south. I hadn't realised that Dad had just suffered the most awful, heart-shattering experience any parent can have. He'd identified his son at the morgue. In that bubble of painful ignorance in the car, I had no idea that Simon's friends had spent the weekend becoming increasingly anxious about his disappearance. No one had either seen him or heard from him since Friday night, when he'd gone out to a nightclub in Bromborough, about 5 miles from his flat. He was supposed to have been staying at a friend's house in the area, leaving his van there and heading home in the morning. Except no one had seen him since the club. His van was still outside the friend's house and he wasn't answering his mobile. It was like he'd disappeared off the face of the earth. At that point, there was only one fact everyone knew. This really wasn't like Simon. Over the course of the weekend, Simon's friends had gone from curious to anxious to frantic, ringing one another constantly in the hope someone had seen him. In the end, they had gathered at Simon's flat. Mum and Dad, who by now were also desperately worried, they too had heard nothing, had arrived there too. Simon normally went into work on a Saturday morning and afterwards would often go over to see our parents. When he neither came round nor got in touch, they had gone to bed thinking things just didn't seem right. On Sunday morning they tried again and again to contact their son. At that point, living in Chester, they hadn't heard the TV and radio bulletins about the body in the park. It was lunchtime when they got a call from Simon's flatmate, Russell, who told them Simon hadn't been seen since he went out on Friday night. Already deeply concerned, they drove straight round to Simon's flat. When they saw how equally anguished Simon's friends were, it quickly became apparent that something was very wrong. That was it. The final jolt. Dad reported him missing. For the police, Dad's description of Simon rang alarm bells. They thought immediately of the young man discovered floating in the pond at Bromboro's Brotherton Park early on Saturday morning. Stealing his wallet, Simon's killers had robbed him not only of his life, but his identity. For the best part of 2 days he was a nameless body found drowned. The killers stripped him of even that most basic dignity. "Mr. Dawson," an officer said, "we'd like you to come to the mortuary." They sent a car to Simon's flat to take Dad to the nearby Arrow Park Hospital. I find it almost impossible to contemplate what was going through Dad's mind during the short few minutes of that journey, clinging on to the last threads of hope that his son was still alive. Cruelly, his hopes were raised when an officer told him the dead man had long dark hair. "It can't be Simon," he thought. "He doesn't have hair like that." But then, when the curtains opened, there was Simon lying there. His hair looked darker and longer because of the way it had dried out after being soaked for so long in the pond. Dad broke down and was taken back to the flat by the police officer. When he walked through the door, he didn't need to say any words to Mum. The look on his face said it all. Her instant reaction was to run into my brother's bedroom, shut herself in Simon's wardrobe and smother herself in his clothes. Dad, meanwhile, was told by the police that he needed to inform me and Richard straight away. The fact that Dad rang to tell me Simon and I had been torn apart when I'd just revisited our whole early life, all the places I'd grown up with him, and was actually opposite the hospital where we were born, is, of course, the cruelest of cruel ironies. In some ways, it's as if it was meant to be, like fate was playing its part in those awful events. Such a strange coincidence, and naturally I have thought about that symmetry and whether there was something in it, whether that in itself was the signal between us both, the psychic connection between twins that people talk about. When something bad happens to one of them, isn't the other meant to receive some kind of signal? A flash of anxiety, a feeling of dread in the pit of the stomach, a sudden urge to get in touch? But in all honesty, that didn't happen for me. The night Simon died was, from my point of view, complete normality. At the point he'd been in the park, I was fast asleep at my parents' house. Jules and I had called in before heading on to the lakes on a Saturday. Same goes for the phone call from Dad by the hospital. I can't honestly see it as anything more than a coincidence. One of the several events inevitably given weight in the context of the horror that happened that night. The only occurrence which afterwards did make me think at least a little came a few months before Simon's death. I was on a work field trip with Jules when suddenly I felt as if somebody had walked over my grave. It was an awful sensation, dark, as if something horrible was going to happen. I had no specific image of what that might be, only that it was something truly terrible. I brushed the thought aside, same as anyone would. It wasn't like I believed in the power of premonition. But afterwards I would often think back to that moment. I had actually hoped to see Simon that Friday night at Mum and Dad's. We phoned ahead as we were coming up the M6, and I remember asking Mum whether Simon would be there when we arrived about 7 p.m. "No," she said, "he's decided to go out tonight." I was disappointed. "Oh, really? Can he not just come over and see us?" Mum repeated that he'd made plans. It was a shame, but I could see that with him living in Birkenhead and my parents in Chester, it would have been difficult for him to do both. Anyway, I hoped we'd see him on the Monday on the way back down. I'm sure he'd have felt the same. Friday would have been nice, but really we could catch up any time. It was no big deal. Whichever way you look at it, one thing remains the same. The scene of devastation I walked into when Jules and I finally arrived. Richard opened the front door, 1,000 words of hurt exchanged in a second. And then I saw Mum, sobbing uncontrollably, holding one of Simon's shirts tight against her chest. No one needed to say anything. My old world was gone. This was the new one. A life taken away and multiple others damaged beyond comprehension. Chapter 4. Manhunt. That first night, we sat in the lounge at Mum and Dad's house trying to make sense of what had happened. Around 6 a.m, the birds started singing. A new day to deal with. Together, Richard and his wife Sam were there too. We spent the next 48 hours just existing, basically in a zombie state. The enormity of what had happened meant we couldn't actually function. Occasionally we tried to sleep, but the shock was so deep there was no chance. The doctor was cold and gave Mum a sedative. Most of the time we sat deep in thought, other times asking the same question. Why? In that moment, all you want to know is the facts, the bits and pieces. What has happened? Who has done it? Mum was crying all the time. If I did manage to drift off to sleep, I'd wake and immediately hear her. I'd lie there thinking, how has this happened? And asking the question everyone in our situation goes over and over. Why us? Odd what you remember. At one point, Dad poured a whiskey for each of us, a drink I'd never liked. It sticks in my mind as it was just so unlike him to do something like that. Then again, this was so unlike everything. I forced the alcohol down while clinging desperately to the thought of Simon's face. I never wanted to let go of it and, strange as it sounds, actually truly believed he was still with us in the room. I could almost reach out and touch him floating above me by the ceiling. From his vantage point, he was looking down on us all. I imagined him wondering what all the fuss was about. What had happened to make everyone look so sad? Also with us was Karen Nixon, the police family liaison officer we would come to know so well. Karen was crucial in those first few days, our guide, day by day, hour by hour. Very quickly she became subsumed into the family, a huge part of our lives. Both our trusted confidant and the link between us and the investigation. She virtually lived at my parents' house, explaining police process, talking about options and shielding us from the media, on one occasion deflecting a journalist from the Daily Mail who knocked on the door. The media would play an important role in finding Simon's killers, but Karen knew a doorstep interview, angry, disorganised, emotional, wasn't the way to attract the kind of targeted information that was needed from the public. A major police investigation was underway, and those first few days would be crucial. Appeals for information had to be done in a controlled and proper manner that would, we all hoped, produce results. We weren't there to satisfy any kind of grim and no doubt fleeting media fascination with Simon being a twin and me left behind. With Dad having made the official identification, Karen advised the rest of us not to see Simon. She felt it would be better for us to remember him the way he was in life, not death. I appreciated what she was saying, but as his twin, I had to see him. I had to say my goodbyes. And, as odd as it might sound, I had to believe that he was dead. Disbelief nagged me insistently and impatiently, prodding me, instilling in me a twisted curiosity to see Simon's body and give myself clarity. Maybe it isn't him, I tell myself. Maybe there's a mistake. My doubt felt justified. How could it be him? I'd seen him not so long ago at a football match. It was as if the sky was shedding tears when we drove into the mortuary car park at Arrow Park that dreary September morning. Maybe there is a heaven up there, I thought to myself. Maybe Simon is looking down, crying. We ran from the car to the waiting room, me and Jules, Richard and Sam. Today was the day we'd all convince ourselves that Simon really was dead, a murder victim at 30 years of age. It would, we all knew, be a day we'd never forget, one shot through with shock and disbelief. A nightmare, actually, if only that were true. I tried momentarily to convince myself, maybe this is all just a bad dream. But then the rain hit my face, the reality took over, and I was hit by the glaring reality of why we were there and what we had to do. We were led into a side room and asked to stand by a long window. The curtain would draw back when we were ready. I had a huge knot in my stomach. We looked at one another, each going through our own personal battle with emotion, shock and grief. I imagined this was how it must feel to be in front of a firing squad waiting to be shot. The curtains moved across with a sombre electric hum. And there was Simon, lying as if sleeping on a surgeon's operating table, covered aside from his head in a pristine white sheet. Jules and I stood motionless, gazing at him. Almost in unison we started crying. It was Simon. Yes, it was Simon. It was definitely Simon. No mistake, no dream, no escape. And of course, because it was Simon, it was me as well. I had a very real sense of looking at myself. Nothing can ever prepare you to see your identical twin lying dead in front of you. All I could do was stare. The first thing that struck me was the bruising to his face, the black eyes and the cuts. We'd been told about the nature of Simon's injuries and knew he'd been badly beaten, but seeing him at this moment confirmed our worst thoughts. He'd been subjected to a truly savage attack. I could see more cuts and bruises on his hands where clearly he'd tried to protect himself. It made me numb. Not angry, yet. Just numb and in deep shock. I knew I had to touch Simon, hold him, kiss him, and to our surprise the 3 staff members allowed us to go through the door. Without hesitation we walked to his side. My last ever meeting with my twin. My last ever chance to give him a hug and say goodbye. And yet in that moment I didn't know what to do, what to say, how to touch. I bent down to kiss his forehead, immediately hit by the smell of formaldehyde and a clinical antiseptic smell across his whole body. I kissed him and noticed close up the beads of condensation on his forehead, and then how cold and hard his body was. Where the sheet ended, I could also make out a large cut on his chest, presumably the result of the post-mortem. I can see now why it's said that in death the soul leaves the body. It was as if Simon had left himself behind as a shell, a lifeless, motionless shell. I could barely take it all in, like it was too much for my brain to process. So much hurt, emotion, and horror at the same time. In tears, I squeezed Simon's hand, said goodbye, and kissed him one more time. Jules did the same, and we walked out in dull, frozen shock. Afterwards, I wished I could have spent more time with Simon, just on my own, to sit and talk. All these years later, it remains a regret. But seeing him was definitely the right thing to do. The 4 of us left the morgue crying together. A dreary day soaked with tears. We had seen Simon and learned what we needed to know. The experience remains as vivid today as it did then. When we got back to Mum and Dad's, we tried to make sense of what we'd seen. Questions were ripping through our heads like wildfire. Again, our thoughts were consumed with so many mixed feelings. Deep loss, disbelief, terror, horror, fright, curiosity. So many why and what if questions. Grief, anger, and once more, who did this? Mum would make multiple trips to the mortuary, Sam accompanying her on several occasions, each time having to remind her not to pull the sheet down. Each time she'd try anyway. Simon was her baby. She wanted to see more of him. For Mum, visiting Simon took on a huge emotional significance. She wanted to go all the time. Distant family members would call round to pass on their condolences, and she would even ask them if they wanted to go to see him. Mum also asked Sam to take her to the pond. Police frogmen were searching the water when she arrived. From that point on, Mum found the pond an incredibly difficult place to visit. For me, it was different. The same as I had to see Simon, it was important for me to visit where he'd been found. The way I saw it, the place where Simon died was also the last place he was alive. The officer leading the manhunt, DCI Colin Matthews, accompanied me, and I found myself walking around a lovely park full of wildflower meadows and woodland. Eventually we came to Woodsley Pond. I looked at this small body of water surrounded by sun-dappled foliage and trees. I don't know how I'd expected a murder scene to look, but this wasn't it. At that point, the police didn't have any clues as to what had happened. Simon had been found in the park, and that was that. Posters had been put up around Bromborough and Birkenhead asking for information. Can you help find Simon's killer? But detectives were still very much trying to piece together events. To move the investigation forward, Colin asked me to do a television appeal, to be screened on the BBC's North West Tonight and ITV's Granada Reports regional news shows. I'd have done anything to help, and so found myself sitting in front of the assembled journalists and cameras at Bromborough Police Station. Colin spoke first. He described Simon as a good-natured, hard-working man without an enemy in the world. Now it was my turn. In my head were images of the murder appeals I'd seen down the years, relatives' faces racked with pain. When the time came for me to join that long list, I spoke from the heart. My beautiful brother was taken away from me, I said. He was part of me. Some evil person has done this and destroyed our family. Jules held my hand. Simon was a most wonderful brother to me and to our family. He wouldn't hurt anybody. He was like me in so many ways. We were identical. Were seemed such an odd word to use. If anybody came up to him and hit him, I continued, he would take it. He would not fight back. He has left so many friends. I then made a direct appeal to the killer or killers. Realise what hurt you have caused to so many people and help us. I still have the video recordings of those appeals. To this day, it's upsetting to watch that hollowed-out version of me seeking something, anything that might help to capture those who had taken away my twin. The appeal duly found its way onto the TV and into the newspapers. I walked into Asda the next day, and there I was, staring back at myself from the front of the Daily Post. "Help me find the killers of my twin," read the headline. I looked at everyone doing their shopping. There's you just getting on with your lives, I thought. Look what's happened to us. I saw a quote from myself. An evil killer has destroyed our family. It was true. And yet people were filling their trolleys with milk and bread, queuing for lottery tickets like they didn't have a care in the world. It was as if I could see myself standing there, a person whose world had imploded, while everyone else couldn't have been more normal. A complete out-of-body moment. It's hard when you're the headline. Up until that point, the bold print and startling language of the front page had always referred to something or someone else. When it's your turn in the spotlight, newspaper interest presents conflicting feelings. In our case, the awareness that we needed them on board to help in the search for the killers was tempered by the underlying knowledge that the press is a business. My despair as the surviving twin and the curiosity that goes with that situation was helping them to sell newspapers. But in the end, if a crucial piece of information was forthcoming, I knew that cooperating with them was worth it. I'd have done anything. which is why, exactly a week on from when Simon went missing, I took part in a reconstruction of his final moments. Wearing identical clothes to those Simon had on when he was attacked, I found myself sitting on a stool in the nightclub, the very same one from which Simon had watched his friends dancing, in an attempt to spark a sudden recollection from a club-goer. Those friends were engaged in their own ordeal, dancing while pretending that I was him. They'd been asked by the police to point out people they recognised from the week before. Such was the level of my own emotional trauma. It was 25 years before I learned this. I had no memory of them doing it, same as I'd totally forgotten the huge hug those friends gave me before I set off, accompanied by one of them for support, on the most eerie of moonlit treks. We followed the route that the police believed Simon had most probably taken, but as the officers, journalists and TV cameras watched on, I also tried to access that whole twin sixth sense to give me any extra intuition as to Simon's thoughts and movements. It was another surreal experience, this being an attempt to represent Simon as he was. I couldn't be solemn, couldn't allow my true feelings to show on the surface. For authenticity's sake, I had to appear animated, carefree. That was difficult in the extreme, and looking back now, bearing in mind I was walking in my dead twin's footsteps, in his clothes, in his shoes, ending in the precise spot where he'd been murdered exactly a week earlier. In effect, his walk to his own death. I can't believe I had the courage to do it. I can only think I must have been on autopilot. People find it hard to get their heads around me basically becoming my brother at a time when emotion was so raw. But I was in the adrenaline phase. At that point, I'd have done whatever I was asked if I felt it would help catch Simon's killers. And if that meant dressing as him, thinking like him, smiling like him, then so be it. Everything I did at that stage I did for Simon. Before the reconstruction, I'd left some flowers and a note on the steps of the nightclub. "Simon," I wrote, "I'm going to be strong and live in your memory." That note is something I always think back to. While I didn't know it at the time, I'm sure the reenactment heightened my personal trauma in ways I couldn't comprehend then, and still can't now. It had to be done, though, no matter what the cost. I just wanted to, had to, help as much as I possibly could. When, for example, I was in the park looking at the place where Simon was drowned and a detective let slip that he was found with only one shoe, I spent the whole of the next day in and out of the undergrowth looking for it. I found the revelation very upsetting. To me, it showed the severity of what Simon's attackers had done to him. In my head, that shoe must have come off as they were dragging him across the rough ground, maybe even when they picked him up to throw him in the water, or even in the water, although the police divers found nothing. I didn't know for sure what that shoe signified, but I definitely became obsessed with finding it, which in itself fulfilled my other need, to be part of what was happening, to be proactive. Potentially its position would identify the place where Simon was initially mugged. Although the police had done a complete search of the area, down on their hands and knees, I still went back to the park for days afterwards, looking for that black leather shoe. Sometimes I'd go on my own, sometimes I'd go with Jules. I felt like an undercover detective, a sleuth. Maybe I could help the police, see something they hadn't. It sounds crazy, but that search represented more than just looking for a shoe. It represented looking for answers. I know now it was a reaction to shock. When I wasn't looking for the shoe, I'd stand at the park entrance watching people, some going in, some going out. I was aware that whoever killed Simon wouldn't have travelled 50 miles into Bromborough that night. They were going to live close by. "Maybe it's you," I'd think, looking someone up and down. "Maybe you murdered Simon." In my head, they'd come back to the scene of the crime, Because that's what killers do, isn't it? With 1 week since Simon's death slipping into 2, the lack of an arrest only added to the ongoing torture. There were still so many gaps. How'd he come to be in the pond? How'd he met his killers? And so on and so on. I'd wake up in the middle of the night with all kinds of ideas and theories going round in my head. Was it a completely random attack? Or someone he knew but we didn't? Remember, we had no idea at that point why he was even in the park. I desperately wanted to help the police, but while the reconstruction had generated a decent amount of publicity, being covered on TV news programmes, including the National Sky Network, and making the front of the next day's Liverpool Echo, still there were no major leads. The same went for the emotive message for the killers I delivered that night. You have destroyed Simon and you have destroyed me. I do not know if I am ever going to recover. Nothing. It was then that Colin asked me to go on Crime Watch. He had good connections with the BBC and told me the murder would be one of the main features on the programme. By this point I was back down south and still living a surreal hour-to-hour existence, but as ever I was more than glad to help. I got the train into London and had just arrived at the Crime Watch studio, where they had all the content set up, including video of Simon and me at our recent 30th birthday celebration, ready to broadcast, when Colin called. "Nick," he said, "we've caught 2 people. We're pretty convinced these are the 2 who murdered Simon." My Crime Watch appearance was no longer needed. While Colin's call had come as a surprise, the real shock came when we were told the ages of the 2 suspects. One was 16, the other 19. I couldn't believe it. None of us could. They were just young lads. It was incomprehensible that a 16-year-old, basically a school kid, had killed Simon. It wasn't like this was a 30-year-old man who'd done this awful thing with his 19-year-old mate. Their youth was upsetting. While generating publicity around Simon's murder had been emotionally draining, it had ultimately had an effect. Eventually, tongues had started wagging. A journalist told me a woman had seen a report about Simon's murder on breakfast TV and was immediately reminded of 2 lads, well known in the area for all the wrong reasons, who she'd seen suddenly wearing brand new sports gear. Clearly they'd got hold of some money, more than likely in a way they shouldn't have. Straight away she got on to police, who moved in and arrested them. Later, the Home Office homicide report would bear out what the witness had seen. It stated that both had visited shops in Birkenhead and purchased new clothing to replace what they were wearing during the attack, which was disposed of to thwart forensic examination. 2 weeks after Simon's murder and his killers were under arrest. It was a huge moment. Massive relief. It didn't change what had happened. It could never be a moment of celebration, but at last we had something to cling on to. From what the police had told us, we were extremely confident that the people who had killed Simon were being held and were going to be charged. Hopefully, they were going to spend a very long time in prison. Chapter 5. Killers. Craig Roberts and Carl Harrison. I instantly hooked onto them. I wanted to understand who they were and what they were. I wanted to know how they'd met Simon, and I wanted to see the faces of the last people to see him alive. They had taken my twin away. They couldn't just exist as names. The wheels of justice move notoriously slowly. Both were held on remand for several months, and during that time the police were able to filter bits of information back to us as to what most likely had happened. Essentially, Simon, unfamiliar with the area, had bumped into Craig and Carl, asked for directions, and they'd seized on the opportunity to lead him into the park and rob him. In a haze of drink and drugs, they'd then totally lost control, beaten him up and killed him. They had obviously got his PIN number and cash card, because within a matter of minutes they'd taken £500 from his current account. It transpired that Craig had been released from a young offender institution, YOI, on the day of the attack, met at the gates by Carl. To hear that was a massive shock and made us all very angry. It felt like a reckless abandonment of responsibility by the state, by the institution, and by the families to have allowed that to happen. It also told us that these were criminal monsters who didn't care what they did or who they did it to. Low-life animals, not even human, not even worth the time of day. Only when, and if, you accept what has happened, do you come to see the killers of your brother as people and not monsters. Right now, I wanted them in a grave. Why wouldn't I? They had left my beautiful Simon face down in a pond. For hours, until daybreak, he had floated there like that. At first light, an angler had spotted a shoulder breaking the surface of the water. Apparently, initially the fisherman thought somebody had thrown a mannequin in the water and so almost ignored this strange sight. Only when he looked closer did he realise it was a person. I've no idea who that man was, but I'm aware that finding Simon's body is something awful he will carry with him forever. His tranquillity shattered in the most savage of ways. As we slowly came to terms with the awful truth of how Simon's life had ended, Karen, alongside her colleague John Hudson, was the prop who kept us upright and operating. She saw each and every one of us at our very worst ebb and most emotional. It was the most bizarre of coincidences that at the time she was married to the Tranmere Rovers goalkeeper Eric Nixon, previously of Carlisle United. Understanding the need for some kind of mental escape, she asked if I'd like to come round to their house to meet him. It was a lovely gesture from a lovely woman. Eric showed me all his football memorabilia. A bizarre moment, but one in that awful period I also appreciated. We were very lucky to have such a wonderful person as Karen gifted to us. She was there in a police role, but it was a mothering role also. In the end, she was making soup, going grocery shopping. That might sound crazy, but we truly did need someone there to do that. Grief had rendered us totally incapable. She spent so much time with us that at one point she had to go out to get her children's school uniform for the new term. These were the kind of things she was neglecting in her own life for us. I'm sorry to say that at the time, so consumed were we with our own grief, we never actually considered the effect on her. But in fact, seeing up close the absolute devastation of Simon's death had affected her very deeply. It was impossible for her to be detached from it. She was a police officer with a job to do, but equally, she was a human being with 2 young children. When I walked into your lives, she told me recently, I thought, this is a really nice family. Why is this happening to them? They don't deserve this. Remarkably, our tragedy was Karen's first job as a family liaison officer. Within minutes of arriving on the scene, she was tasked as part of police procedure with officially passing the confirmation of Simon's death on to Mum. She watched as utterly hysterical Mum clambered into Simon's wardrobe, and she spoke to Mum, attempting to console and calm through that closed door for many long minutes. She, a mother, watched as eventually Mum came out clutching one of Simon's shirts. She felt that pain herself. At every taut emotional episode in our journey, she was there. By the time she finished her time with us, she was at a point of nervous exhaustion. Despite the intense psychological strain, family liaison officers have never been offered counselling. A stiff upper lip was the order of the day. It was Simon's case which changed that. From that point forwards, help was offered. Karen, meanwhile, would go on to become a detective sergeant, changing lives and society for the better for years to come. She still sends Mum a Christmas card every year. Karen was there too when, almost a year after Simon's death, Craig and Carl's trial began at Liverpool Crown Court. Both pleaded not guilty. It didn't surprise me. They were both clearly the worst kind of cowards. They had taken a life but were concerned only with their own survival. For the family, there was a curiosity element about the opening of the trial proceedings. It was our first chance to see the killers in the flesh. While we knew how old they were, it was still a huge shock to see right there in front of us two people who looked little more than kids. In some ways, I found it quite hard to believe it was actually them who had done it. I knew it was the case because the police had told us, and yet in front of us was this pair of little skinny teenagers. How could they have managed to do what they'd done? I don't even mean that physically. I mean it in every way. How had these two kids managed to cause so much damage? It was really disturbing. We never expected to find a pair of fine, upstanding members of the community standing before us in the dock. But until we saw them in that court and witnessed their complete lack of anything resembling what might be considered normality, we had no real idea just what kind of living hell Simon had encountered. Craig and Carl were completely detached from everyday society. When they were called to give evidence, they couldn't say the oath, let alone read it. At that point, I was just left thinking, oh my God, these two awful people are like nothing on earth. Like a subhuman element you would never come face to face with except during your darkest, bleakest moment. Which was precisely what had happened to my brother. Simon had 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance meeting with Craig and Carl. Totally and utterly random. Completely unlucky. Beyond unlucky. His worst nightmare. I wanted the central characters of that nightmare to see me. I wasn't going to be called to give evidence, but from the public gallery I could stare directly into their eyes. I was Simon's twin, and I wanted them to see the living, breathing version of the person they had killed. They never returned my look, but that didn't mean they'd won. I knew they felt my eyes trained on them. They would not get off that easily. It should be said that the defence barrister acted with great humanity, speaking to us as a family before the trial started and telling us he would try to make the whole procedure as painless as possible. Clearly he knew which way the trial was likely to go. Circumstantial evidence such as the wristwatch meant there was only so much he could defend, especially since the accused had placed themselves at the scene and admitted robbery. In effect, the only matter up for debate was whether they had realised Simon could drown after throwing him in the pond. I appreciated the barrister's benevolence, but nothing could deflect my inner rage. Over the course of the 12-day duration of the trial, there were times when I was barely able to contain the revulsion I felt for Simon's killers. One afternoon, with the jury absent, I watched a debate between the barristers and the judge. A Salvation Army chaplain had visited the attackers just after they'd been remanded in custody. Remarkably, for two people accused of such a serious crime, they were sharing a cell. That alone had astonished me. Surely placing the co-accused together gives them a huge opportunity to conspire and concoct a story in their defence. More shocking than that, however, was what the pair revealed to him. They said they'd killed a man, and it had been exciting. They said they couldn't believe how powerful they felt. I had him crying like a baby, one of them was alleged to have stated, something that will stick with me forever. We're going to do it again, they added. Understandably, the chaplain was taken aback. Are you? He asked. Yeah, they said, and actually stated the name of a girl they wanted to kill next. The chaplain told me it felt like both were feeding off each other, genuinely thrilled with what they'd done, buzzing with what was happening. Potentially, he thought they might also have been trying to shock him, believing him to be a lot more naive than he actually was. Working as a prison chaplain, he'd heard it all. While confidentiality is a key part of a chaplain's work in prison, where there's a potential threat of harm, they're required to pass on information to the relevant authorities. Naturally concerned, the chaplain filled in an incident form at the prison and was later visited by 2 detectives. They told him they wanted him to appear in court to give evidence for the prosecution. He was nervous. This was very much out of his comfort zone, but agreed. When Craig and Carl finally came to court, the chaplain still saw the same bravado. His evidence, however, was never heard by the jury. The judge dismissed the request, saying the testimony wasn't reliable. Because he was involved in the case, the chaplain was unable to speak to us at the time, despite being desperate to do so. Later, he told me that in the corridor outside the courtroom he was approached by someone claiming to be related to one of the defendants, who accused him of being part of a stitch-up with the police. The incident was reminiscent of a similar occurrence at the YOI where Craig and Carl had been held on remand. The chaplain had been forced to move on after being told by the governor that substantial threats had been made against his life. Despite the threats and antagonism, the chaplain prayed for both killers throughout their sentences, hoping they'd find redemption. I only know this thanks to another strange coincidence. My sister-in-law Sam and the chaplain's daughter ended up working together in the bookshop at Liverpool Cathedral. When the chaplain went to pick her up one day, he recognised Sam from the trial, and so finally we were able to get in touch. The chaplain's story, while deemed non-admissible, was just one of many deeply upsetting moments which showed how, at the time, what the killers had done didn't mean anything to them. They clearly thought they could simply lie their way to freedom. They claimed, for instance, that initially they had no thoughts of attacking Simon. They were genuinely just going to show him the way. Not for 1 minute did I think that was true. As soon as Simon asked them for directions, both immediately saw him as someone who could easily be robbed. I knew how their criminal minds had worked. He's not a big lad. There's 2 of us. Let's knock him about a bit, get his money and move on. Except when they got him into the park, they let loose on him beyond belief. I'm equally sure that Simon would have given them his PIN number really quickly. He would have recognised he was in serious trouble and just wanted them to leave him alone. They beat him up to the point of unconsciousness anyway. My guess is they couldn't remember the number because of the state they were in and so thought they'd better wake him up again. Possibly this all happened on one of the fishing platforms around the pond. Potentially they then threw him in the water to finish the job. Simon had, after all, seen their faces. There's a reasonable possibility he'd have been able to identify them. Of course, they admitted to none of this in court. They just told brazen lie after brazen lie. Both gave evidence, and when asked who threw Simon in the pond, both claimed to have been walking away when they heard the splash. It was obvious that the 2 of them must have been involved in putting Simon in the water, but anything to avoid responsibility. It wasn't just that they had no remorse. In the dock, they were actually smirking, laughing, joking. It was as if they truly had no comprehension of the magnitude of what they'd done. To them, they'd hit a lad, he died, and that was it. There was no sense of understanding that they'd savagely tortured and murdered someone and deeply, irreparably scarred his family. The court, the barristers, the staff, us, we might as well have been dealing with animals. Might as well have been standing in a zoo full of monsters who didn't care what they did or who they did it to. When finally we met, Craig told me this was his coping mechanism, to pretend he hadn't done it. The only way he could handle the enormity of what he'd done was to disassociate himself from it. It was someone else who'd committed that crime, and he was there because of them. My state of mind at that time was of an angry individual, he told me. Violence was all I knew. But it would be a long time before I heard that explanation. We sat through every day at court. We wanted to see the whole piece, every single thing that happened, absolutely determined to be there as a family for Simon. Every time we went in and out, if we couldn't quite reach each other's hands, we'd hold bits of each other's clothing. Alongside us in the public gallery were the killers' families. One of their mums did actually come over to us one day. She was in tears and said she was very sorry for what her son had done to our family. She gave my mum a hug. All of us, in our own way, were there to support someone we'd lost, albeit in Simon we'd lost someone forever. They could cling on to the prospect of reunion, redemption, a second chance. I found their proximity strange. I was cautious about interacting with them. I felt they had produced these monsters. Now I look at it differently. I don't think of them like that. But at the time I was conflicted. It was a case of, you don't want to talk to them, but you do. You do want to connect with them, but you don't. Eventually it was time for the summing up. The prosecutor, keen to secure a murder conviction, made a point of asking the jury to consider why the pair had thrown Simon in the pond. Of course, he reminded them, it's because a dead person can't recognise the people who attacked him. The jurors were sent out to consider their verdict. Minutes, then hours, ticked past. It might have seemed a done deal that they'd be found guilty of murder, but we still harboured a worry that somehow they'd convinced the jury that they hadn't meant to kill Simon and so be convicted on the lesser charge of manslaughter. Jules had performed jury service, and her experience had left me a little sceptical of the justice system. She'd known the person in the dock was guilty, and yet they'd got away scot-free, the evidence not being quite convincing enough to get a conviction. Unfortunately, just because someone is guilty doesn't mean they're going to be found guilty. Amidst all the blame and counterblame, we were worried one of them would get off. 3.5 hours after retiring, the jury came back. The foreman stood up. When he delivered the guilty verdict, I couldn't help myself. Yes! It was a relief reflex, a release of months of pent-up stress, anger and emotion. It also reflected a fear that the foreman could have delivered a big disappointment. We all burst into tears. Nowadays, as a family, we'd have a chance to read out a victim's statement in the court. We never had that opportunity. Back then, the criminal justice system was, and mainly still is, aimed at attributing blame and responsibility, rather than looking to heal and resolve trauma. We wanted an opportunity to express our hurt, and the lack of our voice within the judicial proceedings was something that would gnaw at me for many years. We did, however, have a family statement ready, distributed to the media by the police, saving us, a very private family, from the ordeal of speaking on the steps outside the court. The statement described the impact of the murder, the hurt and the upset. Dad said Simon's murder was a cowardly act which had shattered our lives, while Mum described her lost son as a gentle and caring person, noting that, as such, he had no chance of defending himself against such a brutal and prolonged attack. Simon, she said, had a unique talent for bringing people together and making them feel at ease. The hardest thing that we have all had to face is being without his spirit, laughter and love. We all miss and love him so much. Richard, meanwhile, explained how Simon's absence continued to sting. Time has certainly not been a healer for me, because I would see him regularly. It is only now, almost a year after his death, that I realise just how much I am missing him. And then there was me. He was part of me and is irreplaceable, I reflected. As twins, we had a special relationship, and his death has left a massive gap in my life. We grew up together and shared so much. Even after I went to work in the south of England, we still kept in constant touch. His death has left a permanent scar on me, together with the rest of Simon's family and all of Simon's friends. I've always recalled the trial as being an incredible ordeal, but it was only when I looked at that diary I kept at the time that I realised quite what an emotionally intense experience it was. We had so much invested in the court reaching the right verdict that anything else would have utterly broken us. My own desperation for Simon's attackers to be jailed for murder is apparent throughout my diary entries, as is the sheer unadulterated hatred I had for Craig and Carl. July 20th, 1999, first day of the trial. Well, what can I say? An upsetting and stressful day, to say the least. Craig Roberts, what an utter monster Simon bumped into that night. He was so unlucky. My beautiful Simon beaten. We heard the tape of the confession in court today. Mum cried badly. Overall, the day went well, as the jury is now sworn in and the evidence of Carl Harrison, i.e. his admission to the robbery, must now stand. Tomorrow we may find Harrison has pleaded guilty in the hope of a lesser sentence. Painful and hard. So tonight. July 22nd. Day 2 of the trial proper, and today we learnt more about Simon's injuries from the forensic scientist and pathologist. He was hit across the head so much, but definitely died of drowning. I just know he would have survived if left on the bank and not put in the pond. Harrison and Roberts are two brutal individuals. I just want to beat them so severely myself. Bastards. Absolute bastards. That is all I will say. July 23rd. It was very upsetting today as Craig Roberts' statement was read out. The thought of what Simon went through makes me so upset. Real pain. I just want the bastards jailed for the next 30 years. I could cope with that. I cried so badly on the M6 driving down. Such pain. But things will get better. Simon, why? July 27th. Harrison was on the stand today, and then latterly Roberts, both lying through their teeth. Tomorrow will be fascinating, as Roberts will be grilled by Mr. Eddis for the prosecution. Hopefully he will be shown up for the liar he really is, a complete and utter monster. The summing up will start tomorrow, so perhaps we can get some respite at last. July 28th. The big judge speech, then the big verdicts. My prediction, life for both. Guilty to murder for Harrison and guilty to murder for Roberts. Send the bastards down. Visited Brotherton Park today. Very emotional. I touched the place where Simon died. July 29th. Guilty. Yes! Harrison and Roberts are now lifers in jail. Good bloody riddance. An emotional day in which justice was done for Simon. He suffered, but the perpetrators have suffered too. I'll never forget the moment the juror said guilty for Roberts. We all cried, guilty, 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 life imprisonment. Let's hope for 30 years. The day after the verdict, 11 months on from the murder, the Daily Post ran with the headline, No Mercy. Judge must be ruthless with young yobs who killed man picked at random on the street, the newspaper stated. A few days later, at the sentencing hearing, that judge, Mr. Justice Latham, declared that the killers had cruelly and callously tortured Simon before throwing him into the water. He ordered them both to be detained at Her Majesty's pleasure, with Craig's tariff set at 10 years and Carl's at 14, later reduced to 12 on appeal. An attempt by Craig's counsel to reduce his sentence failed when the original tariff was deemed favourable by Lord Justice Wolfe at the Appeal Court in London. The ruling was hardly surprising. By then Craig had accrued 42 adjudications against him while in custody, and even been segregated after taking another prisoner hostage. After the initial sentencing, the Echo printed a history of both killers' crimes from the age of 11. Craig's parents had split when he was 3. He had been taken into care aged 10 and been in regular trouble for attacking staff. By the age of 16, he was a career criminal and had been inside for a range of offences including violence, burglary, grievous bodily harm and stealing cars. As tends to be the case, he'd started with petty offences, robbing jackets from other youngsters, for instance, and then his offending had become more and more serious. He'd made his first court appearance aged 12 and been sentenced for a variety of crimes on 15 occasions. Handed 12 months imprisonment 10 months before Simon's murder. He'd been due for release in May 1998, but the date was delayed to August because of his fighting with other inmates. Carl, raised by his father after his parents separated when he was 8, hadn't been to school since he was 13, and was the father of a 2-year-old girl. He'd also been before the courts on 15 previous occasions for offences including burglary, assault, stealing cars and driving while disqualified. He also admitted to being a regular drug user, taking cannabis and amphetamines daily. Carl and Craig had known each other for 3 years by the time they murdered Simon, joyriding in stolen cars and setting them alight. Carl was actually subject to a curfew at the time of Simon's death, and obviously totally abusing it. He said they'd had to steal a car to go to Bromborough because if they were walking, the police would spot him. The curfew situation was clearly a complete nonsense, basically unenforceable. He was supposedly being monitored while totally abusing this broken system. After the sentencing, I made a visit to Simon's grave. "They've been found guilty," I told him. "The bastards who did this to you, they're gone." This time I was alone. 9 months earlier, 120 people had crammed into the pews of the tiny 12th century St. Oswald's Church in the small village of Dean, just down the road from Branthwaite. Among them was a coachload of Simon's friends from Merseyside. Starting in Liverpool and then calling at Birkenhead, as the 60-seater headed deeper and deeper towards the west coast of Cumbria, its occupants must have felt like they were quite literally heading for the middle of nowhere. 3 guests running late were driving at speed to the coach departure point when they were pulled over by the police. The officers made the friends get out of the car, which was when they noticed they were all dressed head to toe in black. When they explained they were catching a bus to Simon's funeral, the police jumped back in the car and gave them an escort. Also on the road that morning were 10 members of the Carlisle United London Supporters Club branch, who had become a big part of our lives, while the club itself also sent a representative. A few weeks later there was a game at Carlisle United which we sponsored and dedicated to Simon. With everyone, one way or another, in place in the church, Richard and I, along with some of Simon's closest friends, carried in his coffin to the sound of Celine Dion singing "My Heart Will Go On." Simon really did love the film Titanic. Indeed, the song's attachment to Simon means it's always been very hard for Mum and me to hear it. The funeral itself was a celebration day for Simon, but I was so upset that I didn't get up and speak. I wish I had in a way, but equally I know how I was feeling on the day. The funeral to me was a blur. I was so emotionally distraught, so tremendously upset, that it was a question of just getting through it. This was only 3 months since the murder, and I was still in enormous shock. There was a lot of unfinished business, chapters still to come. The offenders were still on remand. The trial remained far off. I had so much to deal with in my head. I cried and cried all day. I was burying my twin, burying half of me. In many ways, my only thought was, I've got to survive this day. After the service, Simon was laid to rest in a plot across the narrow country road on which St. Oswald sat. I dropped a handful of soil on his coffin. It's a scene you see again and again on TV shows and in films, but nothing can quite ever prepare you for the moment you do it yourself, with all the finality the gesture contains. 2 days before, I'd actually sat with Simon's coffin in the undertaker's and asked if I could see him. They advised that I shouldn't. He had been murdered in August. By now it was November. The police investigation had delayed the release of the body. It was time to let the physical side of him go. None of us wanted to use the word murdered on the headstone. Tragically died, it says. Beneath is a poem. The parting was so sudden, we constantly wonder why. But the hardest part of all is that we didn't say goodbye. When my time comes, I've said to both Jules and my children that I'd like to be buried next to Simon. It's a double plot. More recently, with my own family so firmly based in the south of England, I've wondered whether that should actually be the case. Would it be right to be so far away from them? There is time yet for that decision. In the meantime, whenever I attend home games at Carlisle, I always go via West Cumbria. Spending time at the grave, having that connection, sometimes talking, sometimes in silence, means so much to me, same as it does to Mum and Dad. Last time I went there were flowers on the grave. Mum had been just a few days before. Dad's final visit to the grave was in a wheelchair. He'd been diagnosed with Parkinson's several years previously. When we got back to the car, we talked about Simon. For him, the memories of his children growing up in this remote, open and deeply beautiful space were happy ones. For me, it felt right that Simon should be among the hills where our bond was formed, where we were so happy, where we grew up. Here, in the churchyard at Dean, Simon is distant in every way from the violence that brought his end. One day, I'll travel back to all those places I used to go with Simon as a kid. I will walk those fields again. Chapter 6. Numb. Naively, we thought the end of the murder trial would allow us to move on, that it would be the closure point. But the idea that everybody walks out of court, goes home and gets on with their lives is as ridiculous as it is unrealistic. What you actually go home to is a life stripped of something that once made it so full. A life and the people within it changed in ways you could never imagine. Jules and I had been married just 6 months when that single awful phone call shifted the entire dynamic of our relationship in a sentence. We should have been in our honeymoon period, spending as much time as possible together. The days should have been filled with sunlight, but instead everything had gone dark. Those clouds would take many long years to clear. In the early months and beyond, Jules was a huge support. It's been noticeable how many people I've met on the journey of writing this book who have emphasised just how massive she was in helping me. But the truth is that Jules, as with Richard's wife Sam, very soon became invaluable to everybody. Bear in mind how new to the family Jules was at that stage, and also that she's 5 years younger than me, and she was thrust into an unimaginably difficult situation. Simon's death was a shock to everyone. For a couple who'd had the ultimate in whirlwind romances, it was a shock to our relationship as well. Jules and I had started out as flatmates, which is partly why our relationship developed so quickly. We were already living together. In the time before his death, she hadn't met Simon that many times. There'd never been a chance to form a bond. She'd had to contend with a physical distance because he lived on Merseyside while we were in Surrey, and then a psychological distance because he was my twin. The mental link between twins is a challenge for anyone to bridge. There was a definite element of her stepping into this existing twin relationship that was so strong. Jules and Simon both felt they had a bit of a claim on me, this person in the middle, and I think they were figuring out how they could share me. It was never spoken about, but that was the dynamic in the months running up to the wedding. At the same time, my being in a stable relationship was very different to the life Simon was leading. He was struggling, and the fact that I was getting married was hard for him to accept. It was a tricky situation. To him, I think, Jules had stolen his twin's heart. No better was this illustrated than on our wedding day. At times, Simon was visibly upset, crying buckets of tears. He was still processing my being married, the fact that I was settling down with someone and he wasn't. I tried to explain our twin bond to Jules and how upset Simon might feel about losing me, how it was all so raw for him. But I also knew this was our big day and his reaction was overshadowing it. At one point he caused a bit of a panic. He disappeared for a while, and hard as it is to believe, there was a worry that he might have done something irrational or stupid. Panicking, a few of us rushed upstairs to his room. There was a window open and We even went over to make sure nothing had happened. That sounds over the top, but it's a measure of how distressed Simon was that we felt the need to check. Of course he was fine, but the tension in the air hardly made for the stress-free wedding that any young couple would hope for. After the event, Simon wrote a card to Richard and Sam, thanking them for choosing and buying a present on his behalf, in which he talked a little of the feelings he experienced that day. "It was an amazing day overall," he wrote, "perhaps a bit upsetting for me, which I was surprised about." It's worth bearing in mind also that Richard and Sam weren't that long married. Simon had yet to find his partner and at the same time had two brothers who'd got married in fairly quick succession. Obviously, if Simon's life had carried on as it should, his and Jules' relationship would have sorted itself out. There'd been signs already. A couple of times before and after we were married, he'd come to stay with us and we'd take him into London and have a lovely time together. Simon had even had a little fling with one of Jules's friends. Another time he took us on a night out in Birkenhead and to a casino. Plus, there were a couple of big family events, a weekend away for Dad's 60th up in Cumbria and my and Simon's 30th. One time we even went on holiday with him to Blackpool, in a caravan, in winter. Not something you'd find Jules and I doing now, but this was a different time, a different world, and again we had a lot of fun. The Christmas before we married, he sent us a card. "Nick and Jules, your first Christmas away from home in 29 years. Looking forward to your big day. Don't worry about a thing. You're the perfect match. That's all that matters. See you both soon. Have a good one. Simon. P.S. Don't forget, CUFC versus Blackpool 26th, Wigan versus CUFC 28th. It was only natural that Carlisle got a look in. So, Jules did feel that she was getting somewhere in terms of knowing Simon. We did have some really good times together. There was certainly a growing element of acceptance. It would definitely have all worked out in the end. But the seed never had a chance to blossom. While Jules had shared some time with Simon, it had rarely been in circumstances where a deeper connection is cemented. To some degree, Jules remained an outsider to Simon. It was something I'd like to have explored more with him, to have talked through properly, but never had the chance. The result was that at the point he died, there was some distance between us. I had settled down while he was still living the single life, going out and partying. As twins, we were still very close, but at the same time we were more separate than we'd ever been. Death closed that gap in an instant. Without the half of me that was Simon, I was struggling to stay afloat. What could normality be now? What could it ever be? Both Jules and I felt as if we were looking at ourselves from the outside, trapped in the strangest of situations. And yet, at the same time, the minutiae of life went on. It's a headspace that can only truly be recognised by those suffering in the same way. We'd arranged to meet friends the weekend after Simon's death, but when Jules rang them to say that obviously we wouldn't be going anymore, they were really shocked, as if they thought that everything would be sorted within a week. We were stunned that someone could think like that. Our life was minute to minute. Just getting to the next day was an achievement in itself. We didn't have the mental capacity to look at things in any other way. We knew our lives had changed forever, and were still finding out how. Looking back now, I can't believe it. In fact, I regret it. But at the end of the first week after the murder, I decided that the best way for me to cope was to go back to work. Back down south we drove, tent still crammed in the boot, and on the Monday we both went back to the office. Jules's view was that if I was ready to go back to work, then she should be too. Of course, the truth was that in no way were either of us ready. It was a classic example of people trying to lock away torment by keeping themselves busy. Jules did find some benefit because it was at work that, for the first time since the murder, she found a degree of solace. people who sat her down, talked to her and comforted her. Despite the huge supporting role she and Sam played, sadly, too often they found themselves on the periphery when it came to their own emotional condition. It was quite a few months later before anybody close to the family asked how they were. In Sam's case, this was despite the fact that she'd known Simon and me since the age of 11, travelling on the same school bus, as one of a set of twins herself. There was certainly no shortage of twins in Cumbria at that time. Sam reckons there were 4 sets on that school bus alone. The same lack of attention rings true for Jules. The focus was very much on Mum and Dad, and of course, as his twin, me. Even Richard was left out to some degree. Silently, he was slowly heading for his own point of disintegration. At the time we returned south, the killers had yet to be identified. It was still very much an active investigation, and of course I'd been at the centre of appeals for information. One night, about 3 a.m, we were in bed when we heard noises in the loft. It only took a little bit of paranoia to convince ourselves what those noises were. Simon's murderers had come to shut me up. I completely understand how irrational that is, but that's what intense mental turmoil can do to you. We lay there, feeding off each other's fear, creating a whirlwind of anxiety that only got worse and worse until eventually we called Jules's parents, came over and actually went up and looked in the loft. I'm sure they must have thought we were being ridiculous, but that's how mangled our thought processes had become. In our defence, part of our paranoia came from the police telling us not to independently talk to the press. All media communication was to go through them. It created a feeling that we had key knowledge, sensitive information, that the killers wouldn't want us to share. That paranoia spread to work. As technologists with BP, Jules and I worked in the same place, but we travelled to and from the office separately. Initially, we'd done so as we didn't want to advertise our relationship. In a tight-knit team, it might have caused a little awkwardness. It was something we then continued even after we went public. I suppose, again, in terms of work, it cemented us as independent people who just happened to be together. Prior to the arrests, walking between the office and the work car park, Jules would have BP security escort her. That 2-minute journey entailed crossing a main road. Skewed by the horror of Simon's murder, an imagination in overdrive led her to fear the killers could take that opportunity to attack her. Again, it sounds mad, but for 1 minute, put yourself in her shoes. Faced with deep fear and uncertainty, we all have the capability to act in unusual ways. Jules was a happy-go-lucky person. She had a very active life and enjoyed lots of different pursuits. This was the first time she'd ever felt insecure or nervous about her safety, and it was the result of a bloody and violent murder. Put like that, fearing for herself could hardly be deemed irrational at all. It's also important to remember just how many strange and unimaginable situations we were thrust into in those early days. The police had to be totally thorough, and so the first thing they did was put everybody on police caution and take forensic samples from Simon's flat. Again, that creates an element of paranoia. If the police feel it could be me, then it could be anybody. Not family, obviously, but maybe an acquaintance in some way. There was even a mad idea among a few of Simon's more distant friends that maybe he'd got involved in the underworld, something he couldn't handle. Again, I suppose it came from the belief that this couldn't just have been a random attack. But of course, those people were looking for something that just wasn't there. I found those suggestions quite hard to deal with. They made me feel defensive of Simon when actually I had nothing to defend. The police had been looking for a connection too, whether it was with family, friends, or whatever. But they were outsiders. They had no idea what type of person Simon was. I was definitely offended that people who knew him might think like that. It didn't help in those early days that Jules and I didn't discuss our thoughts and emotions. We just struggled along privately. That meant there was nobody to say, "Come on, don't be ridiculous." And again, that meant fear of being a target could build from being a vague notion to becoming a totally credible thought. If it meant saving themselves, the killers would totally want to silence us. When the killers were caught, any thoughts that our marriage could return to something resembling normality were misplaced. Jules was faced with a massive wall to break down, not just of brotherly grief, but twin grief. The bond that existed between Simon and me had the effect, albeit not deliberate, of excluding others. Jules didn't feel Simon's loss was her experience. It was my experience, which she was very much on the outside of. Unless you've been in a relationship with a twin, you're never really going to know what that strange and complex mix is like. Jules definitely felt shut out. I was so stuck in my grief I locked the door on her. In my defence, those first few months of marriage were simply a case of coping. Tests came again and again. Murder, inquiry, arrests, funeral, trial, sentencing. A constant flow of torturous milestones. Meanwhile, I was very torn between my parents and my home life. Jules definitely felt cut adrift as I spent so much time up north. I was aware that we were early on in our marriage. The last thing I wanted to do was abandon my wife, but at the same time I was so conscious of looking after Mum and Dad. I definitely had split loyalties. I felt the responsibility of dealing with the aftermath of Simon's death, be it looking after my parents or sorting out Simon's belongings, while at the same time knowing I was leaving Jules back at our house alone. I felt her isolation, and equally felt unable to change any of the elements that were causing it. At no point was there a chance to stand back and come to terms with what had happened to me as a person. It was 2 years before I even began to reach what could be in any way be described as a steady state, where self-reflection is possible. Even then, I'd buried my emotions quite deeply. By the time Jules and I reached the point where we could try to rebuild a normal life, we'd forgotten what that looked like. We were lost, and I started to shut myself off, busying myself with jobs around the house to the point of obsession. At one point we moved into a tall, skinny townhouse with a basement garage. I'd go in there, close the door, and that was it. Initially, Jules thought I was just doing some handiwork, like you do when you've just bought a new house, or sorting something out on my car. Only later did she come to recognise that it was a mechanism to hide myself away. Looking back now, it was a classic post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, response. A mental and physical hideaway. Total avoidance. To escape from the pain, I'd quite literally disappear underground. I wanted to grieve. Jules was left on her own. In every way I was absent from the relationship. She says there was a definite period when she felt she'd lost me. She was making that transition to married life, expecting the true togetherness that comes with it. And then I was taken away. For the first 2 years, especially through the funeral, trial and sentencing, Jules was, in her own words, waiting for me. In some cases, that was literally. We'd arranged to go for a walk and I'd never turn up. There is a lot of hurt burning deep in our relationship as a result of my shutting down in the early few months and years of our marriage. Jules uses the word absent to best describe me at that time. Even now I can surprise her by involving myself in something like a cinema trip with her and our daughter Kira, rather than just staying at home. After 5 years of marriage, we had our son Edward, and we wanted to move to a new house so he could get into a good school. Still, the spectre of PTSD wasn't far away. We were ready to move to a great property, chain lined up, surveys way down the line, when we went back one final time to measure up. Only then did I spot the shape of a cross on a wall in one of the bedrooms. It completely freaked me out. Jules pointed out that it was probably just a shape left by a decoration. But for me, it was a clear sign that somebody had died there. That was it. I insisted we pulled out. Jules couldn't believe it. We'd taken so long to find the right house, and now we were going to lose it all at the last minute because of a shape on the wall? To anyone but me, my thought process was totally illogical, but I had an unshakable belief, almost like a vision, that something really awful had happened there. I felt moving into that house meant guaranteed bad luck. We spoke about it for a long time, but I was convinced the place had a bad vibe, and that was that. I'd had the same kind of irrational fear that something would go wrong when Jules was pregnant. The difference between the house and having a baby was that with a child there was no going back. I had to face and live through that fear. The house I could walk away from. Looking back now, I recognise how irrational it was to behave in that manner. Equally, I can tell myself my thought process had been deeply affected by severe and lasting emotional trauma. I'd like to say the sudden interjection of doom into my everyday thought pattern is a thing of the past. Truth is, I've been plagued by feelings, visions, since Simon's murder. I still quite frequently suffer painfully graphic recollections of Simon's death. I have flashes of what he went through that night, the beating and the horror of his torture. I think deep down, these are my attempts at making sense of his death, as if I need to continue to relive the night he died so that I can accept and understand it. Other visions are more random. I can be driving along and suddenly, to me, the windscreen is covered in blood. I suffer from thoughts of terrible events out of my control. Out of nowhere, I'll have a vision that I've mounted the pavement, knocked someone over and killed them. I see these visions as ingrained shock rearing its head, a sudden tremor along the fault line that was created in me that night in 1998. Over time, I've developed a way of coping with such images. A sharp intake of breath is enough to dispel momentary distress and shut an apparition down immediately. In sleep, it's not that easy. My dreams are whirlpools, a swirl of thoughts on what truly happened in Simon's last moments, a search for meaning, a search for why, a search for him. Night after night, my sleeping hours take me to a place where I'm lost, where something is missing, where the scene is incomplete. Invasive thoughts about brutality and death are part of the damage that Simon's murder has done to me. I try not to, but I do fear the worst sometimes. This dreadful thing happened to my brother, and maybe more tragedy will come my way. There was one incident where I couldn't get in contact with Kira after school. I had a panic attack thinking about what awful thing might have happened. That sounds horrible, but it's part of what I've lived with down the years, a measure of the impact of what happened to Simon. I try not to let it affect me, but the truth is, sometimes my mind conjures up the most hideous thoughts and images. They can literally jump out of anywhere. It can be a completely normal, lovely day, and all of a sudden there'll be an image of Simon's death right there in front of me. To this day, I'm so shocked by what happened to my brother that my trauma will reveal itself in a terrifying manner. To reiterate, essentially these are PTSD events, fleeting and terrifying images that come and go. I've never been formally diagnosed with PTSD, but I have had a lot of counselling over the years, a chance to reconcile myself to these images, this continual reliving of atrocious thoughts in terms of the damage done to my psyche when Simon died. I was always open to the idea that talking could help, and have spoken with psychologists, psychotherapists, and even tried innovations such as EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, a psychotherapy treatment for PTSD, similar to exposure therapy, which entails focusing on traumatic memories while engaging in side-to-side eye movements, which stimulate alternative brain activity. I was an outpatient at the Priory for a number of years, but mainly accessed help through BP, a hugely considerate company who made counselling available from the start. They were also forward-looking. 25 years ago, the attitude around any emotional difficulty was very much one of man up. Men didn't, and they were told, shouldn't talk about feelings. Thankfully, while to some degree murder remains a taboo subject, there is nowadays better awareness that talking openly is a better way of helping both yourself and others to deal with and share difficult emotions. That applies especially to men. For me, I expect a need for counselling to always be there. Despite being at the same company, Jules didn't seek counselling. She felt almost as if she didn't deserve it, as if it wasn't her direct relative and so she shouldn't have a problem, or somehow wasn't worthy of the attention. She also thinks part of her shunning counselling was denial. It was easier not to be helped because that would have meant opening up. She did, however, come along to a couple of my sessions, a big moment because it was the first time she'd felt included in my grieving process. Our marriage was fortunate to survive the aftermath of the murder. What happened to Simon not only dominated the start of our time together, but also the next 10 to 15 years. But at the same time, I don't feel as a couple that we ever came close to not surviving. Edward and Kira definitely helped. Having children inevitably brought our focus more into the present. Even so, while time is, as many have noted, a healer, scars tend to remain forever. I'm definitely more introverted as a result of what happened to me. There's part of me, for instance, that doesn't particularly like going out or meeting people. Or if we have friends over, I'll get on and cook rather than be the one sitting and talking with everyone. I know this sounds bad, and it's not that I don't welcome people. We have lovely friends who I'm very grateful for, but sometimes I can feel a little bit violated. The need for tidiness and cleanliness at times on an OCD scale is the same. If I keep my home perfect, allow no intrusion, then nothing bad can happen. Again, I think it's a PTSD response to what happened, pushing back against the invasion of my life by other people, other things. My house is my safe space, somewhere I can't be touched or hurt. There's an element of no one's going to get me here. The break that was applied to our development as a couple meant we had children later than would otherwise have happened. Not only was I laden with grief, but my parents needed ongoing support. It was hard for Jules, because when we tried to leave the pain behind and head away for a much-needed break, Mum and Dad would join us. While we were doing our best to enjoy some escape, they'd be upset and emotional. Mum's different now, very private, but back then her and Dad's self-protection mechanism was to tell anybody and everyone what had happened. We could be chatting to some completely random people about the weather or the area, the usual chit-chat, and then suddenly the conversation would turn really deep and dark. Dad would be expressing his anger, Mum would be in tears. For Jules especially, what should have been a time to reset and relax became totally depressing. Their need to unburden and share was totally understandable. It was how they found solace. But early on in our relationship, when we should have been getting to know each other and enjoying our time together, it was hard. Holidays became all about Simon when they should have been all about us. It was only natural that Jules would feel emotionally excluded. When we should have been so happy, her entire life had become about the murder. An idyllic point in a marriage shattered. In the end, Jules had no choice but to resume something resembling a life without me. Prior to getting married, she had, for example, been really into scuba diving, but had backed off as we prepared for the wedding as there was so much to do at weekends. Eventually, after Simon was murdered and I became totally consumed in the aftermath, be it travelling up to my parents or dealing with my own grief, she had gone back to the water. As she puts it, I just thought, Well, I can't wait forever, so I'll just get on with my own life. I disappeared beneath my waves. She disappeared beneath hers. Resentment could very easily have risen to the surface at that point. Apart from the obvious fractures opening up in our relationship, there were the more imagined points of friction. It's very easy to lose context, to read the negative into the positive. At one point, for example, I became almost envious of the relationship Jules had with her sister, when my relationship with Simon had been ended so abruptly. Such thoughts have no place in reality, but they take up residence in your head nevertheless. We're very lucky to have survived through such difficult times, and for Jules to have had the strength to deal with so much on her own. It was a lot of pain for her. I've read that a lot of couples whose lives are torn apart by murder find the strain on their relationships too much and end up separating. We never came close to that, but Jules's frustrations were both real and justified. My intransigence regarding the house with the cross on the wall, for example, meant we rented a much smaller and pretty grotty place. Again, it didn't affect me as much as Jules. I was out at work a lot of the time, but she was at home with Kira on maternity leave, plus a pre-nursery Edward, all the time knowing we could have been in a really great house, making it a home, but for my indefinable, strange feeling. Jules actually thinks she suffered from postnatal depression at this point. She has since told me she felt quite resentful, that this was her lowest point. There's one image which says it all about my detachment from Jules's reality. Most of the DIY I did was totally unnecessary, replacing stuff for the sake of it. At one point, 10 days before her due date with Edward, I took the stairs out of our house to replace them. She remembers looking around and there being nowhere even to sit, because along with taking out the staircase, I'd also taken up the floor. Not that seating was abundant anyway. In the last act of this increasingly black comedy, the furniture we'd ordered still hadn't been delivered. Eventually, we bought the house we still live in now. It felt like we'd started to get some normality, found an emotional level pegging. With Carl and Craig locked up, there were long gaps when nothing happened. They were in prison serving their sentences, and that was it. That was fine with us. We didn't want to know anything about them. They were locked up and would never darken our doors again. Except, of course, at some point they were going to be released, and we hadn't prepared ourselves for that. It's the job of a victim liaison officer to keep her family up to date with news regarding offenders, and in 2012 we were informed that parole hearings were about to start. It was then that Jules started to feel left out again. This was at the point when we were living in America. No way was I going to miss being at the first hearing in person. I was determined to be there for Simon, and I asked BP if they'd be willing to pay for my flights. Not only did they say yes, but they offered to pay for the whole family. However, I decided it would be better if I went alone. Understandably, Jules was left ruining a lost chance for us all to go back together and see family and friends. More than that, staying in the US was a sign to her that when it came to Simon's death, she remained on the periphery of the family. Thankfully, this would change in later years, when she did come with us to some of the hearings. She was also a huge part of the restorative justice process, another step change for her after so often feeling sidelined. The truth is that while Jules and I have shared a close and happy relationship, the killers undoubtedly did steal something from her that August night in 1998, because when they killed Simon, part of me also died. From that point on, the person she married could never be the same. Over time, the effect has lessened because, like any two people, we've both changed anyway. But the effect will always, to some degree, be there. From a next generation point of view, we're conscious of how, as a small family, just our children and their two cousins, there are kids missing from the group. Simon loved children, and it's inevitable he would have had some along the way. Instead, they're absent from our and our children's lives. Maybe there's hope yet. I'm actually on a DNA database in case there's a child of Simon's out there who might one day want to get in touch. In some ways, Simon could keep his cards quite close to his chest. You never know. There is a sense also of him living on in our children. Kira's middle name is Simone. Even without his own kids, Simon would have been a big part of Edward and Kira's lives. Jules imagines how Simon and I would have used our identical twinness to play tricks on them. She reckons we were both daft enough to do that. Telling Edward and Kira why their uncle isn't here has been a challenge in itself. When they were little, the last thing I wanted to do was reveal the truth. A murder in the family is the stuff of nightmares at any age. I couldn't bear the thought of their innocence being snatched away. But children are inquisitive. As they got older, the question, what happened to Uncle Simon, popped up more and more. The most acceptable version of the truth was that he died after falling in some water. The children are clever. They knew that couldn't be all there was to the story. How did he get in the water? He slipped and fell, I'd tell them. In this case, a white lie was definitely justified, but at the same time we all knew the truth would one day have to come out. As the years passed, during which occasionally we'd take them to Simon's grave, it became a bigger and bigger elephant in the room. At some stage I wanted to tell them the full truth, to talk frankly and openly about what had happened to Simon rather than him be Dad's brother who died. I wanted to share my feelings and for them to understand our family tragedy. I didn't want them finding out via the internet, trying to make sense of a swamp of sources and information. In the end, Jules and I sat them down independently and explained what had happened. We told Edward on a holiday to New York. Sitting in a restaurant, we went through the events of Simon's death and showed him some of the newspaper cuttings. He took it all in quite matter-of-factly. Kira, meanwhile, was a lot more emotional. Clearly, finding out a family member was killed is in itself a shocking piece of news, without then hearing he'd been so violently attacked and overwhelmed. I expect, however they took it in both their minds there will be a lot of unanswered questions. At the same time, inquisitiveness about family is something that often comes a bit later in life. They will, I'm sure, come back and ask us more when they're ready. Although they're young adults, I don't assume they will fully comprehend murder in the sense that we do, in the same way that risks feel different when you're young. Simon's death is something I'm sure we'll talk more about as time goes on. Of course, having children with a family tragedy lurking in the background is a two-way street. While they don't know everything, you know too much. As I've said, there was a time when the murder would create a foreboding sense of gloom in me, a real fear of something awful happening. I used to be nervous about Kira going out on her own. The first time you let a child go to the shop and back is a big enough deal without something terrible based in awful reality gnawing away at the back of your mind. It's funny, ever since she was born I've been worried about Kira in a way I've never felt for Edward. I can't put my finger on why that is, because obviously as a baby she wasn't making any choices for herself, but I do know it's not a daughter thing. I actually think young men are equally as vulnerable because of street violence and knife crime. My guess is it's because Kira is such a free spirit, and so maybe, actually, I see a bit of Simon in her. Edward, on the other hand, is very sensible. I've been in central London with him before, New York too, and seen how streetwise he can be, very switched on. Edward also has the benefit of being 3 years older than his sister. Simon's death is something we live with in our house. It isn't particularly spoken about any more than it's particularly hidden away. There are pictures of Simon on display. One shows us on our 30th birthday, another us messing about on a boat on holiday. Both are extremely special, and I can look at them in two ways. The first is that Simon is someone I shared 30 years with and who had a wonderful life, the person I love to remember. The other is that he can't see what we're doing now, or have the life he deserved, because he met a horrible end. Generally, however, I look at those pictures of Simon and smile. Yes, he's not the uncle he should have been. He isn't part of my children's lives. But time is a healer, and even with him absent, they know he's a big part of who I am. There may come a time when my children start exploring what happened themselves. There may be a time when they say, "Dad, we want to go to the park to see where it happened." That time isn't yet. It might happen. It might not. But the choice will always be theirs. Ultimately, the last thing I want is for Simon's death to hang over Edward and Kira. There's no reason why it should. They are their own people living their own lives. I know Simon wouldn't want it any other way. The Simon he would want them to carry in their heads is the happy, fun-loving version. Simon isn't defined by his death. He's defined by the beautiful person he was. Chapter 7. Collapse. Simon's killers coming up for parole marked the end of a long period of quiet when the family could at least have some respite from the mention of their names and try to get on with their lives, something which, in the early days especially, had proven extremely difficult. Each and every one of us was living our own version of this story. Closure, it had become clear, was little more than a buzzword, a fantasy. Richard's experience, for instance, had been completely different to mine. Like Jules and me, he and Sam had faced a desperate drive to Chester that August bank holiday weekend, in their case from the northeast. When they arrived and discovered the true horror of what had happened, Richard collapsed, crying in a corner, at which point somebody told him, "Oh, don't you cry, Richard. We need you to be strong." Richard took that as his cue. He didn't cry properly for the next 18 months, during which he dealt not only with his own and my parents' devastation, but, because of his legal background, with the details of Simon's probate, the minutiae of life that all has to be sorted one way or another. Endless phone calls, the need to explain what had happened again and again. A death certificate had to be obtained and the power of attorney to close down Simon's accounts. Richard performed a lot of those tasks, all while maintaining this facade of everlasting strength. It really took it out of him. Emotions were well and truly bottled up. Mental health issues were inevitable. He cracked. Richard was the managing director in Dad's business. One Monday morning he was sitting at home when he would usually have left for the factory. When Sam asked him why he was still there, his answer was simple. "I just can't go on anymore." Sam knew straight away what her husband meant. He was suicidal. A naturally quiet man, he had internalized a lot of his grief, and a breakdown was the result. Sam took him straight to the doctor, who signed him off work for 6 months. He received counselling in Liverpool and decided for his own well-being to leave Lexicraft and set up his own business, which he's been running ever since. There's another feeling that Richard has about the aftermath of Simon's death, one which he describes as irrational but understandable. Because Simon and I are twins, as the older brother he felt left out. And in many cases he was left out. In a lot of media reports he wouldn't even be mentioned, as if he was a bit part player, someone whose feelings didn't matter. The impact on him wasn't important. In the run-up to Simon's funeral, Sam recalls bursting into tears when somebody finally asked, "How's Rich?" They were the first person other than close family to do so. Too often he was left thinking, he was my brother too. I understand what he means. Simon and I were one unit, and Richard was the older brother. Even in normal circumstances, having identical twin brothers is a dynamic which can lead to a feeling of separation. When one is lost to violence, that can only be exacerbated. The question on everyone's lips is never going to be, I wonder what it's like for the other brother. Everything is twin, twin, twin. Sam, meanwhile, was left feeling guilty about neglecting Richard because she spent so much time caring for Mum and Dad. Richard and Sam stayed in Chester for the whole of the first month after Simon's death and remained very hands-on after that. As with me and Jules, for Richard and Sam there's very much a stark line of before and after with Simon's death. The weekend it happened, Richard and Sam had invited friends round. Sam used to say it was the last time they were happy. A friend later came up with a more accurate word, carefree. Everything had been golden, and then it was gone. It was only recently that Sam was able to say to Richard, I think you're just beginning to feel a bit normal again now. Their 30s and 40s were, they say, written off. You never get over it. You just learn to live with it, like a growth that can't be removed. Everyone in the family understands what that means. There's no such thing as better when it comes to recovering from Simon's loss. It's just a matter of coming to terms with it. Richard prefers to celebrate Simon's life rather than talk about the way it ended. To live his life the best he can as testament to Simon rather than be destroyed by what happened. He prefers conversations of the "do you remember when" variety, and wonders if as a family there's been too much focus on the murder and its aftermath. He's wary of giving significance to Simon's killers, which is why he's been more arm's length when it comes to the parole process, submitting written statements rather than attending hearings. For him, the system has processed the killers, and that's as much as he wants to involve himself in thinking about them. I deal with that process in a very different way. I have to connect with them. I have to process the detail about them. We're all very respectful of how we've dealt with Simon's death individually, and Richard totally understands my own restorative justice journey, which I hugely appreciate. Mum's similar. She respects that I need to deal with Simon's death in my own way, and restorative justice is part of that, but her way is to compartmentalise the loss. She has what she calls a Simon box, covered in fabric in a corner of her lounge, containing his possessions. Mum, Dad and I all have such memory boxes where we keep things of special significance, such as the last Christmas card Simon ever sent for us. For Mum, it's her way of mentally coping with his absence, by having deeply personal items such as diaries and letters close to hand and heart. The box is mentioned in her 2020 victim impact statement. All we have left of Simon is a box full of memories that contain videos, recordings of his voice and cards with his writing on, which makes opening the box and listening to his voice talking about the good times we spent together almost overwhelming. For that reason, she very rarely does open it. Parents think about the loss of a child in a different way. For a mother especially, loss is something unimaginably painful. Compartmentalisation is the only way Mum has managed to survive. In that box where she keeps Simon's belongings, she also keeps her pain. After Simon's death, Mum also became a lot more protective of me. That manifested itself in a need to be near me. Mum and Dad would come down to our house, holiday with us, and we'd go to visit them all the time. All those things were about her sense of loss and her holding on to me. All entirely understandable. Normality can never exist for anyone who has lost a child. Fragility is always there. Mum and Dad found it difficult to spend time together in those first few years after Simon's murder. There was a sense that if Dad hadn't bought the business, the family would never have been introduced to the Wirral in the first place. It's the way people's minds work, identifying a particular link in a chain of events and assuming everything would be okay without it. While Mum descended into a deep trench of upset and trauma, with Dad there was a lot more anger, which, considering he was the kindest, humblest, gentlest and smiley person you could ever meet, could come as a shock. Previously, Dad would never say a bad word about anybody. If someone upset him in everyday life, he'd describe the disagreement in the politest of terms. Now, he had all this anger contained inside. I was clearing out my parents' garage when I came across a folder containing his victim impact statements to the parole board. He described my brother's death as a tortured execution. "Those two evil monsters executed my son," he wrote, an example of just how furious he could get, and in itself terribly sad to see from such a calm and happy man. Just how badly his natural personality could be hijacked by rage is no better illustrated than with a bizarre offer of revenge that came his way. Dad knew a few people who'd take scrap metal from the factory off his hands and who had connections with the Liverpool underworld. When they heard what had happened to Simon, they offered him the opportunity to use those connections to get back at the killers, to have them attacked in prison. It says everything about how much this otherwise gentle man was hurting, how angry he was, that he was quite serious about it at one point. I was shocked when he told me, but these were the thoughts he'd been reduced to because his anger was so intense. Dad's reaction to Simon's death was also the most public. Richard recalls waking up on the second morning to the sound of Dad crying, howling almost, in the garden. Other times, he'd wander around the streets in the middle of the night, neighbours taking him in when they heard him crying. One of the ways he coped in the early years was to talk to strangers about his son's death. He'd do it anywhere, even in the queue at a coffee shop. One minute he'd be standing there minding his own business, the next he'd be telling the total stranger behind him that his son had been murdered. He was so raw about it, and his frankness created some incredibly awkward situations as people, totally reasonably, didn't know how to react. Over time, you learn ways to guard against this kind of scenario, which puts unsuspecting people in difficult situations. Sitting at a table of strangers at a wedding, for example, it's not uncommon for someone to ask if you have any brothers or sisters. When that happens to me, I rarely mention my twin because it opens the door to another inevitable question. What do they do? At that point, I'd have to explain that Simon had been murdered, a spark for a blaze of red-faced embarrassment. That's not the other person's fault. It's how so many of us have been conditioned. Socially, with strangers, we're meant to make small talk. But there are strict limits on where that chatter should wander. In some ways, you have to learn to forget what being a twin is like, to wrap it away. Anyone who's been unfortunate enough to lose someone close will recognise this element of having to close the door on a potentially difficult situation. Dad, however, went the opposite way, positively seeking out discussion and disclosure with people he didn't know. Dad was also of a generation where counselling was an alien concept. Nowadays, people are encouraged to open up, to address their feelings, whereas for his age group, mental health wasn't on the agenda. You keep your feelings inside, classic stiff upper lip, which brings its own vulnerability. Thankfully, he had plenty of business colleagues who would listen and were very supportive of him. It was just one of the ways Dad self-medicated with work. He had to be busy. It was always, "I've got to get back to work." Work, though, could never be a true escape for Dad. There was, after all, a glaring absence. It was just 3 years after he bought Lexicraft that Simon joined the company. I'd had my own brief stint there during a summer break from university, helping out making aluminium nameplates and labelling tags, taking the ferry across from my parents' apartment in the Albert Dock. But at that point, Simon wasn't working there. When he did come into Lexicraft in the early 90s, it was far from a nepotistic case of a keep-it-in-the-family boss installing his son for the sake of it. Simon's job was to use his extensive programming know-how to computerise the firm, helping Dad install Apple Macs around the factory, turning an analogue system into a digital one that would take Lexicraft into a new era. Dad needed Simon. He went from seeing him every day, having him as a big part of the family business, to being presented with a glaring physical hole wherever he should have been. With Simon gone, Dad also faced the stress of running a company with 50 employees, all reliant on him for their mortgages and family well-being. Problems lurked round every corner, and in some ways those problems replaced the counselling that men of a different generation may have sought. Dad would leave the house at 6:30 a.m. 6 days a week, and not come home until 8 p.m. Other times he'd travel abroad to deal with orders coming in from the continent. Focusing on the business filled the gaping cavern in his life and meant he never really gave himself time to properly grieve Simon's death, whereas Mum, on the other hand, had so much time to think about it. Dad eventually retired in 2015. He wanted to do so earlier, but without Simon was denied the ability to pass the business on to anyone. With Simon gone, there was no natural succession. As a result, he worked until he was 77. Only in his very late years, when he stepped away from the business, eventually selling the firm to an American company, did he really start to process his loss. Dad would use the word companionship to describe what ultimately he'd lost with Simon. And that's exactly what he and Simon were. Companions. A truly beautiful way to describe their relationship, and one which explains a lot of his anger. In his victim statements, he spoke of the version of himself which had replaced the one that had so enjoyed everyday life. How he now lacked confidence and was stricken by anxiety, which destroys my peace of mind. How day to day he had to live with the memory of Simon's execution. Family events were no longer normal, he said, shadowed by Simon's brutal murder. To the end, he was very unforgiving and never wanted to see Simon's killers set free. In early statements, he talked of the killer's release as a terrifying possibility, something that could collapse our fractured lives. In her statements, meanwhile, Mum took the opportunity to reveal that her son's death had changed my life forever, destroying my values and beliefs of honesty and trust. She spoke of how her delight at having grandchildren through me had been tainted by the bitterness of never being able to see the children Simon would have had. Where once she had compassion, humanity and kindness, she said, there now existed a numb and empty place. Simon was my caring, kind son, she wrote. I miss him more than I could ever describe. Mum and Dad's hurt was further compounded when, a year after the murder, they received £5,000 compensation from the government for Simon's death. That was the standard payment. Your son has been murdered, there you go. Simon's loss, like anybody's loss, can never be about money. But for the state to value their son the same as a second-hand car or the price of a few weeks' bed and board in jail for his killers? Hard to take that as anything other than a crushing insult. Dad would consume a lot of energy writing angry letters about the lack of worth attached to his son's life. He wrote to the then Home Secretary, Jack Straw, as well as the Crown Prosecution Service and Lord Chief Justice, anguished and irate that Carl's tariff had been reduced to 12 years on appeal. They jumped on his head and body and then rolled him into a pond to drown, he wrote. Before this, they had tortured him to obtain his PIN number. He went on to point out that Harrison boasted during the trial that he had toed Simon full in the face. He reminded the Home Secretary of the Salvation Army officer's claim that the murderers had said they'd enjoyed killing Simon and wanted to murder again. Dad pointed out that Carl would be free to resume his life at virtually the same age that Simon had lost his. Again, he pointed out the injustice that he and Craig had robbed Simon and executed him, and yet now they would be free to walk the streets to build the future so callously and viciously denied to his son. Simon, he reiterated, hadn't died as the result of an accident. He'd deliberately been denied to his family in the most senseless, violent manner. The sheer pain of a father's loss is so truly shown in those letters. Dad was there, fighting for his dead son while going through such terrible personal trauma. He never really talked to me much about this at the time, I guess in part to protect me from the distress. Some people might wonder how, considering his anger, Dad, or perhaps any of us, managed to restrain ourselves in the parole hearings that continued down the years. The answer is that we always wanted to be dignified for Simon. In the early days, the perfunctory nature of the hearings wasn't a huge help. We'd go in, read out what was in front of us, and that was that. It was like we were invisible. Thankfully, the system has improved. These days you're introduced to the other people in the room and given time to prepare yourself. Even so, I expect there are relatives of murder victims who find it too much, whose anger gets the better of them. Until you're in that situation, actually looking the person responsible in the eye, you can't possibly know how you're going to deal with it. That's the thing with murder. It's raw emotion heaped on raw emotion. For some people, I'm sure there's a limit on how much they can take. Mum and Dad showed incredible strength to go to multiple hearings, changing their statements each time to reflect different elements of their emotional journey. No matter how hard it was, they always wanted to represent Simon's voice in that room. When during COVID Carl's hearings were held on Zoom, it was a completely different dynamic. With a prisoner nothing more than a small image on a screen, a hearing is reduced to mere process, going through the motions. Face to face, there's the quietness of the room as you prepare to read your statement, the ability to address the inmate, and the satisfaction of seeing every detail of their emotional response. Now we could barely see Carl's face, let alone read anything into his expressions or body language. For everyone in our family, there is always one huge reminder of what they've lost. Me. With Simon and me, it wasn't just a case of identical looks. We had the same mannerisms, walked the same, spoke the same, held ourselves the same. We were living versions of one another. I still am a living version of Simon. Me and not me, all at once. Naturally, Simon's absence is magnified 1,000 times on special occasions, the biggest impact inevitably being on the 5th of August, our birthday. After Simon died, it was always a muted celebration. When I started doing talks in prisons, an inmate asked about my and Simon's birthday, recognising the pain it must bring. And he was right. It's always a difficult day. In the early years, more so than now. For a long time I considered my birthday simply to be not important anymore. It was just a day to get through. Latterly, there's been more of an element of celebration. Jules feels strongly that my birthday shouldn't be allowed to be a non-event, completely overshadowed by Simon's death. I've come to see that she's right. My life is still going on after all, and when there are people who love me, it can't just be a date to be sad. My wife and children want to mark my birthday, and so these days we use it to celebrate Simon and me. With Edward and Kira now knowing about Simon's murder, it's also become a much more profound date for them. August bank holiday weekend, coinciding with the anniversary of the murder, would be another hugely difficult time for Mum and Dad. In the early years especially, they would either go away for a few days, sometimes abroad, sometimes back to Cumbria, or arrange to be with me. The actual day Simon died was also Jules's dad's birthday, which meant that special occasion was taken away too. Being happy for someone on the day Simon died entailed far too much guilt, the same guilt which would all too often settle like a fog over Christmases and smother lightness and joy. Considering the intense weight of grief and the constant reminders of Simon's murder, the fact that the three couples at the heart of the tragedy, Mum and Dad, Richard and Sam, Jules and me, remained together after Simon's death probably makes us unique. When a tragedy happens, as well as being a couple, there are two individuals trying to deal with it in their own way. Personal stress of any kind puts a huge strain on a relationship. Murder, with all the accompanying anger, guilt, mental health issues, and blame, even more so. In my parents' case, Dad was the one who wanted to talk about it, while Mum boxed it away to shut out the pain. In our case, Jules wanted me to unlock my emotions, and I hid behind an endless chain of projects around the house. Somehow, we all weathered the storm. Separation of any kind came only when Dad sadly passed away in 2023. It's testament to the strength of our family that we managed to survive every storm that came our way, the biggest one initially and then those that followed in its aftermath. Testament to Simon, too. The love he had for us all never vanished in his absence. It remains so much of what tethers us together. Chapter 8. Ripples. In some ways, it's odd that, in the marriage stakes, Simon was the odd one out. He was 100% an incurable romantic, loving, affectionate, the lot. When he fell in love heart and soul. He so wanted that special relationship, and yet it seems he never quite found it. I was the twin who'd gone down the traditional route: exams, college, university, good job with prospects, married. Simon seemed to want pretty much the same thing, but weaved around searching for it. Maybe if he was comparing himself to me, and Richard also, who was similarly settled, at the point he died, he might have felt left behind. His two brothers had long-term relationships, which was what he desperately wanted. Hence, possibly what we saw at my and Jules' wedding. But at the same time, he was only 30. There was plenty of time for that area of his life to blossom. To some extent, it already had, just not permanently. While Simon and I kept our relationships quite private, and no one can ever quite know what's going on in someone else's heart, it definitely felt like there were women in Simon's life who might have been the one. He did actually buy a house, its suburban setting always reminding me of the Close in the Liverpool soap Brookside, and move in with one partner, Dawn, a kind and sensitive soul I got to know quite well, and who I was fortunate enough to meet again for this book. Simon met Dawn and a friend of hers while on a night out in Cumbria with a friend. Mum and Dad were away in Cumbria that weekend, and so afterwards they all headed back to their flat on the Albert Dock for a bit of a party. Dawn laughs now about winding Simon up that her name was Stephanie and she was a lifeguard. When Simon gave the girls a lift home, he told Stephanie he'd like to see her again. She gave him a number and address, never expecting to see him again. A few days later she was watching the telly at home when a florist's van pulled up outside. The delivery man knocked on the door. "I've got a bunch of flowers here for Stephanie." Dawn's mum was just about to tell him he'd got the wrong address when her daughter appeared. "It's me. They're for me." That night she and Simon went out on their first date. 10 months later, Simon bought a house and they moved in together. Simon was keen to show Dawn where he'd grown up. When they drove to Branthwaite for the first time, she recalls seeing the sign, "Please drive slowly," and then "Dean." I said to him, "Who's Dean?" He was laughing his head off. She remembers another time they went to Harlow and the electricity was cut off. Being a Scouser, my first thought was, someone's cut the lecky, we're going to get robbed. He was going, "Dawn, it's a power cut." Simon took Dawn to Buttermere, to Carlisle United and out clubbing in Cockermouth. He took her to see Titanic, featuring that theme song he so loved, twice. He was dead mischievous, she said. I've got lovely memories of him. They're shared by the rest of her family. When, after 3 years, Simon and Dawn split up, he was still welcomed round to Dawn's mum's house for Sunday dinner. "He was just a lovely person," says Dawn. "A diamond, not a bad bone in his body." Dawn was only 22 years old when Simon was murdered, an incredible weight to have to deal with at that age. Aware that Simon was missing after Dad had rung to ask if she'd seen him, when she saw the reports of the body in Brotherton Park, she knew it was Simon before Dad rang again to confirm the most awful of news. She recalls his words vividly. "My son," he told her, "my lovely son has been murdered." Hysterical, Dawn went straight over to the park where she found the police frogmen searching the water. "I was crying," she says. "One of the police officers told me he didn't suffer." Presumably a white lie to give her at least a grain of comfort. Dawn was rendered immobile. She could do nothing for 3 days solid. "I was dead inside, just devastated." Her entire family was the same. It was the first time I'd ever seen my dad cry. A few days later, Dawn and her family visited Mum and Dad to pay their respects. Dawn's family still talk about Simon to this day. "My mum," she says, "treated her like a daughter." Dawn believes Simon's death affected her for years afterwards. Her trauma and vulnerability taken advantage of, she ended up in a negative and damaging relationship. "I think I had a breakdown," she says, "but didn't realise it. I just got on with it, like you do, but looking back, I definitely think I had a breakdown." For years she lived on her own, before finally meeting the man who'd be her husband as they walked their dogs. Like everyone else in this story, Dawn can't help but wonder what Simon would be doing now, if he'd been married with children, enjoying his life. Also, like everyone else, she has her what-ifs. What if he'd never gone to Birkenhead? What if he'd never have got that flat? He'd never have been drinking over there. The sheer sense of unfairness, meanwhile, will never go away. Had it been a tragic accident, I'd have been able to accept it more easily, she reflects. It was the way he died. He had his life taken away from him. It's just so unfair. He wouldn't have harmed a fly. He wouldn't have hit back. It just wasn't how he was made. It still flabbergasts me when I think about it to this day. Why did it have to happen? Why him? To pay her respects and to see for herself those who'd taken Simon's life, Dawn went to the first day of the trial. I looked at the killers' families, thinking, "Do you know what your son has done?" The defendants, she says, complained about her brother-in-law staring at them throughout the trial, claiming he was intimidating them. "He loved the bones of Simon," she explains. A few weeks later, racing to make the coach for the funeral, she was panic-stricken when she and her sister missed it, so much so that she jumped into a black cab at Lime Street Station, looked at the driver and said, "Cumbria." She still remembers the kindness of her fellow mourners when, on the coach home, they had a whip round to pay for her taxi fare. Thankfully, while there's an undeniable reality to Dawn's situation, I've got to live with it. I can't bring him back. He's never coming back. Happy memories also occupy her mind. "He used to drop me off at night in his Lexicraft van," she recalls. "One time he told me to go in and put the radio on. He was going to ask for a request for me on Peaceful Hour, a feature on Late Night Radio City. I listened in, and there it was. 'I've had a message from Simon,' said the DJ. 'I've had a lovely night with Dawn, and I love you very much.' He could be dead soppy at times." After the incredibly hard time she'd been through, Dawn now hopes Simon is looking down proudly. "I hope he's thinking, she's married, she's got a lovely home, she went back to university, she's sorted herself out. He'd be proud that it hasn't destroyed me. It would be so easy to give up. I think he'd be made up I haven't." Prior to Dawn, Simon had met Jackie, a single mum with a young son. Over the 2 to 3 years the relationship lasted, Simon became a big part of both of their lives. Jackie was desperately upset when, a few years after they'd parted, she heard about Simon's death. When I met her, she told me that initially, unable to believe what she'd seen on the news, she spent the whole of that night crying. She couldn't ever face thinking about the attack. She had, though, left flowers at the park and taken her son there as well. Jackie also revealed how nervous she was about going to the funeral because she didn't feel worthy of being invited. I was surprised and saddened in equal measure, because I know how much Simon valued the time they had together and that experience of family life. Jackie said Simon would have made such an amazing dad, and that all she wanted when they split up was for him to find the perfect woman to take his life forward. Again, it was devastating to be reminded how that chance had been so callously taken away from him. At the same time, it was profound to meet both Jackie and Dawn, see the journeys they'd been on, and find that Simon still had a special place in their hearts. I'm also pleased that Simon did, for a while at least, have a child in his life. If I'm being totally honest, Simon's love life wasn't always particularly stable. There was occasionally a slight black comedy side to his relationships. Having come from a sleepy Cumbrian village, there were elements of Liverpool city life, full-on, unpredictable, slightly chaotic, he'd never experienced before. He once came home to find a girlfriend had chucked all his clothes out of the bedroom window into the garden. Another time, during a row, a pair of stiletto-clad feet had risen from the passenger seat and kicked his car windscreen out. Although his love life might occasionally have been a little tempestuous, Simon could always rely on a strong, supportive and fun group of friends. Having grown up elsewhere, making social connections in Birkenhead was important for him. He lived for the weekend, which more often than not entailed a big night out in Birkenhead, a gang of hard-working professional people drinking round the pubs before going on to a nightclub in the town. Simon's friend Fiona describes them as people who found so much fun in being together. Equally, while Simon came across as gregarious, Fiona said she also saw the side of him which was quiet and shy. That rang true. Simon had an extrovert side, but, like me, he was an introvert at heart. For Simon, who lived in a flat just off Birkenhead's Georgian masterpiece Hamilton Square, the town offered the perfect night out. In the 90s, it was buzzing with lots of busy pubs and spots to go on to for a late drink. Simon loved it, to the extent that preparations started well in advance at his flat, where he and Russell would often have a few drinks before going out. If Simon had been to watch Carlisle, he'd ring Russell from the M6. "I'm on the way home, run the bath." It was a tight turnaround to get back and ready in time to go out, but nothing got in the way of the big night out. Bath, vodka, and ready to hit Birkenhead. In fact, it wasn't uncommon for the weekend's revelry to extend into Sunday. Often he and Russell would go swimming, have a pint and go back to the flat, get changed and head out again for a drink and a curry. Back at work on Monday, chat would soon turn to the next big weekend. Simon's love of a Birkenhead night out had always made his decision to head to Bromborough that fateful Friday night something of a mystery to me. All I knew, or thought I knew, of the hours before he died was that he'd gone out with some mates and, as can happen, had lost them in the club and headed back alone. Thankfully, by meeting up with Simon's friends, often after many long years, I now see the picture more fully. While it had been our 30th birthday a few weeks earlier, Simon and I hadn't actually been that fussed about a family gathering. Landmark birthdays, however, tended to be 3-line whips, and actually we had a really lovely time, meeting at a point geographically convenient for the whole family in Banbury. Some lovely photos of Simon and me were taken that day. I still love the one of me and him with the cake, which, like so much else, would soon take on a huge amount of poignancy. What I hadn't realised was that Simon had also planned a birthday night out with his friends Louise, Janine and Alicia. They'd have done it at the time, but of course Simon was away celebrating with family. Now he was back, and Simon being Simon, he was never going to miss out on some fun. This was a phase of his life where socialising was everything. He was 30, still not settled down, and if there was a chance to go out, he was unlikely to turn his back on it. Most of us are like that when we're single. Once you settle down with somebody, it's completely different. Simon met up with Louise at the house she shared with Fiona in Spittal, leaving his van parked there for the night, the plan being to stop over and drive back to his flat in the morning. Just a normal arrangement, same as thousands of others being made across the area that night. The idea was to head to Ritzy and Fifth Avenue, basically two clubs in one, aimed at different age groups but joined together on the nearby Croft Industrial Park. Ritzy and Fifth Avenue were big at the time, to the extent that clubbers would travel from North Wales and across the water from Liverpool. But for Simon, it was an area he didn't know well. He'd never been there before. He and Louise took a taxi and met up with Janine and Alicia at Hot Shots Bowling Alley. There was nowhere else to go round there. It was basically a retail park for a few drinks before heading to the clubs next door. Tragically, Alicia would die in her 30s from cancer, but the other two women report a typical fun night of dancing and drinking. Simon, they say, was in great spirits, flitting between dance floors but staying mainly in Fifth Avenue with its clientele of over 25s and buying his friends vodka and cokes. As the night drew to an end, about 1:30, Janine and Alicia asked Simon if he wanted to share a taxi home. Simon was heading back to Louise's and so chose to stick around because she had the key. It's at that point the picture becomes hazy. 15 minutes later, the club's CCTV shows Simon leaving alone. Maybe in that busy nightclub environment he'd been unable to find Louise. At that point, Janine and Alicia had only just got into their taxi. There are hundreds of what-if moments in this tragedy, and this is one of them. It's stayed with Janine ever since. Did Simon shout at them to stop? Had he decided to share their taxi after all, but they never heard him? Whatever the reality, a nightclub doorman later revealed that Simon had declined an offer to call him a taxi. Louise, meanwhile, having herself been able to find Simon at the club, fully expected to discover him sitting on her doorstep when she got back home. When Simon was nowhere to be seen, she thought he'd got a taxi back to his flat. We know now, of course, that he decided to walk alone to Louise's house. Unfortunately, he was unsure of the lie of the land. Craig had said that when they first encountered Simon, he asked, "Do you know the way to Spittal Station?" It makes sense. While he was at that point walking in totally the wrong direction to get to Louise and Fiona's house, his disorientation potentially magnified after a few drinks. He did know that Spittal Station was close to where they lived and he'd be able to find his way from there. I was grateful to Simon's friends for filling me in on the details of the night. Once or twice, before I got together with Jules, I would join Simon on one of his mad Birkenhead nights out and had seen firsthand how much he loved this close-knit group of mates who clearly meant so much to one another. I could never imagine that one day a thread would become detached and what they had together would unravel in front of their eyes. When Simon died, I was so deep in my own loss that I never stopped to consider how his death would impact his friends. I'd see them at the funeral, of course, but that's not the time to open up a big box of feelings and memories. Anyone who's been to a funeral will be familiar with what happens. You shake hands, promise to keep in touch, and never see most of those people again. That's not out of any desire to burn bridges, it's just that naturally everyone moves on with their lives. But when it came to writing this book, I knew reaching out to Simon's friends would be a big part of it. Because we lived so far apart and for a good while I was in the US, I never truly got into what Simon's social life was like on Merseyside. The chance to find out was taken away from me when he was killed. His friends were a huge part of who he was. I needed to see Simon through their eyes. I also wanted to know how they dealt with his death. I knew their emotion wouldn't have disappeared. I just never comprehended that they'd have carried so much hurt, desolation and guilt for so long. Their trauma was tangible still. On the weekend of Simon's night out in Bromborough, Fiona expected him to collect his van from outside her and Louise's house on the Saturday morning, but it remained there all day and was still there on Sunday. The sight of it made her feel uneasy. To just leave his van there really wasn't like Simon. She just started doing a bit of cleaning when she heard on the radio that a body had been found in Brotherton Park. Oh my God! Immediately, she contacted their close friend Chris, another mainstay of those big Birkenhead nights out. The day before, following a football game, Chris was in a cab and drove past Brotherton Park. He saw police tape across the entrance and an officer standing there. Chris asked the driver what had happened. "Have you not heard?" he replied. "They've found a body." Chris hadn't thought too much about it at the time, but he was watching a match in the pub when he got the call from Fiona. It was quite rare for someone to call the landline of the pub you were in. Quite obviously, there was something seriously wrong. Chris and Simon were such good buddies, they could have been twins themselves. They were a partnership, kindred souls. As soon as Chris heard about Simon's van, all the colour drained out of him. Straight away he thought back to that police cordon. He was terrified. Fiona collected him from the pub and they drove around to the park entrance. "I literally just left my car in the middle of the road and ran to the gate." They told the officer they thought they knew who the body was. "Our friend Simon." The policeman asked them to describe him. Before leaving the house, Fiona had grabbed some photos featuring Simon. One taken in an Indian restaurant the week before actually showed him in the shirt he was wearing on the night he died. Simon loved his going-out attire, which more often than not was classic jeans and an orange shirt he'd bought from a little shop in Birkenhead that he and Chris used to go to. When Fiona and Chris also described his distinctive belt with the word jeans on the buckle, the policeman immediately asked them to go with him to the station to give a statement. They weren't to know that at virtually the same time, Dad was at the morgue identifying Simon's body. At the station, with an active investigation underway, Fiona and Chris were split up. Fiona's worst fears came true when suddenly she heard Chris screaming and crying. Shortly afterwards, a policewoman came in to tell her the devastating news too. The precise details of what had happened to Simon weren't revealed. It would be a couple of days before they heard the sickening reality of his final moments. In the meantime, a crane came to take Simon's van away for forensic examination. I met Chris, along with Rob, another big mate of Simon's, at a pub near to where Simon was killed. It's not easy meeting people after a long time, let alone under this kind of circumstances. There's an element of walking on eggshells a little bit, finding a way into the conversation, working out what makes each other tick. But it soon became clear that these were two people who wanted to share as much as they could, who loved Simon deeply. Theirs was an incredible friendship, and Simon's murder had been completely shattering. Again, it occurred to me how, in all honesty, I'd never thought of Simon's death from their viewpoint, how they'd been impacted, their memories and reflections. I'd never had these conversations, never had these heart-to-hearts. I'd always been too wound up in my own perspective to do so. Chris told me that because he had a football match the next day, he'd stayed in on the night Simon died. Rob, meanwhile, had spoken to Simon twice that day, asking if he was coming out in Birkenhead. Years later, he told me, he still thinks back to those two calls and regrets that he didn't persuade him to do so. I was reminded of Fiona, who'd explained that she was out on a date the night Simon died. If only I'd been there. 3 lovely friends, carrying the debilitating weight of if only for more than 20 years. I sincerely hope they understand that Simon clearly had his mind set on going to the nightclub that night. It was his decision, and there was no way any of them could have influenced it. Simon's death can never be reduced to, if I'd done this, it might not have happened. Guilt for his not being here belongs to only 2 people. Chris received counselling for 2 years after the event. He explained how, stricken by grief, anger, all kinds of emotions, that once watertight Birkenhead friendship group slowly corroded and disintegrated. Simon had been the glue that held it all together, always trying to organise something. "Come on, let's go." And then he was gone. While in those early days after the murder, in Fiona's words, the friends were literally hanging on to each other. Bit by bit, those fingertips worked loose. Fiona explained how there had been a strange dynamic on the coach to the funeral. People sitting away from one another, possibly still coming to terms with what had happened and maybe, with emotions still raw, even a little bit of blame seeping in too. It was a tension fuelled more than likely by a sense of individual and communal guilt, of which, of course, there should have been none. About a year after the murder, Simon's friends arranged a holiday to Spain in an attempt to bring them back together after all that had happened. It was a disaster from start to finish. There was a massive row at the airport and on the plane. Everyone tried to make the best of the break, but the sad truth was clear. They just weren't together as a group anymore. The atmosphere was fractious. There was a sense of people not being able to communicate, wanting to run away from the tragedy that had befallen them all. It was a brave attempt to rekindle a flame that had, without Simon, flickered and died. In their heads, for different and often complex reasons, those friends had drifted their separate ways. It made me sad to see that so much had been lost to the madness of Craig and Carl. Angry, too. I'd been nervous about meeting Chris and Rob for just that reason. I already had a lot to deal with in my head without adding more to it, and for a while afterwards, my feelings towards Simon's killers were pitch black. Hearing how much his friends cared for him and the effects his death had on them made me feel real disgust and hatred for the people who'd done that to them. They were bastards, murdering bastards who'd caused so much harm. I questioned my whole approach, the idea that I could or should try to reach a point of acceptance. When so many people had been, and continued to be, damaged, why should I give Craig and Carl anything? For Fiona, the entire experience of Simon's death left her emotionally drained. 2 years later, she had a nervous breakdown. She attributes it to just keeping going and going, shutting out the hurt and the pain which so desperately needed to be released. I was going to work, building my career, and then one day I crashed, fell apart completely. I ended up on antidepressants. There was a longer-term effect. For my whole life I've been scared of my child going out. Simon's murder would shape her entire attitude to bringing up her son, a mindset totally understandable, considering that same son tells her of teenagers carrying knives in school. I made sure from the start he understood the consequences of violence and the need to stay away from those who see it as part of daily life, she told me. Indeed, a major reason for her speaking to me was the hope that helping me to tell my story might go some way towards saving someone else from the torture we've been through ourselves. Even so, heading back down such a difficult road was far from an easy decision. Fiona was scared of letting her inner emotions out of the box in case they sparked another breakdown, something I've heard more than once on this journey. Indeed, there are friends in Simon's life who, understandably, haven't been able to take a step back into their time with Simon and the effect his murder had on them for just that reason. It's hard enough still living in the area where it happened, driving past Brotherton Park perhaps, or a pub where special times were had, let alone prizing open the lid on a whole host of personal memories. To this day, Fiona still avoids Brotherton Park, and she still finds it hard to talk about what happened to Simon without being overcome by anger. While understanding why I've gone down the restorative justice route, she's adamant that, to her, Simon's killers will always be lowlifes. As she points out, even if they were high on drink and drugs at the time, and that led to a complete lack of any kind of moral compass, how do you then explain, in the cold light of day, They're going out and buying sports gear with Simon's money, or wearing his watch. On a more positive note, today Fiona owns a gift shop somewhere that allows her to see the better side of people. Like Fiona, Rob and Chris, Russell had been plagued by thoughts of how events might have played out differently. For him, the nagging "if only" centres on his decision to stay in that Friday night. A man who loves his music, Russell had been into Liverpool to buy a tape deck. When he got back, Simon was ready to go out. Simon asked if he wanted to come. Russell said no. Saturday was the big one. Had he said yes, and they'd been together, he believes they'd have both returned to the flat and the trip to Bromborough would have been chalked off as just another night out. Around 2:00 that Saturday morning, something strange happened. The phone rang at Simon and Russell's flat. Russell answered, but there was nothing except a slightly unnerving silence. Russell has always wondered if it was either Simon on the end of that call or potentially even the killers. Equally, it could well have been a complete coincidence. Simon, it should be remembered, didn't have his phone on him that night. Whatever the source of that call, when Simon didn't come back on Saturday morning, Russell thought he'd maybe gone round to Mum and Dad's. However, when he still hadn't returned that night, he became concerned and started to ring round. At lunchtime on the Sunday, he received a call from a friend. "Have you heard the news? Put the radio on." It was then that he heard a body had been found. Russell's reaction was one of disbelief. It can't be, combined with dread. What if it is? He needed time to think and drove over to Thursterston on the west coast of the Wirral, overlooking the Welsh hills. On the way there, he played the Radiohead album OK Computer. When he got back to the flat, he made the decision to head to Birkenhead Police Station to report Simon missing. He still owns OK Computer, but has never played it since. In the aftermath, Russell too could only watch as the social group disintegrated. He believes that ultimately Simon's friends found the horror of what had happened too awful to contemplate. "We carried on going out, but it was never the same. None of them had ever experienced such a harrowing event. How could anything ever be the same?" On a personal level, Russell had been enjoying a great life with Simon, and then suddenly it had vanished in the most shocking of ways. He would suffer badly with depression, and not just because of the effects Simon's loss had on him. Working at Lexicraft, he saw the upheaval and stress it heaped on my dad. Going into the place where Simon worked every day, and then coming home to the flat where he'd lived, reminders everywhere, was clearly too much, and Russell moved out. Russell reminded me that he and Simon had actually booked to go away that year. Simon had found a holiday in Corfu on teletext, and with typical impulsiveness, picked up the phone and booked it. In the end, Russell went away on his own, again only emphasising the loss. On antidepressants, he found himself retreating into himself, occupying a world where he couldn't process thoughts, as if he was looking at the world through frosted glass. Abandoning the pills, he saw a psychologist who explained how he'd been through a deeply traumatic experience and coming out the other side could take years. They were right. It was 6 years before Russell began feeling anything like normal. 6 years of continual explosions of emotion and a more subtle stripping away of innocence. No longer could he take people at face value. He had to know and trust them before investing in any kind of friendship. At the same time, he harboured absolute hatred for the killers. He would look at certain characters hanging around Birkenhead, people who looked like drug dealers and, as he put it, scallywags, and see them as being from the same mould as the animals who'd taken Simon's life. Eventually, having seen how life can so randomly be taken away, Russell began living more for the moment, making the most of his life, taking more risks, getting into climbing and outdoor pursuits. I was pleased to hear that pain had given way to positivity and progress. His life is in a much better place now. Recently, for the first time since Simon's death, he went with me to Brotherton Park and saw the spot where Simon died. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it before. We all deal with grief on totally different emotional timescales. While there was deep sadness in listening to stories of Simon's friends, there were also, as ever with any discussion about Simon, moments when the sun broke through. Russell, for instance, described the flat they shared as being like the young ones, a total free-for-all with late nights and loud music. He recalled how Simon could disappear at 3 in the morning and come back with a load of curries for everyone enjoying an impromptu knees-up. Russell had a great way of summarising that time in Simon's life. DoWhatYouWant.com. Although, actually, at any point in life, Simon had always been perfectly capable of doing the unexpected. At Richard and Sam's wedding, to ensure there wasn't an unlucky 13 sitting at the family table, the hotel positioned Henry, a giant stuffed pig in full evening dress, at the head of the table. Simon took this pig and did what can only be described as unspeakable things with it, in the name of entertaining the rest of us. Of course, if you happened to be one of Simon's neighbours in an otherwise quiet complex of flats, his propensity to live life to the full didn't always go down well. With midweek nights out as well, complete with music and partying into the early hours back at the flat, Simon was on a final warning from the Residents' Association after a noise complaint, something which, again, before I knew the circumstances of the murder, I thought might somehow have been related to his death. Russell remembers that final summer as great, great times. I'd never met anyone like Simon in my life, he says. Living with him was a revelation to me. I'd had quite a sheltered upbringing and my personality was quite quiet. I didn't touch alcohol. All that changed over a very short period. But their flat share wasn't known to everyone. Simon wasn't the best with money, so my parents would occasionally help him out. They were paying the rent on his flat and had no idea he'd also sublet to Russell. The last time we saw one another, Simon actually said to me, "Don't tell Mum and Dad." Occasionally, this subterfuge could have a vaguely farcical element. Russell, for example, had a proper serious hi-fi with separate speakers and a turntable. Simon was thrown into a panic one day when Mum phoned to say she was on her way round. "There's no way she'll believe it's mine." While he concocted a tenuous story, Russell had to get out of the flat sharpish and head off round to a friend's place until the coast was clear. Russell also recalls how, having assembled his dream hi-fi, it was always Simon's copy of My Heart Will Go On in a CD player. Simon also had a penchant for a get-rich-quick scheme. He'd be drawn to adverts in the back of the newspapers promising foolproof ways to beat the bookies or casinos, for a price. One time he talked me into driving down to the south coast to meet an expert who'd worked out a way to beat the roulette wheel. If his reputation were to be believed, this guy had had the better of some of the finest casinos on the continent. The obvious penury this chap lived in seemed to suggest otherwise. Nevertheless, he explained the system and we handed over the £250 price tag. We went to the casino and gave it a go. Surprise, surprise, it didn't work. Casino still drew Simon in, though. One time I was with him when he did actually win £1,500 on the roulette table. Not through the dodgy system, I might add. He stepped out of the building with a big bundle of money and when he got home in classic winner's style, threw it high in the air, notes floating down around us. It was a great night, but the thing was, the next night he could go out and lose twice as much. As Richard puts it, he donated to Liverpool casinos rather heavily. Mum can also smile about Simon's disorganised finances now. When it comes to using a credit card, she'll reach out fondly for Simon's catchphrase, "Put it on the plastic." Meeting Simon's friends was eye-opening in other ways. Interestingly, Chris told me that Simon was a brilliant guy to go out with, but had one flaw, an uncanny knack of getting himself into risky situations, as if there was a naivety in him that meant he couldn't sense he was putting himself in danger. He recalled one occasion when they'd gone to the Greek island of Zante for a week. They were in an English bar in the town centre having a few beers when Simon got into a disagreement with somebody. It was suggested that they should go down to the beach to sort it out. When Simon got there, he found a group waiting to turn him over. On that occasion he managed to get away, but it was an example of how he was capable of getting involved in a bad situation and walking into a trap. I'd never seen that side of him, but then again I'd never really been on a boys' holiday with him either. It was clear, though, that Simon took risks in his life. Not big risks, but risks nevertheless, and that might well have informed his attitude to trusting two complete strangers to help him out on the night he died, his guard further down because he'd had a drink. When we've had a few, we walk into situations we wouldn't normally walk into. My guess is he looked at Craig and Carl and thought, I'm going to a friend's house somewhere over there. I wonder if they know which way. He probably put himself in more risky spots than most, for no other reason than it was just the way he was. There was definitely a slightly disordered element to Simon. He loved pushing boundaries. There always seemed to be a bit of an edge in his life. But while there were undoubted differences in our character and outlook at that time, my view is that they were only to be expected. While people carry a mental stereotype about twins, the general belief is they think the same, do the same. That isn't actually the case, certainly not for us anyway. There was a big divergence. I went to Manchester University, Simon went to Coventry. I did chemistry, Simon did computer science. I went straight from university into BP. Simon failed his computer science coursework at Coventry and dropped out. He stayed on the Wirral. I made a new life in the southeast. Spending so much time together as kids, when the chance came to have our own identity, it's almost as if we took it to extremes. Of course, we remained close, but equally we happily headed to different cities, got on with our careers, had different social groups, different interests, and went to different places. However, in some ways I do feel I've heard of Simon's over-the-top lifestyle at this juncture in his life was a response to me, because I was doing the exact opposite in getting married. He'd never lived this somewhat hedonistic life before because he'd been in fairly well-established relationships. Now he was to some degree aimless and single, while I appeared to have the rest of my life sorted out. He did actually tell Russell I was the serious one, and I expect in many ways I was. While I wasn't averse to a big night out, I was also a lot more career-minded. Similarly, Simon was more of a risk-taker. But he was fastidious, just like me, and for all the laughing and joking, Simon also had a serious side and was able to talk about all kinds of stuff when he wanted to. Whatever the reasons for Simon's character traits at the time of his death, living our own lives felt normal. No one could ever have envisioned that something so tragic would happen and we'd be permanently ripped apart. Had our twin life gone on, within a couple of years, Simon might have settled down, had a family, and we'd have intertwined in a new way. His murder forever traps us at a single and not always relevant point in time. Nevertheless, seeing Simon's old friends gave me a deep insight into the person he was when he died. It's a source of great comfort to me that, despite the fact he'd not yet found the right person, Simon did have a degree of stability in his life. He had a good job, nice flat, and a great bunch of mates. Remarkably, those friends actually created a lasting tribute to Simon in the form of a song. Good night, sleep tight, and recorded it on CD. Simon was the centre of us all, reads the cover. We will never forget the times we shared with him, and we will cherish these moments forever. He was a wonderful person and had so much to live for. The final verse and chorus says everything about how broken they were feeling at the time. Emptiness fills us all, trying so hard not to fall. The centre of us is now gone, trying so hard to go on. It's your love that will show us the way, be with us night and day. Help us to heal those in pain, so your kindness with us will remain. Good night. Sleep tight. Rest your eyes in the world above. Good night. Sleep tight. Heaven will look to you, so we can feel you on earth down below. Listening to the CD was another reality check on just how many people had been affected by Simon's murder. Clearly your own perspective is the one that dominates, and naturally Simon's death has had an enormous effect on me. But I wonder if those who use violence understand just how far the ripples spread, how many people they consume. Those ripples may slowly dissipate, but never do they disappear. Violence will forever hurt. Chapter 9. Face to Face. There was no handshake, just an initial hello. An instant shock to hear his voice, a man's voice, a thudding reminder of the distance we'd travelled. While I'd sat opposite Craig at his parole hearing, the rules meant he wasn't allowed to speak. In fact, I hadn't heard his voice since seeing him basically as a kid at the trial. He'd kept his broad Scouse accent. Normally, at a restorative justice conference, the prisoner talks first about the offence and the victim responds. I had concerns about that structure. I needed to have control over what I heard, because you can't unhear things. Once they're in your head, they're in there forever. I also needed to ensure that Craig thoroughly comprehended the utter devastation he'd caused. I looked at him. I'm not here to forgive you. I also wanted him to understand that sorry wasn't going to cut it. And that's what, expressed in a straightforward, matter-of-fact manner, I told him. There was hurt in my words, but no aggression or anger. There was something else that was also hugely important to me. Simon, if only in memory, had to be alive in that room. I didn't want him to be merely a name, to be there just as the person who died that night. I wanted and needed him to exist clearly and distinctively as a person in Craig's mind. To that end, at the start of the meeting, I showed him the newspaper headline, "Message to the man who killed my twin." Anyone must come forward, read my quote underneath. Even if they are full of remorse for what they have done, come forward and talk to the police. It was a reminder not only of his actions, but the tangled mess of despair and confusion he and Carl had left behind. I also brought out photos of our 30th birthday, taken just 3 weeks before Simon died. Here, quite literally in every way, was the Simon that Craig had killed. Simon physically and Simon as a personality. Funny, smiling, big heart and beautiful soul. So full of life, which Craig had taken away. He spent a lot of time staring, reflecting. I could see the pictures were having a big impact on him. I also had photos of the funeral. It was vital to me that Craig took in with his own eyes the end result, the permanence and the sadness that resulted from his assault on my brother. As he looked at them, I described Simon's character in detail and told Craig how he'd robbed me of so many good memories. For the past 17 years, I explained, I'd been unable to look at home videos of Simon. What should have been treasure had been turned to blight. In that meeting, I wanted him to know everything. The violation of our family, our paranoia, our terror, our breakdowns, our sorrow, our loss. I wanted him to understand, in no uncertain terms, the damage his actions had caused me. I was deeply angry towards you, I told him, and would have killed you had I had the chance. My own recollections of the murder and its aftermath came flooding out. The phone call from Dad, kicking and slamming my fists against the phone box. That awful drive down the motorway with every horrendous thought and emotion crashing round my head. I told him about Mum running into Simon's wardrobe, screaming, after Dad had returned from the mortuary with the worst words any parent can hear, and vividly described how I'd visited the mortuary on that grey, sodden day and seen my dead brother beaten black and blue. I told him how I wanted to know how Simon had ended up like that. I wanted everything in his head from that night. As hard as I knew it was going to be, I wanted explicit details about Simon's death, answers to questions that had gnawed at me, clawed at my skin for years. For me, yes, meeting Craig was a way of moving towards a place of acceptance, but it was also an opportunity to
shift the atmosphere and allow your ears to rest. Following this is a gentle musical composition. Please take these few precious minutes to center yourself, relax your facial muscles, and prepare for the next part of our work.
gain information. I'd never heard what had gone on in Brotherton Park firsthand. It was always through the filter of newspapers, statements read out in court, or the unreliable evidence behind which the killers had tried to hide the truth. The testimony Craig and Carl gave at their trial was never going to be adequate. At that point, all they were concerned with was saving themselves. Some people might think it truly awful to want so much detail, but when someone has stolen something so precious, it becomes a necessity. I had to know, even if it would cause me huge pain, as I knew it surely would. I showed Craig a photo of Simon's grave. "We've tortured ourselves over the years," I told him, "and I'm going to ask you some difficult questions. I'm going to go deep here. I want to know. I need the answers." Craig understood. Clearly he'd expected this moment. He knew it was what I needed. Looking me in the face, Simon's face, he began unpacking every memory stored away from that night. He did so in an honest and very ashamed way. Initially, Craig told me, he and Carl genuinely were going to walk Simon to Spittal train station through Brotherton Park. Simon was drunk, he said, and once they got into the park had at one point knelt down. It was then that everything changed. A flick switched in Craig's head. He gave Carl the nod, and the violence began. Simon, explained Craig, knew he was in trouble and immediately told them he could have the few quid in cash he had on him. But that wasn't enough. "What else do you have?" Simon, he claimed, said nothing. He and Carl weren't settling for that. Simon then said he had a bank card. They demanded it off him. "Give us your PIN number." Simon initially, Craig claimed, was reluctant. It was then that the robbery escalated into a hurricane of uncontrolled and inescapable violence. "Was it just fist and feet?" I asked him. "Yeah," he replied. "We were stamping on him." Again, I understand how some people might think that such horrific detail is too much. There are definitely elements of the meeting with Craig I never told my parents about, but my need to know everything, no matter how painful that might be, was intense. I asked if there'd been much blood. Craig said there wasn't, although he'd been wearing his cousin's trainers, and when he gave them back he didn't realise there were specks of blood on the laces. "Did Simon shout? Did he scream? Did he say, 'Stop'?" "He was crying. He said he'd had enough." But they didn't stop. I listened as Craig told me how they'd beaten and kicked my twin brother unconscious. I brought up the pathologist's examination of Simon's injuries, describing brain damage from sustained stamping and kicking to the head. I have an image that you stamped on him with both feet. Did you? Craig said he hadn't jumped in the air, but did admit kicking him in the ribs. He described himself as vicious and venting. Then there was the pond. Craig told me how they dragged Simon to the edge and, cradling him in one of their laps, stroked his head while trying to bring him round by splashing water on his bloodied face. In normal circumstances, this might be construed as an act of contrition, two callous attackers realising they've gone too far. It was, of course, nothing of the sort. They'd needed one of his final breaths to carry his PIN number. They might even have known his name at that point. I imagine the scene in my head. "Here, Simon, what's your PIN number?" Whatever the exact truth of that moment, they got the number and then threw him in the pond. "Why did you do it?" I asked. "Why did you put Simon in the pond? I know he'd be alive today if you hadn't done it." "It was," said Craig, "his and Carl's final, careless, selfish act." In their twisted heads, not only had Simon been robbed and beaten, now when he woke, he'd also have to make his way home soaking wet. Essentially, my twin had died because of their wish to inflict one last humiliation. "Who actually put him in the pond?" I asked. Craig said it had been a joint action, both of them holding his arms and legs, like when you shake the bed. He said Simon was still breathing when they threw him in. It was as if they just seemed naively to think he'd wake up and get out. I asked if they'd been egging each other on. Craig's honest reply was that he was more the aggressor. It was what I'd always felt. I told him that of the two, I'd seen him as the more intelligent, the one who'd led the events of that night. After the attack, Craig said they'd robbed another car, taken money out on Simon's bank card at Port Sunlight, and then burned the vehicle out. I wanted to know how he felt when he discovered the gravity of what they'd done. Craig explained that the next day he and Carl had seen a headline on CFAX which contained the words "pond killers." He knew straight away that the story could only be about the person they'd robbed in the park. Numbness descended, as did a feeling of inevitability that he'd be arrested. Later he told his cousin they'd robbed someone in Bromborough. The relative then saw the newspaper headline and put two and two together. When his cousin's boss then overheard a conversation about the murder, the police were called. Craig was arrested at 6 a.m. at his girlfriend's house. In fact, he said when the police finally came calling, he was relieved. I wondered about Simon's watch. Craig admitted to taking it, but said he hadn't worn it. He'd kept it at his girlfriend's home where the police had found it. I also wondered if before he was arrested he'd seen my TV appeal. He said he had, but hadn't realised it was me. By then he'd started to detach himself from what had happened. I informed Craig about what my life had been like during those 2 awful weeks before he and Carl were caught. How I'd looked in amazement at people in the street, in the park, and wonder how on earth they could so blithely carry on with their lives when mine had so brutally been ripped apart. The arrests had at least brought that nightmare to an end, but then, of course, Craig and Carl would not admit their guilt. Craig told me how he'd been ashamed and embarrassed, in particular about letting his mother down. All he could think about was how to get out of the situation rather than face up to what he'd done. While his dad, he told me, disowned him, his mother simply couldn't believe he was capable of killing someone. Robbing somebody perhaps, but not taking someone's life. Craig adopted that same narrative. Not wanting to admit to himself that he'd murdered someone, he went deep into self-preservation mode, a clinical attempt to escape his due punishment by admitting to the robbery but not the murder charge. As he put it, his mindset at that point was simple. How can I get out of this? "Did you plead not guilty because you thought you'd get away with it?" I asked. His answer was nothing if not direct. Yes. While naturally it was tremendously difficult to hear the details of my brother's murder straight from the mouth of one of his murderers, I appreciated that Craig had given me what I wanted and not held back. I knew also that this meeting wasn't a one-way process. I wanted to know more about him and how the paths of his own life had brought him to that place. Looking back, he recognized how the evilness in me must have made him appear callous and cold, and how totally unconscious to that demeanour he was. The comparison with the deep emotion he was now able to express was stark. But he also knew that he couldn't simply walk into our conference and say everything was okay now because he'd changed. "I was an evil person when I killed your brother," he admitted, "and I can't take that away." His life had been about nothing but crime, stealing, smashing windows, robbing cars, vandalism, for as long as he could remember. The police were the enemy. He never liked them as they took his dad away. He described himself as being caught up in my own self-centered world. All he was interested in was himself. At the time of the murder, Craig told me, he was precisely the low-life I'd envisaged. Craig talked about how, after he'd been convicted of Simon's murder, his life of violence had continued in prison. It didn't matter where he was. It was the only way he knew how to achieve status. Eventually, however, his mindset changed. He disclosed that he'd had a lot of therapy, looking at the whole root cause of his offending, thanks especially to time in HMP Grendon, a unique therapeutic prison near Aylesbury. He had developed a spirituality and calmness. Whereas before he'd been desensitized, Grendon had truly helped him understand himself, moving Simon's death from being an incident in my life to, I murdered someone. In other words, truly taking responsibility. He felt he'd been lucky to get to Grendon. His view was that, had he not gone there, the redemptive arc in his journey would never have happened. It was also at Grendon that he'd heard about restorative justice, when the father of a murder victim had come in to deliver a talk. His words had made a big impact on Craig and prompted him to request his own restorative justice conference with my family. It was thanks to the journey of self-discovery he'd undergone at Grendon that now, seriously and intelligently, Craig was able to understand and explain how he'd ended up being the person who Simon encountered. He reflected on the effect of being abused since the age of 6, ending up in care aged 10, and how, in the wake of being physically restrained, he'd acquired a hatred of male authority. In the end, he found that committing crime was the only way he could earn respect from those around him, a sense of self-esteem he was never going to find elsewhere. Craig had, by any measure, suffered a horrendous childhood. In some ways, he was raised to be a violent person. Every example of how to get what you want was violence. It was unmistakably true that there was a set of circumstances that led directly to the murder of Simon. If Craig had experienced a happy childhood, supportive parents, a better education, it's extremely unlikely he'd have done what he did. Growing up on the streets of Tranmere and Birkenhead, he was always going to be exposed to dark elements, drugs, violence, coercion, gangs, invisible to the rest of us. On the night Craig encountered Simon, piled on top of a heap of personal baggage, was a whole load of pent-up frustration from the time he'd just served in the Young Offender Institution, YOI. Released straight into the arms of Carl, that same morning they'd bought cannabis and amphetamines before drinking at Carl's house and meeting his mum and dad at a nearby pub. At the trial, Carl said they'd drunk 12 pints each before closing time. They'd then stolen a Vauxhall Astra to go looking for a girl they knew in Bromborough, and shortly after had bumped into Simon. The two together, high on drink and drugs, were the perfect combination to create the storm of extreme violence, a totally psychotic attack on Simon. If it had been one of them alone that night, I doubt it would ever have happened. Instead, judgment skewed beyond belief. They totally fed off each other. Craig, a tremendously angry human being, went totally overboard on Simon. For someone who'd been made to feel powerless, who had reservoirs of anger full to overflowing, violence offered release. Meeting Simon, he said, had empowered him in a distorted way. Now he had the control. I was just so angry, he told me. It wasn't Simon I was kicking, it could have been anybody. I was taking my anger out on him, and we went really hard into him. I was damaged, taking my anger out on society. When telling me about both his background and the cocktail of drink and drugs he'd swallowed before killing Simon, Craig wasn't excusing himself. He just wanted me to know the state he was in. I too believe in personal responsibility. Even though Craig's mental state was distorted by drugs and alcohol, and there was a pathway to the person he was, he still made a choice. That choice was the violence that killed Simon. I emphasised to Craig that while I was now in a different place, reconciled to the fact that he would soon have a life outside jail, that didn't mean forgiveness. I still get very upset and very angry, I assured him. Craig assured me that he never could or would ask for forgiveness. It was a point he'd tested himself on, asking what his own attitude to forgiveness would be had someone inflicted a violent death on his sister or mother. With forgiveness out of the question, he'd reached an understanding. The only way of saying sorry is through my actions. Looking back on his early life, no structure, no boundaries, Craig explained how he wanted to use his own negative experiences to help troubled teenagers. Equally, he understood that whatever he did in the future could never, ever make up for what he'd done to Simon. I listened to him and felt his words were genuine, that he wasn't just saying what he thought I wanted to hear. I wanted him to know that there was part of me which believed that he'd do something positive with the rest of his life. I hoped he'd grasp this chance to give something back to society and prevent other people from going down the same route. If you can stop just one family suffering what we've been through, I told him, then that's a success. While I was pleased to hear of Craig's desire to make amends, I wasn't entirely sure if he fully comprehended the extent of the pain that Simon's death had unleashed. It was obvious that he'd given an intense amount of thought as to how his actions might have affected me, but I wondered just how much he understood the ripple effect of what he did that night, how the devastation extended so much further than the person sitting in front of him now. I was Simon's twin, but there were many, many more people whose lives had been irreparably damaged. I explained the effect on Dad, how he'd lost not only a son but the person destined ultimately to take over the family business. I told him how his other son, Richard, had suffered a breakdown and departed the company, and how Dad had battled through his own mental collapse to keep the firm afloat. I put it bluntly, because it needed saying bluntly. My dad is still very angry after all these years. He would kill you if he met you today. Then there was Mum. She has a broken heart, I told Craig. She constantly thinks of what happened, how much pain and terror you put Simon through in the last minutes of his life, how much he may have been crying. Again, Craig reflected that simply apologising could never be enough, how sorry was such an inadequate word to offer considering the weight of the pain he'd unleashed. He wanted me to know that seeing and hearing my mum talk of her loss at the parole hearing had been a huge driver to better himself, to bring himself to the point he was at today. Jules was allowed to speak too, and she explained the situation with herself and Simon, how they'd never got a chance to bond, how death isn't just cemented in the past but leaves its stain on the future too. Craig said he was trying to understand but would never fully comprehend what he'd taken away. He struggled, he said, with the knowledge that the Dawson family was a straight family, which had been blackened with evil. He had known, he said, for a long time that he had to make himself the opposite of what he was, and it was apparent he'd worked hard to do so. Educating himself in prison, he now had several GCSEs, an English literature A-level, and had studied Spanish, part of a general fascination with languages. He told me he enjoyed books and articles by the poet-philosopher William Blake on the subject of metaphysics, and that he wrote his own poetry. He offered me some of his work, which I read. I could see he was a deep thinker. The poetry wasn't about Simon, more an avenue of escape for the feelings he experienced in prison. He had analysed his anger and, in doing so, changed from the animal I saw at the trial into a completely different person. I thought about Simon. There was part of me that felt that by appreciating how Craig had changed, I was letting my brother down. I wondered what he'd think if he could see me sitting there now with one of the people who had killed him, reading his poems, crediting him for the effort he'd put into his life. Would he be angry? Also, had I let myself down by giving Craig airtime, allowing his voice to be heard when Simon had no voice at all? Instinctively, in my heart, however, it felt like the meeting was the right thing to do. It was giving me answers. Even if they were upsetting answers, they were still answers. There was another thing. As inadequate as it was, I had really wanted to hear Craig say sorry. He did just that, genuinely, and with the knowledge that it could never be enough. The word could never reflect the gravity of what he'd done. Possibly he was thinking it was a meaningless word to offer to the lone twin, but it was sincere and beneficial to me. After so many years of hurt, it was a big piece of my recovery. Craig revealed his own thoughts about the meeting, how he'd experienced his own anxiety about coming face to face with me. He told me he felt quite blessed and shocked by my calmness, my thoughtfulness. He'd expected me to be more angry, but I'd never been there to blame and finger-point, just to hold him accountable. Remarkably, we had talked for 3.5 hours. "Thank you for coming," we told each other. And that was that. If anything, it was the most disappointing aspect, that the end was somehow rushed. After giving so much of ourselves, it felt like there should have been a period of contemplation, a better way to show our mutual understanding and appreciation. Looking back, maybe that was the point where we could or should have shaken hands. Maybe that would have been a dignified way of thanking each other for sharing, for helping one another understand. At the time, however, I just couldn't do it. I didn't feel ready to offer such a symbolic act of acceptance. Leaving Woodhill, I initially felt elation. Had there been another meeting with Craig that afternoon, I'd have welcomed it. Elation, however, was soon replaced with exhaustion. I was tired, confused. It took me a day or two to really digest my thoughts. I went through the whole gamut of emotions. I tried to make sense of the experience in a poem. It's the suddenness of it all. Sharp, cold, clinical, angry, evil. I still surface and bubble up anger inside of me 17 years on, like a sharp, cold storm that is unpredictable. Why do I hurt so much after all these years? I want to release this anger so desperately. I think this is the reason why I get angry with my children sometimes. Please let me release this. Meeting Craig was so uplifting. I got answers. He took responsibility. He was honest, I feel. He saw the pain of Simon's death. I sometimes get dramatic visions of death, murder, hurt and pain at all times of day and night. Why? Driving along, I suddenly vision a horrific thought with no warning. Why? I hope that meeting Craig will help me release and move on, to get rid of this anger deep inside me. In the debrief with Mandy and Jenny after the meeting, I described myself as lucky to have synchronized with one of my brother's killers. We connected and shared. And I still feel how deeply powerful our coming together was now. The conference came at the right time for both of us, found us mentally in the right place, and I'm fortunate that it happened. Few people in my position ever reach a position of connection between themselves and the offender who bulldozed into their life. I had felt so negatively towards Craig in court, but the person in front of me, years later, was a grown man, so far removed from the person he'd once been. Educated, sombre, remorseful and reflective, he had a lot of emotional intelligence. He also took full responsibility for Simon's death, even though there was someone else involved. In no way did he try to deflect from what he'd done. The result was that I got the answers to Simon's death, how, why, what, where, when, that I, as Simon's twin brother, had to know. Honesty was the only currency of value in our exchange. He knew that a big part of his own process was to tell me the absolute truth of what had happened that night. I knew that getting those answers would release more of my anger and move me closer to acceptance. Through restorative justice, we had served each other. And that was the whole point. The meeting also gave me understanding. Craig had been very badly treated in his early years. Basically, he too was a victim. That doesn't excuse his choices, but it does allow a realization of what a messed up kid he was at the point when his and Simon's paths crossed. The truly strange part of it for me was an element of wanting to help him. I had not expected it, but meeting me, understanding my experience and the effect it had on me, would, I hoped, help him to live a stable life when he left prison. Jules struggled to comprehend how I could be so empathetic. That made sense. Craig had caused an immense negative effect on her life, putting her through a massive amount of personal pain. But I needed empathy. Without it, I'd never have been able to make sense of what he'd done. Jules has sometimes wondered if, when someone has made such a huge error of judgment, we can 100% trust that it's gone away. Maybe money spent on offender rehabilitation might better be directed at healthcare or education. After all, if someone's intentionally chosen to opt out of society, then they have to face the consequences of that act. But to some degree, meeting Craig opened her eyes to the idea that some people never actually stand a chance. It's not always as simple as one person being good and another being bad. In the end, Jules was surprised at the feelings the meeting generated in her, an ability to feel not sympathy or empathy, but certainly an acceptance of Craig as a human being. I consider myself lucky to have gone through restorative justice. The murder of a loved one leaves you buried in an avalanche of hurt. Being able to meet the person responsible and see that they have gone on a journey, confronting who they were and reshaping into something with emotional depth and genuine remorse, is a way of letting a little more light back into your life. Answers to difficult questions are not to be feared. They can actually offer freedom from the torture of the constant wondering, the creation of potentially inaccurate narratives in your head. That works both ways. Craig told Mandy and Jenny after the meeting, "I didn't know many of the things Nick told me. I had no idea." There was something else he noticed that day, the strength of my and Jules' relationship, how she looked after me, the care and attention she paid. One could only imagine how devoid his own life had been of such closeness, how alien such normality would have been in those so important early years, and of course the long years in prison. To say restorative justice brings closure is taking it too far, but it does put to bed the victim tag that you feel destined to carry around for years. I'm someone who lives every day with a huge void where my twin used to be. But I am not a victim. I am someone whose life has been deeply affected by somebody else's actions, and there are ways I can proactively deal with that. Restorative justice was perhaps the most important way of all. My only regret is that we didn't do it earlier, although perhaps neither of us would have been ready at that time. Of course, 2 people killed Simon that night. So what of Carl? Might I ever meet him? As things stand, that seems unlikely. From the outside, he seems the more institutionalized of the 2. Having served his tariff, he was freed and then returned to jail after breaking the conditions of his license. The probation service isn't empowered to tell us why, but when a prisoner is released on life parole, they can be recalled to prison any time. He has since been re-released. While I'm sure he needs no reminding of what he did, by now he must know the impact of his crime on multiple people, including his own child, born shortly before he started his long prison sentence. I'm not sure he's travelled quite the same journey as Craig, and for that reason I've never explored going down the restorative justice route with him. Also, having met Craig and learned so much from him about Simon and the events of that night, I feel my need for information, for detail, has largely been satisfied. Do I risk upsetting my mental balance? There's always the chance when meeting anyone with a connection to Simon that I'm setting myself up for a whole new wave of trauma. That chance is amplified hugely should that person be one of those who killed him. It worked out with Craig because he tried so hard to reach a place of personal understanding. More than that, he realised exactly what I needed from the process. We offered and gave each other what was needed. Never say never, but for now, a meeting with Carl doesn't interest me. There are occasions when, if I'm honest, for all the undoubted benefits of meeting Craig face to face, I still do sometimes question myself as to whether it was the right thing to do. Recently, I went back over the reports of what Craig did to Simon, and was reminded not only of the sheer savagery, but how he was so very much in denial, always trying to get off. It was a jolt to the system, a reminder that at the time he was simply a nasty individual who wouldn't admit to being involved. I did actually get very angry with him. I worried again about being disloyal to my brother. Had I betrayed Simon by emerging from the meeting feeling empathy for Craig? But the whole question of acceptance is for me and nobody else. It is me who must live in peace with my actions. While anger will always sit on the surface to some degree, meeting Craig helped me reach clearer waters. I could have said no to his request to meet and, in so doing, condemn myself to years of what if. That question exists enough in my life as it is. For once, in meeting Craig, I found some answers. Most of all, I discovered that positivity can be found in even the bleakest of places. It will always be too late for Simon, but people can change. Chapter 10. Prison. I was in Rochester Prison when a murderer came up to me. He told me I'd just described a very similar set of circumstances to the killing he'd committed. He'd stabbed somebody to death. 17 years on, and he was on the verge of being transferred to an open prison ahead of his release. He was, he explained, deeply touched by my story, and I believed him. It was obvious from his sincerity just how profoundly my words had affected him. His reaction was absolutely what I'd hoped for, an understanding that the cycle of criminality could be broken. I'd come out of the meeting with Craig sure of one thing. Restorative justice is an incredibly powerful entity. It has the power to change lives in the most remarkable of ways. There is evidence to back that up. The Cambridge University review found the rate of reconviction among those offenders participating in restorative justice is reduced by as much as 28%. More than that, it had the power to prevent so much future hurt. I knew also that my own story, twins separated in the most awful of ways, had an emotional depth that could not be ignored. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense that others behind bars might benefit from hearing it. Another way for Simon's death to deliver some rays of positivity. I began working with the Sycamore Tree program, which takes people like me into prisons to talk directly to groups of inmates about the benefits of restorative justice. Each time, I'd explain what had happened to Simon and its effects on me and everyone else who'd loved him. And each time around 20 inmates, guilty of crimes ranging from drug offences to GBH, robbery or murder, would listen as part of their journey through remorse and ultimately to release. In many cases, it was the first time they'd come face to face with a victim of crime. The effect, as I'd just seen, could be life-changing. While the Sycamore Tree is a 6-week program, exploring the negativity of crime on victims, offenders, and the wider community, for most prisoners it's when they're sitting in front of a victim of serious crime such as myself that the true impact of their criminality hits home. If I was going to make them understand just how deeply Simon's death had scarred me, there could be no half measures in the intensity of my recollection. It was always an incredibly emotional experience. Time after time I revisited my trauma, prizing open the wound and releasing the hurt into the room. It had to be like that for them to understand the devastation created by violent crime. Some would be really quiet and shocked. Others would be visibly affected, on the point of crying or occasionally actually in tears. Afterwards, they'd sometimes come and speak to me one-on-one. I'd never ask what anyone had done, but if I felt it was appropriate, I'd probe a little bit, find out more about their particular circumstances, perhaps asking how long left they had on their sentence. I learned early on that when it comes to prisoners, there's no such thing as a stereotype. At Swansea Prison, for instance, I got talking to a middle-aged man who was inside for dangerous driving. He was a totally ordinary guy, well-spoken, well-educated, and yet had killed a young woman, a tourist, when speeding on a dual carriageway. Her mother had travelled over from Australia, delaying her cancer treatment in the process, which led in itself to her own premature death. I listened as he unburdened his guilt. He felt that through his actions he had directly killed 2 people, and he was deeply ashamed and very repentant. Others would explain how they'd never thought about their crime in such an all-encompassing way before. To hear me had made them view their offending as if looking down from above. Whatever their situation, it's a remarkable thing to see a prisoner not only interact with your story, but to know they are contemplating the effects their actions had on multiple people. That, in essence, was the reward for putting myself through the ordeal of recollection. But beyond that was something else, the hope that a prisoner being open and honest with themselves would, in the long term, help them to become a better person and improve their life. I wasn't unrealistic. I didn't expect my speaking to them to be some kind of Damascene moment. Chances were that on release they'd return to the intensely chaotic situation that was in some ways responsible for their ending up in prison in the first place. My hope was that within that thick undergrowth of turmoil, a seed of stability might be planted. No longer would they be dissociated with their crime and its impact. For all the pain it caused me, talking emotionally to prisoners was a two-way street. One inmate approached me after I spoke and actually gave me a hug. The words had really touched him. I found that hugely moving. Then there were the letters, the poems, the poignant pieces of artwork recognizing my loss. I'd go into jails on week 3 of the Sycamore Tree course, and then again when the prisoners graduated on week 6, at which point they'd go up in front of the group and make a commitment to a new and different life when they came out. It was moving to see just how deeply my loss had connected with them. One inmate created an intricate piece of 3D metalwork containing simply the word sorry. He pledged it to his victims and told me how I'd helped him commit to a positive life. Another fashioned a box out of matchsticks containing a message. Forgiveness is about letting go, so let me let you know that I am sorry for making you feel so low. And I know forgiveness is slow. It's time to let go and free all your sorrows, because we're not promised tomorrow. A fellow inmate wrote me a card. I am very sorry for your loss, but I am very grateful for you coming to speak to us about it and help us to understand and realise what crime does to people and how it affects everyone around us. You exploring your story brought a tear to my eye, as my case was very similar, and I now think, is this what people are going to think about me? Just from you coming in, I have got the ball rolling with restorative justice with my victim's family, so thanks so much for everything that you have done for me. Another explained, this story has affected me immensely. It's very rare to hear a story like this from a twin brother of the victim. It was so powerful, but very upsetting and heartbreaking to hear what Nick and his family went through. I couldn't imagine losing a sibling, let alone a twin brother. Hearing from Nick has opened up my eyes to some of the crimes I've committed and the people I may have hurt. A prisoner capable of writing in that manner is undoubtedly a different person to the one they were when they went inside. It meant a huge amount to know that I'd helped them on their journey, but changing mindsets wasn't always so easy. More typical were the endless drug addicts who'd got into crime to feed their habit, or the dealers who fed off their dependence. Among the latter, often there was a feeling that drug dealing was a victimless crime. It wasn't an attitude I shared. I tried to make them understand that I myself am the victim of a drug dealer. Indirectly, the person who sold drugs to Craig and Carl led them to inflicting a truly psychotic attack on Simon. Some of the dealers were blown away by this idea. Like most pushers, they saw themselves solely as providing a service. I wanted them to understand that they were peddling a product which would have multiple victims further down the line. You might as well be selling a loaded gun, I'd tell them. Some were quite profoundly affected by hearing me talk that way, and recognised that they needed to change when they came out. Again, such contrition made the pain of talking about Simon's murder worthwhile. The fact that his killer and I had met showed that people can find room to connect, even in the most extreme circumstances. It is a terrible story, of course. Nothing can ever divert from that. But it is also one that contains hope. Whether someone is perpetrator or victim, acceptance and understanding is possible on both sides. A huge part of Simon's legacy is the realization that committing a criminal act doesn't condemn a person to a shadow life in the margins. That second chance can be taken. For me, there was an added benefit to doing the talks. As hard as it was, I found discussing Simon's death something of a relief. On a personal level, it sometimes felt as if Simon's murder was a taboo subject, something which happened to our family that we could never talk about. I'm sure that was never actually the case, but it did feel like a conversation that shouldn't be started. As if by not talking about it, then we could live in a world where it hadn't happened. But that was avoiding the glaring fact that it was a huge part of our lives and affected us in every imaginable way. If an element of taboo existed within the family, then it was only going to be magnified outside of it. Losing someone to murder creates an awkwardness that lasts for years to come. People know what's happened but think it's a topic best avoided. More often than not, they try to change the subject. They are doing that for your sake. They believe going there will be way too painful for you. Their clumsiness in mentioning it will bring a rockfall of bad memories down on you, and that at all costs must be avoided. To a large degree, the only people I could really talk to without boundaries were my wife and my counsellor. Otherwise, I felt I had to switch off that part of my life because the ingrained discomfort was too much to handle. Truth is, though, I'd have been quite happy to talk to friends and family about Simon, quite happy for people I knew to say, "How are you managing?" and to bring up memories. Remember, the vast majority of the memories I have of Simon are happy. It's a delight for me to share in them. Not every sentence about Simon's life has to end in "but." Over time, however, I did begin to feel more and more drained by the experience of doing talks in prisons. The relief in being able to discuss my brother openly was offset by the huge emotional strain involved in recounting Simon's murder and its effect on me in such graphic detail. It was impossible to relate the story properly without a very deep dig into my own personal devastation. The talks could take an awful lot out of me, to the extent that it wasn't unusual for me to feel both physically and mentally wiped out for 2 or 3 days afterwards. Jules noticed that after prison visits I'd often be subdued, shrinking back into my shell and becoming more isolated. One time I did a talk at Swansea Prison, one of the most powerful I'd ever done, and was really upset after it. Even the course instructor was crying while I gave the talk, and afterwards she said she was really worried about me and how much the talks were taking out of me. She said I should think about my own emotional care. The Swansea talk had come hot on the heels of meeting Simon's friends Chris and Rob. Learning what they'd been through had made everything so raw, and now Swansea had heaped another huge weight of emotion on top. When I got home from South Wales, I had an almighty row with Jules. I put it down to being so fragile, so sensitive, and decided to go back to counselling. In all honesty, opening up mental boxes for this book had at times made me fragile as well, and I needed some self-awareness of what the process was doing to me. I started turning down more and more requests from prisons, before one particular intense engagement at Rochester, coupled with a stressful journey home, left me feeling so utterly exhausted that I seriously wondered whether this was the point where I should call it a day for the sake of my mental well-being. In the end, I concluded that it was right not to end completely, but to press the pause button. I didn't need to feel as if I had to carry on when the talks were draining me. I'd sown many seeds of hope, and there'd be others out there doing the same while I took a break. When people are asked why they put themselves through immense emotional turmoil to speak about something personally devastating, they tend to say the same thing. If it helps to save one person from going through the same experience, it will have been worth it. They say it because it's true. From the wreckage, they want to pull out something positive. A life lost is a tragedy. A life saved is a blessing. I see my time with Sycamore Tree in precisely this way. It's an amazing scheme that delivers real human change, and I'm just starting to return to it as I write. While I needed a period of distance from telling my stories in jail, I wanted to maintain a role within the prison environment itself. I was glad then to discover an organisation called the Independent Monitoring Board, made up of unpaid volunteers who visit jails across the country and report on whether inmates are being treated fairly and humanely and given the support they need to turn their lives around. Essentially, it allows members of the public unrestricted access to observe goings-on behind bars. Now, as just such a volunteer myself, I can literally go anywhere I want, landings, cells, kitchens, and talk to whoever I want. I get to eat the prisoners' food, see what activities are available to them, sit in on meetings with the governor and report prisoners' concerns, be they about bullying, limited gym access, possessions going AWOL, in prison transfers, or 1,000,001 other things, back to the relevant person. I don't share my past with inmates. I'm just there to help them if they need me. There's a lot I enjoy about it, not least the building of individual relationships where over time prisoners come to know and trust both me and my role. Ultimately, if a prisoner doesn't feel listened to, then they're not going to aid the smooth operation of the prison. An obvious question arises. Why, after all I've been through, would I volunteer to put myself among a group of people, some of whom might have committed a crime similar to the one which emotionally destroyed my family? It's not easy to answer, but being a prison volunteer definitely helps me to understand the challenges which offenders go through inside. Prisons are fascinating places to me. I am intrigued by them. Volunteering allows me to witness the intricacies of how a prison is managed, the people and characters at its heart. And it means I can better judge whether prison really is a place that can offer reform and rehabilitation. Going into a prison as a speaker is different. You have limited time with a select group of inmates in a controlled environment. As a prison visitor, you can really get under the skin of the institution. Talking to prisoners over time allows me to humanize them and understand that often they themselves have a desire to become better people with ordinary lives. I can also see the barriers within the prison service, in particular underfunding and understaffing, which hinder their pursuit of that goal. Put together, these elements are part of my journey of understanding, part of my recovery. It helps me be at peace with what happened. The beauty of voluntary work also means I can dip in and out of it according to how I am feeling mentally. There are times when walking into a prison can feel a little too much, at which point I can take a step back while I recalibrate. If I am to help the prisoners, I want to be in the best frame of mind to do so. Jules always has been and continues to be nervous for me when I go into a prison. She worries about my safety. Be careful, don't forget who you're fraternising with. She says I see the good in everyone and will remind me that bad things, violent incidents do happen in jails. She's right. It's easy sometimes to forget that people are inside for a reason. Recently, I googled the name of a prisoner who made me a lovely piece of artwork when I was doing talks for Sycamore Tree, and I was shocked to find he'd been involved in a robbery where a terrified elderly woman had been held tightly in a bear hug while he and two others rifled through her house. It's hard sometimes to fit the person and the crime together, but never have I felt unsafe. I actually got lost in the prison recently and asked one of the lifers which way to go. Jules was horrified. Oh my God, he could have taken you anywhere. But my view was that there was no reason for him to hurt me. Being in a prison doesn't mean someone is inherently bad. It seems a bit paranoid to believe that. Thinking rationally, why would a prisoner want to attack a visitor? The only potential risk is a hostage situation, a lever to air a complaint or make a demand. There's no incentive otherwise, especially since I'm someone coming in to try to help them anyway. The only flashpoint I've ever seen came during my time with Sycamore Tree, when a tutor felt a prisoner was being unruly and asked him to leave the room. At that point, the inmate picked up a chair and threatened him. But that's all that happened. The situation didn't escalate any further. I've encountered all kinds of prisoners, from murderers to safecrackers and those who feel they've been fitted up and are inside unfairly. It doesn't matter who they are. To them, you are simply a visitor, albeit prisoners can be wary of a non-prison person entering their territory. When I came onto a wing, the prisoners would raise the alarm by warbling at one another. They are very adept at bird impressions. There's an unwritten etiquette about talking to prisoners. For example, you never just jump in there and ask them about what they've done. Interaction is about gaining a bit of trust and letting them offer you information. It's important for any prisoner to be able to have an open and honest exchange. Some conversations might be trivial, others more serious. You are, however, warned about manipulation. It's important to guard against prisoners trying to get too friendly or, alternatively, getting someone on the outside to exert pressure on you. I was advised, for instance, to change the settings on my Facebook account so strangers couldn't just look me up. Sounds over the top, but these things do happen. There's something else about being a prison visitor. It allows me to give something back. That might sound odd coming from someone who's had so much taken away. Why would I, of all people, feel like I owed society? But I have seen firsthand how hard all kinds of people work to ensure there is resolution after a serious crime is committed. I am fortunate to have benefited from the help and expertise of more than a few such individuals, and if there are ways that I can help, then I'm always open to exploring them. As well as volunteering in prison, I also had a spell with Surrey Police as a special constable in the Victim and Witness Care Unit, and spent 2 years helping with the Samaritans. Funny the things you find out after someone has gone. I found a note in Simon's diary showing that he'd actually applied to be a special constable at the same time as me, something I'd never known. For me, my interest in police work came from a genuine interest and a wish to sample a flavour of it. When it comes to Simon's motivation, I can't be sure if it was about social responsibility or an interest in the criminal world. Whatever, like me, it would have been completely different to anything he'd done before. When I began volunteering, I had zero expectations that it would be another link with Simon. But I also know that I will be constantly finding connections. Some, for now, remain locked away. Others find their freedom daily. Chapter 11. Connections. It was 3 or 4 months after Simon's death before Richard and I went back round to Simon's flat to go through his belongings. We wanted to empty his flat together. It was important to us to make sure Simon's belongings were dealt with properly. Anyone unfortunate enough to have had to do the same will confirm what a difficult experience this can be. How even the most apparently banal of finds, a scribbled note or a T-shirt, can suddenly feel weighed down with emotional significance. It's easy to understand why some parents are unable ever to disturb the bedroom of a lost child. The suddenness, the sense of life gone in an instant, makes it impossible to countenance change. There is something else in that mix. Throw something away and it can feel like you're saying part of that person doesn't matter. Everything carries an extra layer of significance. In Simon's case, clothes, shoes, anything and everything would bring back so many memories. The prospect of throwing something out became incredibly hard. In the end, Richard and I avoided doing so by filling bag after bag with items like letters, notes, clothes and paperwork to go through at a later date. For years these bags lived in Richard's loft. We could never face going up there and looking at what they contained. The only time we did so, I opened a bag up and was immediately faced with Simon's passport. Very upsetting. Not only a snapshot in time, but the passport of a man, my twin, who could go nowhere. Such was the fear of the emotion they might bring. Only recently have we felt able to go through more of those bags. And there they are, those same neatly folded clothes that were placed so carefully inside more than 25 years ago. So perfect are they that I actually now wear some of them myself. Simon had a good eye for clothes, and as twins we were always the same size. I keep myself fit, and so they still fit me perfectly. I'm glad of that, because to wear Simon's clothes makes me feel very close to him. There's a huge personal connection there. It's wonderful to have my twinness confirmed in such an intimate manner. I also have a number of Simon's possessions I kept from the start. They mean an awful lot to me because they're among some of the last things to have physically touched him. I still have a pair of Simon's shoes in my wardrobe and several of his shirts. I also have his toothbrush, razor and hairbrush from the last time he used them, and a lock of his hair cut from him after he died. Some things I actually incorporate into my daily life. I've used items of his furniture in our house. I slept on Simon's bed for many years. I also have Simon's briefcase, like everything else, a stopped clock in Simon's life, put down that Friday afternoon ready to be picked up again on the Tuesday morning after the bank holiday weekend. Looking through it now, I see a number of lists. Simon, like myself, was an inveterate list maker, plus various leaflets and paperwork relating to his job. Naturally, at the side of these lists, Carlisle United has occasionally been doodled in 3D block letters and a variety of fonts, with a mention of the coming weekend's fixture, CUFC versus Doncaster Rovers, or previous weekend's result, Carlisle 4, Rochdale 1, top of the F-in league. Also in the briefcase was a book and leaflets about overcoming a stammer. Simon only had a very slight stammer, barely noticeable unless you really knew him. Nevertheless, he had a confidence issue around it. So nervous was he about stammering at an interview, he would actually mention the condition and its effects on his confidence in letters to prospective employers. Again, while outwardly I was the quieter of the two, he was the one probably more troubled with shyness. Simon had been for speech therapy when he was a child, and actually, as the contents of his briefcase revealed, was undertaking a course of adult speech therapy right up to the point that he died. It transpired, in fact, that it was at a therapy group that he met the friend who introduced him to the social crowd he so loved. Simon, I found, also had a lot of self-improvement tapes and books, an area which has also long interested myself. Another moment of twinness. He was clearly conscious of how he came across to other people. No one who knew Simon would ever have said this was something he needed to do, but he obviously felt a necessity himself. He had his own little secrets, as we all do. Pockets of our lives that aren't public, that we keep to ourselves. That in itself makes it hard to talk about elements of Simon such as this. I'm aware he'd be horrified that I knew about some of these things. And, of course, I only do know by looking through his personal belongings. I hope he can forgive me. My desire is only to portray him as the person he truly was. In fact, Jules has noted how by discovering more about Simon's possessions, she has also found out so much more about how similar we were, something which, again, she was denied at the time. There are times when looking through someone's possessions that the mind could be forgiven for wandering towards an element of, why me, not him? Survivor guilt, the gnawing feeling of having escaped a situation which has left others dead, clearly exists and has been talked about extensively by those left behind after atrocities and disasters. But it's not something that's affected me. Mainly, I think that's because from day one after Simon's death, I determined to live my life in his memory. That sense of purpose overrode everything else. It stopped me thinking too deeply about how I, as the one left behind, felt about our separation. By thinking of my life in the present and the future, I could protect myself from a lot of deep hurt. In some cases, especially when I was with strangers, I would go so far as pretending I wasn't a twin to prevent lifting the lid on my pain. These days I'm more confident in talking about being a twin. If the opportunity arises and it feels right to do so, I will bring it into the conversation. But even now, my life with Simon as a twin is sometimes difficult to recall, as if it was turned off with no warning and, as a consequence, partially erased by me. While that can be a challenge when trying to relive memories, as a shield, pressing that erase button worked, deflecting a huge amount of hurt. The feeling that afflicts me more is jealousy, especially as I get older. Seeing other twins makes me envious of what they have. A uniquely close companion, always there to accompany them through life. Walking the dog, I often see two elderly men, twins, sitting together on a bench in the park. I imagine the lives they've had, the ups and downs, successes and failures. A difficult relationship at times, I'm sure, but nevertheless shared. Looking at them, I can't help but think of what I'm missing out on. While my and Simon's lives had diverged quite markedly at the point he died, it's inevitable that, as we got older, those two lines would have moved closer again. We would, I'm sure, have shared the companionship that I notice so vividly now in older twins. We'd have so many shared memories, be they major or utterly trivial, of our lives together. It should be remembered also that, even though we lived apart in those final years, we were always very closely bound together. We had to be. We loved one another deeply. Simon will never know the possessions, the places that have become important to me in the years since he died. Brotherton Park, especially, is a spot I've returned to repeatedly. Every time I'm in the area, I'll walk up to the pond and stand silently for 15 minutes, paying homage to my twin. I find the park peaceful. It holds solace for me and helps me accept what happened. Little has changed. It's such a beautiful place. Somewhere almost impossible to imagine a murder happened. Sometimes I leave flowers on the surface of the pond. On the 20th anniversary of Simon's death, I left a bunch of roses with a note attached. Remember Simon. He lost his life here. We also had a lovely old solid oak bench installed next to the water. It features the same inscription. For the family, Brotherton Park is somewhere we either embrace or avoid. When I visit, in my head I'm trying to connect with Simon, because this is where he spent the last moments of his life, and therefore the grass, the woodland, everything is imbued with deep meaning. It is also, of course, where he experienced great savagery, and that is how Mum sees it, as a horrific place, which is why she struggles to go there. Dad was similar, but in later years would come to see the park in a slightly different way, like me, as a place where there's a connection to be made. We'd sometimes go together, and I think it helped us both to stand there, father and son, and reflect on Simon. His child, my brother, a huge part of who we are, now missing from both of us, but somehow keenly felt in those very special moments in the park. Everybody's different, but to me the place where a loved one died in violent circumstances is either somewhere you steer clear of for the rest of your life, or somewhere you embrace and try to take something from. I know passers-by look at flowers on lampposts at the roadside and wonder why anyone would want to mark the spot where a person perished in such an awful way. But there will be someone to whom that area will contain a strong emotional, even spiritual link. To have a connection on this earth with someone who's gone can bring so much peace and reassurance. Mum finds that link to Simon in a different way. She thinks of her son as a butterfly. Whenever I'm with her and we notice a butterfly, we see Simon as being with us. That's a truly beautiful way to feel the closeness of someone so precious. Brotherton Park is the same for me. I take a calmness from it. I went down there as soon as I could, and I've been returning regularly ever since. Butterflies or benches, the maintaining of a connection is ultimately what matters. When people die, they disappear, but in so many respects, they also live on. There is always something to remind us, be it the obvious presence of friends and family, or those more oblique elements like smells and sounds. One way or another, all of us who knew and loved Simon maintain a daily relationship with him. Part of that is an underlying grief for a beautiful person lost. But there is something more positive, too. We want to remember Simon through a prism of colour. The light must dominate the dark. So much of what we all do in our individual ways is about celebrating Simon as the true person he was at all points in his life. Simon has gone, but the connection with him will never be lost. Chapter 12. Acceptance. There's one question I've probably been asked more than any other in recent years. Do you think you'll ever be able to forgive? It is, after all, the next logical stage after acceptance. And if, as I say, I'm on a journey, then isn't forgiveness the ultimate destination? I have met those who have forgiven murder. Ray Donovan, such a help to me as I toyed with the idea of restorative justice, has, along with his wife Vi, found it in their hearts to forgive their son Christopher's killers. While many will simply never comprehend how they could do that, I am not among them. Having spoken to Ray, I understand how for them it was a very important thing to do, their way of carrying on. We should all respect personal choice. I also know that for Ray and Vi, their faith helped them to reach that decision. I'm not in the same position. To some degree, I've got an open mind about religion, more agnostic than atheist. At the same time, there have been times when I've thought, if there is a God, why would he let such horrors happen to my family? A family which would never hurt anyone else. Sometimes it's hard to move on from that basic point of plain and simple unfairness. I see it now when I look at an email I sent to my parents after an update on Craig's prison sentence and the chances of him being recategorised in prison from the victim liaison officer in 2008, 4 years before the first parole hearing. Thankfully, this lowlife of a human being will continue to rot in jail for possibly another 5 years yet. His 10-year life sentence is formally complete this year, and we were getting nervous about his impending preparation for release. But bad behaviour in jail means that he hasn't started to move down from Category A through Category D prisons, which can take years. We might be looking at another 3 to 5 years before release, maybe longer. Worst case could still be 2 years. The same could be said for the parole hearing victim impact statement I wrote in 2010. The aim of this impact statement is to give the reader an insight into the effect that the murder of Simon, my identical twin brother, has had on mine and my immediate family's life. It is a statement that will obviously dwell on the negative somewhat, and paint very little positive, but that is clearly my intent. You continue to live your life, and almost, dare I say it, move on, so to speak, post a murder, but without doubt it's a very changed life, with a grey, sad cloud that hangs by all the time. I want to give you an insight into my thoughts, feelings and experiences, and to make it very clear why I, and my family, do not want either Craig Roberts or Carl Harrison released from prison. I begin this statement with asking myself some basic questions, 10.5 years since the murder of my twin brother Simon. Do I want the two murderers ever released into society? Part of me says rot in prison for the rest of your lives. Part of me says that after 25 to 30 years, perhaps they could be considered for release. Being realistic, I can't expect them to stay in prison forever, but equally I don't want them to come out after 10 or 15 years. Their life sentence tariffs were unduly lenient. 10 years for Craig Roberts and 14 years, later reduced to 12 for Carl Harrison. Remember that both of these human beings inflicted a systematic beating and torture on Simon in Brotherton Park. They stamped on his head with both feet, cradled him and while laughing poured water over him to bring him round from unconsciousness to get his cash card PIN number. They were overheard while on remand to say, "I had him crying like a baby." Simon was begging for mercy and ultimately murdered with cold calm and chilling heartlessness. Immediately after Simon's killing, they enjoyed the labours of their night's work by stealing £500 from his bank. Both of these so-called human beings took part in such a brutal attack that their life sentence tariffs were a token. You routinely see tariffs for murder in the range of 20 to 30 years. We should be keeping both of them in prison for much, much longer in view of the brutality of their crime and the fact that both of them were pretty much career criminals already. Would I ever accept an apology from them? No, absolutely not. Never, ever. Their senseless beating to death of Simon and clear enjoyment, gloating of their achievement, means I struggle to refer to them as human beings and will never, ever accept an apology from them. What they did is so utterly unforgivable. Would I ever forgive them? No, they will never be forgiven. Simon was put through so much pain and terror in the last few moments of his life that I will never be able to forgive as long as I'm alive. As Simon's identical twin, the pain for me in imagining what he went through is so deeply hurtful, as only a twin will know. What would I do if I ever met them in person? I think right now, like my dad, I would want to throttle them, literally, if I met them on the street. I don't believe in taking a life for a life and wouldn't kill them, but my hurt and pain is so deep that we all still want to give it back to them in a physical way. Clearly, in reality, I hope that I never ever meet them, for fear of what I might do. Do I feel pity for them? Yes, in a way. Society has given them a bad deal. Broken homes, poor parenting, mixing with the wrong crowd. They've developed into very seriously disturbed young adults. How hurt am I 10.5 years on? Still very deeply inside. And of course I miss my brother and unique twin relationship so much. I don't cry half as much, but I am very easily moved in this respect. For example, seeing Rhys Jones's mum on TV shortly after his murder made me cry, as I really felt her pain as a fellow murder victim. 11-year-old Rhys died after a stray bullet hit him in a gangland dispute in Liverpool. You want to reach out to those people sometimes, as you have first-hand experience of what they're going through. The thought of entertaining the possible release of my brother's killers is extremely hard to reconcile. How can they be given the carrot of a possible return to normal life when our wounds remain so open and deep? And yet, clearly in the 15 years since I gave that statement, my mindset has changed significantly. I have moved to a position where I would say I don't bear a grudge. Neither do I bear animosity towards Craig or Carl. That's not to say I don't get angry at times, because I do, especially if I'm reading an article about the attack. But for a long while I've wanted to live at peace with what happened. Does living in peace include forgiveness? For a long time I've been cautious about saying the words, I forgive. They felt like too big a line in the sand, somehow inappropriate. This isn't someone reversing into my car. It's not someone stealing my bike. It's the violent death of someone who was half of me. Now, however, the door is more ajar. I have come to wonder if maybe the final few yards in this long journey is me writing to Craig and Carl, maybe even saying it to their faces, or shaking their hand and saying, I forgive you. Right now, those words are too difficult to find, but I definitely have a feeling that at some point as time progresses, I'll be able to say, I have forgiven. Maybe that will be on my deathbed. Maybe before. Who knows? At the same time, I do feel a little scared of reaching that point. There's a finality to forgiveness. It's not something you can step back from. What if I forgive and Craig and Carl reoffend? Or if I say the words, I forgive you, and then later find myself revisited by trauma? What if I have a breakdown, God forbid, and am filled with regret for saying those words? I might be weighed down with, what have I done? Then there's the stigma of what other people might think. While some may see it as a brave thing to do, I expect others would look at the circumstances, a man who has lost his twin to murder, and think, how the hell could he forgive? Maybe friends and family would look askance at what I've done. What have you forgiven them for? Maybe by forgiving, I'll embarrass the people I love. Perhaps they'll think less of me. I don't necessarily think that's true, but it's in my head nevertheless. Forgiving Craig and Carl is completely contrary to how the rest of my family think. None of them would ever go there, and I don't want to disrespect my family's feelings. I have occasionally been asked if Simon would forgive my killers were our roles reversed. Genuinely, I think Simon would have done the same as me in considering forgiveness, because as my twin, he would think like me. We were both very forgiving people, generally. We weren't ones to have enemies or hurt people. It's important also to say that were I to forgive, in no way would it trivialise what Craig and Carl did to Simon, which was an evil, horrible thing. That's never going to go away. To forgive doesn't downgrade the horror of their actions in any way, shape or form. It doesn't change history. It doesn't neutralise the past. If I forgive, I'm addressing the person, not the crime. Were I to reach that point of forgiveness, it would for certain be an incredible turnaround. For a long time, as my 2010 victim statement shows, my attitude to Craig and Carl was, I will never ever forgive you for what you did. To travel the maximum distance in the opposite direction would be quite a journey. But to whose benefit? For Craig and Carl, I expect my saying I forgive would help a lot. It would allow a degree of mental unshackling from their past. But for me, I wonder if forgiving will take me much further than where I am now. If forgiveness means acceptance, understanding, and living in peace without anger, then I'm at that point anyway. To actually say, I forgive you, becomes merely symbolic. Ultimately, the question that's more relevant to me than forgiveness is whether I can be at peace with Simon's murder, especially if those who killed him are living their lives as free men. Seeing Craig in particular turn from monster to human ultimately gave me an understanding that I could do it. I can live in peace. I can accept Simon's killers being free. I definitely accept that they deserve a second chance. Again, a form of forgiveness. The perfect definition of forgiveness? No, but it works for me. I don't want to live with anger. I don't want to let Simon's murder ruin my life. And I don't want it to weigh on the people with whom I share my life. I want them to understand my loss, but I don't want it to be a burden. Acceptance, rather than absolute forgiveness, with all its many connotations, is, I feel, the right place for me to be at present, and I'd be surprised if ever I moved from that position. I feel I have moved a long way already to reach this point of acceptance, a distance that I know not everyone could cover. Catch my dad on a bad day, for example, and he'd erupt in anger at the thought of Craig and Carl being freed. That anger was always boiling away underneath. The last time we talked, he reiterated his belief that forgiveness could never be considered. They should never be allowed to put it behind them. He talked again of how he had lost not only a son but a friend. They took away my comradeship, he told me. He was my work buddy. Of all 3 of my sons, I was closest to Simon because we worked together 24/7. Dad's rage was exacerbated by the fact that neither Craig nor Carl ever showed what he saw as the basic courtesy of acknowledging to him the pain they had caused. Restorative justice meant I had received that from Craig, but for Dad, his fury bubbling away like a volcano, the discussion so often erupted into talk of punishment, even revenge. He would think a lot about Simon's final moments in the pond. We should beat them unconscious and throw them in a pond. There were times when he wanted them to experience Simon's torture. Were he ever to meet Craig or Carl, he would have wanted it to come from an angle of making them suffer. When I know I'm close to death, I would entertain a meeting with them, he told me. I would like to interview them and put some burning points to them, to draw from them their self-felt shame and their enjoyment of killing Simon. I would relish the opportunity to say my piece, give them some personal agony and make it really long and tortured. I would ask them for a written transcript of their attack on Simon. They have never had the ordeal of producing a written output of what they did. They are getting away with it without having to make any personal utterances on the subject. They haven't even written the word sorry. I need that admission from them in writing. His sense of injustice blazed intensely. He talked about meeting the parents of the two thugs and putting them through the personal agony of facing us. I will, he said, be angry forever. My anger hasn't tempered in the years. It's just a different level. I would never, ever, ever not feel total hatred. They were so scornful about what they had done. Dad's anger clearly meant he could never be accepting of Craig and Carl being free to walk the streets, let alone forgive them for what they'd done. We should remember that this was the man who first identified Simon. In that same conversation he recalled his journey to the mortuary and how afraid he had felt. He sat in that police car crying. The possibility that he was about to see his dead son was simply too traumatic to comprehend. Internally, this is the pain he was having to deal with when it came to Craig and Carl's release. On the envelope of one of his victim statements, he wrote the word killers twice in big letters. But the reality is, that's the law. Even those who take a life can eventually be free, and there's nothing much anyone can do about it. The passage of time has gone some way to soothing my own anger. The fact that I went down the restorative justice route more so. My impact statement from 2017 perfectly illustrates the transformation. I've said many times at these hearings that the hurt, pain and impact of Craig's actions will never go away. Time does help to heal in some senses, and I've reflected quite differently over the last 3 to 4 years as I try to reconcile why the prisoners who killed Simon deserve a second chance. My experience in going through restorative justice with Craig has made me think differently and helped me understand more from his perspective. I do think now that perhaps he is ready to be given that second chance and to make and do something constructive with his life. That said, Craig hurt us as a family so terribly and so deeply that nothing will ever take the pain away of my twin brother's death. And that pain, of course, is a lot worse for my mum and dad, who naturally as parents will take such pain to their grave. A mum's pain at the murder of her son is so truly devastating, and I've certainly witnessed that in my mum and my dad. Looking forward, I want to live the rest of my life without anger regarding the murder of Simon, to maintain acceptance at what happened and particularly to accept that Craig will live the rest of his life out of jail very soon. Attending these hearings over the last few years and meeting and getting to know Craig has helped me to do this. I wish also to make the following comments to the parole board about the potential impact of the offender's release on myself and on my family. As I said above, I really want Craig to make something of his life with what I suspect to be an impending release back into society. I truly hope that our connection will motivate him to continue to help use his story and experiences to influence other offenders and potential offenders not to proceed into a life of crime and jail. I've reflected in recent years that positivity can come out of Simon's death, and that through sharing both sides of our experiences, we can help others in need here. The statement shows to some degree the idea of forgiveness can be a red herring. What really matters is coming to terms with loss. It is that which will give you and those around you something resembling stability. It's interesting to see how Craig himself reflects on the concept. After our meeting, as I did, he penned a reflective article for the Sycamore Tree magazine. Both Nick and I had offloaded things we needed to say, he wrote, and we'd come to an understanding of sorts. I know he'll never forgive me, and I completely understand that. But I wasn't looking for forgiveness. I was just trying to give back whatever I could. There's a practicality about moving forward. It's about reconciling all the conflicting elements and reaching a position in your mind that, day to day, you can live with. You don't actually need to keep adding challenges. Okay, I've reached the point of acceptance, now I need to move on to one of forgiveness. What's more important is being able to live comfortably. For some, like Ray and Vi Donovan, forgiveness is a huge part of that comfort. For me, less so. In more recent times, another element has been added to the notion of acceptance and forgiveness: social media. It's difficult to see in full photographic detail the person who killed your brother living their own free life to the full. While I believe in second chances, it can be distressing to see just what that second chance looks like. The obvious thing to do is not to look, but human nature isn't so compliant. Curiosity is only natural. I wish it wasn't. The first time I looked, I definitely felt quite angry. Coping with an offender's freedom is a test in itself. Ultimately, all anyone who has lost someone to violence can do is find their own pathway, potentially finding solace from others in a similar position. There are, thankfully, support groups out there to help. They do an excellent job, although in my case I haven't always found them to be what I need. On occasion I found there could be quite a lot of angry conversations. I don't need to be around other people's anger. While it's totally understandable, it can also be very negative. A siding you get shunted into, only to find it's incredibly hard to reverse back out. I can't see my reaction to Simon's death as a full stop. The times when I have got stuck in a particularly insular mindset, hiding myself away in the garage, for instance, have been unhelpful. I recognise that my personality has been permanently altered by Simon's murder. I am more withdrawn, and getting back to normal life involving myself in social activities has been very hard over the years. By fighting my desire to isolate, I've improved in tiny steps. I don't want to threaten that progress by becoming mired in negativity, something which can only exacerbate my PTSD. A part of me died when Simon died. Wanting to be alone was a symptom of that loss. I don't want that side of me to feel empowered. There are also organisations which allow bereaved twins to meet and exchange experiences. I've been to such meetings, but again, I've never found them quite to be what I need. There are twins, for example, who feel grief because they lost their brother or sister in the womb or at birth. My situation is very different. In fact, while I have scoured the internet, I have yet to find anyone who has lost their twin to murder, who might understand what that could possibly feel like. While of course I have a connection to anyone who's lost a twin, and all loss is desperately sad,
I feel a long way removed from someone who lost a twin before they were born. Similarly, while there's a lot of psychological analysis about twin loss, what it does to people, how it affects them, it's difficult to apply wholly to myself when my experience is dominated by violence and murder. For me, there is only one meeting that has given me anything even approximating resolution. Restorative justice wasn't perfect by any means, but it did allow me to recondition my thoughts, to hear of Craig's shame and regret, and to hear it directly from him, made me see him in a more sympathetic light, even to the point of empathizing with him, even to the point of feeling sorry for him, even to the point of seeing him as a victim. Some people may find that impossible to understand, but I saw someone working hard to recover from the person he once was, in itself the result of a broken childhood, shattered almost beyond repair. To hear him describe the abuse he'd been subjected to, the way violence was ingrained in his life, the answer to all problems being to hit and hurt, and to hear him describe himself as having been damaged and angry with the world, helped me to understand. In no way is that an excuse. The evil of that night can never be softened. But for someone who has spent almost half his life searching for meaning around what happened, understanding offers a great deal, which is crucial if I am to live with anything resembling a sense of peace. I may not have been able to forgive Craig, but I could see the good in him as a changed man, rather than the monster of my imagination. I needed to believe in that goodness, same as I needed Craig, all these years later, to acknowledge and understand our family's continued pain. Seeing me, a living version of Simon, in front of him was a huge part of accepting what was lost, and what remains for us both. Craig was able to absorb, see, feel, and hear it. I really felt he appreciated my feelings and emotions. In some ways, forgiveness is too simple an idea to relate adequately to such a complex set of circumstances. I see my journey during and after restorative justice as one of emotional epiphany. A journey from guilt. Had I disrespected Simon by meeting his killer, or given Craig a voice when he didn't deserve one? To one of connection. Two people joined in a way beyond either of their imaginations, consigned to finding a way to deal with a moment in time for the rest of their lives. For me, reaching a point with which I am comfortable, acceptance, has entailed a lot of soul-searching. Personal morality on one side of the scales, anger on the other. But I feel content with where I am. What matters to me is that I can live with my decision. Conclusion. You could say Simon was lucky in life. He had a lot of great friends, he was happy and popular. But he was tremendously unlucky in death. How unlucky can anyone be to ask two people for directions, only for them to end up killing you in the most brutal of ways? Having only a vague idea of what happened the night Simon died has gnawed away at me down the years. I always desperately wanted to know the details. What was his mindset as he left the club? Was he happy, frustrated, fed up? Why did he head off on foot instead of getting a cab? And which way did he go to end up in the clutches of Craig and Carl? It's one of the reasons why writing this book mattered to me so much. I would finally be able to put away that broad brush and paint Simon's final moments in much finer detail. I was hoping my canvas would include information from the files on the murder held by Merseyside police. Sadly, I've twice had Freedom of Information requests to see them turned down. They also, I assume, have Simon's wallet, keys, bank card and watch. I'd love to have them back. Simon's friends have, thankfully, been incredibly helpful. It's largely thanks to them that I have, I'm sure, now walked the same suburban streets and parkland pathways that my twin did that night. People might wonder why it's so important for me to know Simon's movements with such precision, as if I'm tormenting myself. But it's hard for me to settle when I have so many recurring questions rattling around my mind. One by one, by walking those streets, those paths, I have been able to find the answers. Spittal Station, for instance, is so close to Brotherton Park that they're actually linked. Once Craig and Carl had led Simon into the park on the basis of helping him find that station, they knew they could attack him with impunity. The chance of anyone hearing was minimal. Equally, I'm sure that Simon would have quite quickly realised that by entering such a deserted place with two strangers, he put himself in immense danger. It's the great juxtaposition of Simon's murder that Brotherton Park is such a peaceful place. A large managed nature reserve, more like a country park than something more traditional. It has rangers, a visitor centre and an army of volunteers to look after its flora and fauna. People have the idea that Birkenhead and its surrounds are very run down, but while it undoubtedly does have a lot of social problems, there are actually some really eye-catching areas around there. Port Sunlight is another example, built by William Hesketh Lever in 1888 to house the workers at his soap factory. It was to this model village and its branch of the NatWest Bank that Craig and Carl drove their stolen car. During the writing of this book, I parked outside its 19th century half-timber and red brick gable frontage and thought of the two killers standing at its cash point, literally with blood on their hands, pressing the numbers to steal my dead brother's money. So much ugliness amidst the beauty. Equally, I've come to accept that there are elements of Simon's final moments I'll never truly understand. Why he turned down the offer of a taxi that night and chose instead to walk is one of them. There has also been mention of internal CCTV footage from the nightclub showing Simon looking like he was preoccupied with something, possibly wanting to be on his own, sitting alone on a sofa. I've never seen that footage and don't know if it ever existed. Even if it did, can CCTV really tell us that much about Simon and his state of mind? Or are we merely attaching thoughts and emotions that we don't necessarily know are true to images that lack context? The only person who can ever truly know what he was thinking about as he left that club, be it relationships, money, the direction his life was taking, is Simon. I reflect on that now without frustration. I can tell myself that Simon's life was, on the whole, in a good place. He had people around him who cared deeply for him, and while he was still waiting on that one special relationship, there was every chance it was going to happen. I don't have it in my mind that he walked home because he was feeling alone or unhappy. He was just doing things in a way that made sense to him at that point in time. It's only what happened afterwards that gives his actions any degree of significance, that pours fuel on the endless questions of what if and if only. If only he hadn't asked them for directions. If only he'd declined their offer to show him the way. If only he'd taken that cab. Normally, I and many other people Simon knew would have had no idea how he spent his last few minutes in that club. The only thing that still really sticks in my mind from that night is where exactly he was attacked. I still don't know to this day. Years later, and I'm still kicking through the undergrowth looking for that shoe. Living with murder, it's important to understand where the narrative is real and where it exists in the ether. I know, for instance, that there's a pre-attack me and a post-attack me. That is totally real. I am wholly changed from the person I was before that August bank holiday in 1998. I'm living with the loss of my twin, and always will be. At the same time, I don't want to let Simon's murder dominate my life. I've got my family, my friends, my children. But I can't deny that Simon's absence is always there. Most days I fill a small part of that gap by carrying a picture of Simon in my pocket. And I do so in a way that is less mournful, more positive. When, on the night of the reconstruction, I left that note on the nightclub steps, I made an emotional commitment that I would be strong and lead a good and purposeful life in Simon's name, rather than let his murder affect me in a negative sense. Wanting to be strong for my parents, I made that commitment for them as well. It was a massive promise to maintain, because there are moments when you simply can't follow through on the deal. When people talk about bereavement, there's a recognition that time is a great healer. But when you're talking about murder, that's a different situation altogether. Time is a healer, in that eventually you look back differently, able to reflect and talk more objectively and less emotionally. But that doesn't mean the pain goes away. There are always moments when I can get upset, and they can come at any time. It doesn't have to be a specific date, a birthday or anniversary. Even now, more than a quarter of a century on, I'm very nervous about having a delayed post-traumatic response. I've never had a breakdown, unlike my parents and my brother, and yet you'd think, being the twin, I'd be the one most likely to hit the wall at some point. That makes me feel nervous, like I'm waiting for my tsunami of PTSD to hit. There have been occasions when prison sessions have left me feeling extremely sensitive, and I've wondered if perhaps this will be my turn to be consumed by a mental maelstrom. Even writing this book, I've questioned if it might spark a response in me that I can't cope with, which affects me badly and therefore those around me. It's such a fine line to tread. I have an absolute need to immerse myself in Simon's death, but there's also a need to step back as well. I cross that tightrope step by step, but I don't know whether the next step is the one that will plunge me into the abyss. Perhaps some considered my desire to meet Craig as the point where finally I'd snapped, not only revisiting painful memories and opening boxes that had been closed for so long, but doing so with the added presence and perspective of the person who inflicted the pain in the first place. I don't believe meeting Craig was the wrong thing to do, but I do sometimes think back to what he and Carl did to Simon, the most savage and evil attack, and ask myself if it was right to acknowledge one of them, to give them oxygen. On the other hand, I know I had to try different ways to reconcile what happened. How else could I live through it? Hatred and anger are like sandpaper scratching at the inside of your skull. It's impossible to live like that. In the end, you cause yourself serious damage. I've had conversations with people who knew Simon, and they've been upset at my approach. How could you ever entertain the thought of meeting one of them after what they did? I've always said the same thing in reply. You're not me. I have a connection with Craig. He was the last one to see my brother Simon alive, and in a strange kind of way, possibly something to do with being a twin, that's of interest to me. I wasn't prepared to ignore that fact. Craig's connection with Simon in his last few moments was something I wanted to touch, feel and probe, as if it might somehow bring me closer to Simon in that final second of death. A morbid thought, perhaps, but a twin's need. I wondered also if meeting Craig might help me stop repeatedly thinking about the minutiae of Simon's murder. If the gaps were filled, then my mind wouldn't constantly be trying to fill them. Meeting Craig undoubtedly helped me make some sense about what happened to Simon. He spoke at length, honestly and openly, and with great shame, about the events of that night. But making sense couldn't ever mean closure. When someone you love has been murdered, I don't honestly think you can ever have closure. Closure suggests that the trauma is behind you. I know that will never happen in my life. The cut is just too deep, too raw, too horrific. It will be there until I die. The best you can hope for in my circumstances is to reach a place where you can live with it in a way that doesn't affect your daily life. That's why I prefer to talk about acceptance. Closure after a murder is very hard. I've often told offenders that a murder journey isn't something that finishes. It's a lifetime of thoughts and reflections, a continual resurfacing of emotions, some of which you hoped might have been buried away forever. I also know that by reaching my own point of acceptance, I have managed something that so many in my situation don't. They are tortured by hatred and anger forever. I have been that person overtaken by rage. I wanted to kill Simon's murderers. That wasn't a vague desire. I definitely felt that, given the opportunity, I would do it. When that sheer instinctive wish for revenge abated, I was left with the underlying ache of unfairness. Even now, reducing Simon's story to its most basic level, I cannot escape how unfair it is. There's also an element of switching on the news, seeing someone who has done a terrible thing and thinking, why is Simon dead when they are still walking the streets? Blame also comes into the equation. Craig and Carl weren't born killers. Undoubtedly, they were influenced by and let down by the circumstances and environment in which they grew up. We were then let down by those organisations meant to protect society from dangerous individuals like them. As a teenager, going into prison has clearly done nothing to Craig except expose him to more hardcore criminals. Add in drink and drugs, the need to fuel a habit, and criminal behaviour just perpetuates. Eventually, Craig walked out of the door of a young offender institution straight back into his previous existence. Carl, meanwhile, was subject to a laughably ineffective curfew. And then you have a wholly innocent individual like Simon thrust into their world. My sister-in-law Sam gets angry when people say Simon's death was a case of wrong place, wrong time. As she puts it, people should be able to walk where they want when they want. Craig and Carl didn't end up together by accident that night. They ended up together by society's bad design. Acceptance, however, allows me to consider our family's situation to be, as counterintuitive as it sounds, a fortunate one. There are so many things for which we can be grateful, not least their good response to the crime. 2 people were found guilty and given sizable prison sentences, and one has shown deep remorse, been respectful to us and said sorry. I expect very few people ever get as much as that. Compare our outcome to Denise Bulger. Her son James's killers of complete invisibility. They have been treated remarkably well by a state that has, conversely, placed her at arm's length. How does she manage to live with her experience? How can she ever come to terms with it? I know as well that I'm lucky to have such wonderful memories of my early life with Simon. To this day, Branthwaite remains a magical place for me. In many ways, I crave the peace and tranquility of those early days with my twin, which is why I still love to go back north. There's part of me that wants to recreate that glorious countryside life in retirement, and Jules and I have talked about staying a few months of each year in Cumbria. She's from the southeast, though, so I'm not sure she could cope with the long, dark winters. The lakes look amazing at that time of year, but you have to be able to cope with the cold, wet, and dark. Living with our past means different things to different people. Some of my response to Simon's death might appear odd to others, but makes perfect sense to me. For instance, I tend to gravitate towards stories about murder. I listen to podcasts related to serious crime and watch dramas about true cases. Someone in my position could go either way with this kind of thing. I imagine there are many who would never want to see or hear anything about violence and death ever again. But I find other people's experiences help me to come to terms with my own. Whenever I see a murder on the news, I immediately think about what the family is going through. A drama, on the other hand, might reveal how a real-life murder was resolved or how a family dealt with its aftermath. People ask, why do you want to watch such sad things? But often that misrepresents what true crime is. There's something inspiring about seeing how a family came through a hellish situation and lived to tell the tale. Because you spend so much time playing your own scenario through in your head, sometimes it feels like counselling to read about or listen to others who have been through something similar. There's a link to Face to Face. So much of why I wanted to write this book is tied up in the hope it can help others, both victims and offenders. The idea that my experience can be used positively has been very important to my own recovery during the last few years. While the murder is done, history, it can affect the future. I feel an obligation to teach others what I know, to share my story, to find goodness and meaning in all that I do. I want Face to Face to be whatever it needs to be to whoever reads it. A guidebook through grief, a message of positivity, a road to acceptance. If that can happen, it will add to my belief that Simon did not die in vain. Restorative justice is a huge part of that positive story, and I hope I have gone some way to showing that it can help immensely when seeking inner peace. For me, that means hoping Craig and Carl can each live a normal life, give something back and help others. The future is what counts for both men, and for that reason, I'd be upset if, in the wake of this book, there is any kind of acrimony aimed at them. Some years ago, an article about my story was featured in a newspaper, and the comments section underneath was unbelievably aggressive towards the attackers. The article itself had been all about reaching a place of acceptance and understanding, but people were expressing sentiment that was completely the opposite. That is the last thing I want to happen. Time moves on. The site of the ritzy nightclub is now a retail park. The only thing remaining from the night Simon died is a McDonald's. Even the nature of Simon's murder seems archaic. A young man who couldn't find his way and asked two people for directions. In Simon's position now, that person would simply look up Google Maps on their phone or message their friends to find out where they were. But the passing of years doesn't dampen the memory. In fact, of all the smells, sights and sounds of the immediate few days following my brother's death, the point where it all started, my father's phone call to tell me the terrible news on that Sunday afternoon, is the thing that remains as vividly awful now as it was then. Nor does time dampen meaning. Violence, stabbings, shootings still happen. Every week, a new wave of bereaved families start out on the journey that we are a quarter of a century into. A journey that, in some ways, still feels like it began yesterday. Simon's murder will forever be the biggest emotional shock of my life. It threw everything into turmoil. But never have I felt like I'll be overwhelmed. Never have the ripples from my twins' death been big enough to capsize me. Instead, they lap constantly at my feet. I feel them constantly, as does everybody who loved Simon. Those ripples emanate from a small pond in Brotherton Park. It is the place where Simon died, but also from where his spirit lives on in a sunlight that bathes us all. That final night, I looked up at Simon's window. I saw him, he saw me. We waved goodbye. We will always be together. You've been listening to Face to Face, Finding Justice for My Murdered Twin Brother by Nick Dawson, narrated by Nicholas Cam. Published by W.F. Howes Limited. This recording is copyrighted by W.F. Howes Limited.